the final causes. This determination of the ground does not however belong here. The teleological ground is a property of the concept and of the mediation through the same, which is reason. Hegel, WW4, Ibid pg 555. 7 footnote pg 171. Insofar as something essential and something inessential are distinguished from each other in an existence, so is this distinction an external positing, a separation of a part of the same existence from another part, which does not touch the existence, a separation, which falls into something third. It is therein undetermined, what belongs to the essential or inessential. It is some sort of external consideration and observation, which makes it so, and that is why the same content is now regarded as essential, now as inessential. Hegel, Ibid pg 487. 8 footnote pg 176. The comprehension of an object consists in fact that nothing other than this, that the eye makes the self-same object to its own, penetrates it, and brings it into its own form, that is into the universality, which is immediate determinacy, or the determinacy, which is immediate universality. The object in the intuition or also in the conception is still something external, alien. Through comprehension the being in itself and being for itself which it has in intuiting and conceiving, is transformed into a posited being, the eye penetrates it thinking. How it is however in thinking, so it is in and for itself, how it is in the intuition and conception, it is appearance, thinking sublates its immediacy, with which it at first comes to us, and makes a posited being out of it, however this, its posited being, is its in itself and for itself, or its objectivity. This objectivity has the object therewith in the concept, and this latter is the unity of self-consciousness, in which it has been received. Its objectivity or the concept is thus itself nothing other than the nature of self-consciousness, it has no other moments or determinations than the I itself. Hegel, WW5, Ibid, pg 16. 9 footnote pg 185. The preponderance of the object would need to be literally pursued back to where the thought imagines to have achieved its own absolute objectivity, by the release of every single one which is not itself the thought, in formal logic. The something, to which all logical propositions refer, is still, even where it may utterly ignore this, the copy of what the thought means and without which it itself could not be, that which is not thought out. Gedanklich is the logical immanent condition of thought. The copula, the is, actually always contains, after the model of the existential judgment, objectivity. Therein all hopes of the need for security, of possessing in formal logic something simply and purely unconditional, as the certain foundation of philosophy, are rendered void. 10 footnote pg 202. So is being, too, completely indifferent towards the existent. But the more innervat and blissful the state of relaxation is, all the more must a silent longing, in eternity, without its doing and without knowing it, be created to know itself, to find and enjoy itself, an urge drang to the becoming conscious, of which it itself is nevertheless not yet conscious of. Schelling, The Age of the World, Munich 1946, pg 136, and so we see nature, from the deepest level, desiring what is innermost and most secret to it and always rising and striding further in its obsession, until finally it has drawn to itself the highest essentiality, that which is purely intellectual in itself, making it its own. Ibid pg 140. Part 3. Models. Freedom, Metacritique of Practical Reason. False Problem Shine Problem 211-213. The talk of false problems once wished to prevent, for the purposes of enlightenment, the unquestioned authority of dogmas to set the course of considerations, whose decisions would be impossible precisely to the thinking to which they were submitted. There is an echo of this in the pejorative use of the word scholastic. For some time however false problems are no longer presumed to be those which ridicule rational judgments and rational interests, but those which use concepts not clearly defined. A semantic taboo strangles substantive questions, as if they were only questions of meaning, the preliminary consideration degenerates into the ban on consideration altogether. The ground rules of methods modeled without further ado on the current ones of exact science regulate what may be thought, no matter how urgent the matter. Approved modes of procedure, the means, win primacy over what is to be cognized, the ends. Experiences which conflict with the explicit signs assigned to them are given a dressing down. The difficulties which they cause are laid solely to lax pre-scientific nomenclature. Whether the will would be free, is so relevant as the recalcitrance of the termini towards the desiderata of simply and clearly stating what they mean. Since justice and punishment, finally the possibility of what the tradition of philosophy has throughout called morality or ethics, depends on the answer, the intellectual need is not to be talked out of the naive question as a false problem. The self-righteous tidiness of thinking offers it a poor substitute satisfaction. Nevertheless, the semantic critique is not to be carelessly ignored. The urgency of a question cannot compel any answer, insofar as no true one is to be obtained, still less however can the fallible need, even the desperate one, indicate the direction of the answer. The objects under discussion are to be reflected upon, not by judging them as an existent or a not existent, but by absorbing into their own determination the impossibility of making them tangibly thingly dingfest, as much as the necessity to think them. This is attempted in the antinomy chapter of the Critique of Pure Reason and in great swathes of the Critique of Practical Reason, with the express intent or without it. Admittedly, Kant did not totally avoid therein the dogmatic usage, which he, like Hume, upbraids in other traditional concepts. He settled the conflict between facticity, nature, and what is necessary to thought, the intelligible world, in dichotomical fashion. If however the will or freedom cannot be pointed out as something existent, then this does not at all exclude, after the analogy to simple pre-dialectical epistemology, individual impulses or individual experiences from being synthesized under concepts to which no naturalistic substrate corresponds, which however similarly reduce those impulses or experiences to a common denominator, comparable to how the Kantian object does to its appearances. According to its model, the will would be the lawful Gesetzmäßige unity of all impulses, which prove themselves to be simultaneously spontaneous and rationally determined, as distinct from the natural causality in whose framework it in any case remains, no sequence of acts of will outside of the causal nexus. Freedom would be the word for the possibility of those impulses. But the snap epistemological answer is not adequate. The question as to whether the will would be free or not, compels an either/or, just as dubious as conclusive, which the concept of the will as the lawful Gesetzmäßiges unity of its impulses glosses over indifferently. And above all, the monadological structure of will and freedom is tacitly assumed, as in the model of conceptual construction oriented to subjective immanence philosophy. The simplest of things contradicts it, mediated through what analytic psychology calls the reality check. Countless moments of externalized, indeed social reality go along together with the decisions designated by will and freedom. If the concept of what rationally accords in the will is supposed to say anything at all, then it refers to this, however stubbornly Kant may dispute this. What lends the immanence philosophical determination of those concepts their elegance and their autarky is, in truth, in view of the factual decisions, whereby the question as to whether they are free or unfree can be asked, an abstraction. What it leaves over of what is psychological, is scanty in contrast to the real complexion of inner and outer. Nothing is to be read out of this impoverished, chemical extract, which might predicate freedom or its opposite. Put more strictly and at the same time more Kantian still, the empirical subject which makes those decisions, and only an empirical one can make them, the transcendental pure I think would not be capable of any impulse, is itself a moment of the spatio-temporal external world and has no ontological priority before it. That is why the attempt to localize the question of free will in it failed. It drew the line between what is intelligible and what is empirical in the midst of empiricism. That much is true in the thesis of the false problem. As soon as the question of free will shrinks into that of the decision of every individual, dissolving this out of its context and that which is individuated individuum out of society, it hews to the deception of absolute pure being in itself, delimited subjective experience usurps the dignity of what is most certain of all. The substrate of the alternative has something fictive about it. The presumed subject, which is existing in itself, is in itself mediated by that which it separates itself from, by the context of all subjects. Through the mediation it becomes itself what, according to its consciousness of freedom, it does not wish to be, heteronymous. Even where unfreedom is positively assumed, its conditions, as those of an immanently closed psychic causality, are sought in the split-off individuated, which is essentially nothing split off of the sort. If not even the individual can find the matter at hand of freedom in itself, just as little may the theorem of the determination of the naive feeling of caprice be simply extinguished post festum. The doctrine of psychological determinism was carried out only in a late phase. Interest in freedom split 213 to 215. Since the 17th century, great philosophy has deemed freedom to be its most characteristic interest, under the unexpressed mandate of the bourgeois class, to transparently ground it. That interest, however, is antagonistic in itself. It goes against the old oppression and promotes the new one, which lies hidden in the rational principle itself. A common formulation is sought for freedom and oppression, the former is ceded to rationality, which delimits it, and removed from empiricism, in which one does not wish to see it realized at all. The dichotomy is also related to advancing scientization. The class is allied to it, insofar as it encourages production, and must fear it, as soon as it infringes upon the belief that their freedom, already resigned to sheer inwardness, would be existent. This is what really stands behind the doctrine of the antinomies. Already in Kant and later in the idealists, the idea of freedom appeared in opposition to specific scientific research, particularly psychology. Their objects were banished by Kant into the realm of unfreedom. Positive science is supposed to have its place underneath speculation, in Kant, underneath the doctrine of the noumena. With the waning of the speculative power and the correlative development of the particular sciences, the opposition sharpened to an extreme. The particular sciences paid for this with hidebound pettiness, philosophy with non-committal emptiness. The more the particular sciences confiscated of its content, as psychology did to the genesis of the character, over which even Kant made wild guesses, the more embarrassingly do philosophemes on the freedom of the will degenerate into declamations. If the particular sciences seek ever more nomothetism gesetzmäßigkeit, if they are thereby, before any fundamental views, driven to the party of determinism, then philosophy increasingly becomes the storehouse of pre-scientific, apologetic intuitions of freedom. The antinomics of freedom in Kant, just like the dialectics of freedom in Hegel, form an essential philosophical moment. After them academic philosophy, at least, swore by the idol of a higher realm beyond empiricism. The intelligible freedom of individuals is praised, so that one can hold the empirical ones even more ruthlessly accountable, to better curb them by the prospect of a metaphysically justified punishment. The alliance of the doctrine of freedom and repressive praxis distances philosophy ever further from genuine insight into the freedom and unfreedom of living beings. It approximates, anachronistically, that faded sublimity which Hegel diagnosed as the misery of philosophy. Because however the particular science, that of criminal justice, is exemplary, cannot handle the question concerning freedom and must reveal its own incompetence, it seeks assistance precisely from the philosophy which through its bad and abstract opposition to scientificism cannot provide such assistance. Where science hopes for the decision on what it finds irresolvable from philosophy, it receives from the latter only the solace of the humdrum worldview. In it individual scientists orient then themselves according to taste and, one must fear, according to their own psychological drive structure. The relationship to the complex of freedom and determinism is delivered helter-skelter over to irrationality, oscillating between inconclusive, more or less empirical specific findings and dogmatic generalities. Ultimately the attitude to that complex becomes dependent on political affiliation or the power recognized at the moment. Reflections on freedom and determinism sound archaic, as if dating from the early epoch of the revolutionary bourgeoisie. But that freedom grows obsolete, without being realized, is not to be accepted as a fatality. Resistance must explain this. Not the least of the reasons why the idea of freedom lost its power over human beings is that it was conceived of so abstractly subjectively in advance, that the objective social tendency could bury it without difficulty. Freedom, determinism, identity 215 to 217. The indifference towards freedom, its concept, and the thing itself, is caused by the integration of society, which the subjects experience as if it were irresistible. Their interest in being cared for has crippled the one in a freedom which they fear as defenselessness. The very mention of freedom, just like the appeal to it, already rings hollow. That is what an intransigent nominalism adjusts itself to. The fact that it relegates the objective antinomies, in keeping with the logical canon, into the realm of false problems, has for its part a social function, to conceal contradictions through denial. By holding on to data or their contemporary heirs, protocol statements, consciousness is disburdened of what would contradict that which is external. According to the rules of that ideology, only the modes of conduct of human beings in various situations would need to be described and classified. Any talk of the will or freedom would be conceptual fetishism. All determinations of the I ought thereby, as behaviorism in fact planned, to be simply translated back into modes of reaction and individual reactions, which could then be nailed down. What is left out of consideration is that what is nailed down produces new qualities in contrast to the reflexes, out of which the former may have originated. The positivists unconsciously obey the dogma of the preeminence of the first, which their metaphysical archenemies entertained. What is specifically most revered is what is most ancient. The sworn witness is however the most honored of all. One in Aristoteles it is mythos. What survives of it in straight-out anti-mythologists is the conception that everything which is would be reducible to what it once was. In the like for like of their quantifying methods there is as little room for the self-producing other as the bane of destiny. What however has been objectified in human beings out of their reflexes and against these, character or will, the potential organ of freedom, also undermines this last. For it embodies the dominating principle, to which humanity progressively submits. Identity of the self and self-alienation accompany each other from the very beginning. That is why the concept of self-alienation is badly romantic. The condition of freedom, identity is immediately at the same time the principle of determinism. The will is, insofar as human beings objectify themselves into character. Thereby they become, towards themselves, whatever that may be, something externalized, according to the model of the external world of things, subjugated to causality. Moreover, the positivistic concept of the reaction, purely descriptive by its own intent, presupposes incomparably more than what it confesses, passive dependence on each given situation. What is spirited away a priori is the reciprocal influence of subject and object. Spontaneity is already excluded by the method, in unison with the ideology of adjustment, which breaks human beings, ready to serve the course of the world, once more of the habit of that moment. If there remained only passive reactions, then there would remain, in the terminology of older philosophy, only receptivity. No thinking would be possible. If there is will only through consciousness, then consciousness is indeed, correlatively, also only where there is will. Self-preservation for its part demands, in its history, more than the conditioned reflex and thereby prepares for what it finally steps beyond. Therein it presumably resembles the biological individuum, which stipulates the form of its reflexes. The reflexes could scarcely be without any moment of unity. It reinforces itself as the self of self-preservation. Freedom opens itself to the latter as its historically become difference from the reflexes. Freedom and Organized Society 217 to 221. Without any thought of freedom, organized society could scarcely be theoretically grounded. It would then once again cut short freedom. Both can be demonstrated in the Hobbesian construction of the state contract. A factical, thoroughgoing determinism would sanction, in opposition to the determinist Hobbes, the bellum omnium contra omnes Latin, war of all against all, every criterion of treatment would fall asunder, if everyone were equally predetermined and blind. The perspective of something at an extremity is outlined, as to whether, in the demand for freedom for the sake of the possibility of living together, a paralogism lies hidden. Freedom must be real, so that there would not be horror. But rather there is horror, because there is not yet any freedom. The reflection on the question concerning will and freedom does not abolish the question, but turns it into one from the philosophy of history. Why did the theses, the will is free, and, the will is unfree, become an antinomy? Kant did not overlook the fact that this reflection originated historically, and expressly founded the revolutionary claim of his own moral philosophy on its delay. One saw human beings bound to laws by their duty. It did not however occur to anyone, that they would be subject only to their own and nevertheless universal legislation, and that they would only be bound to act according to their own yet generally legislated will, according to the purpose of nature too. By no means however did it occur to him, as to whether freedom itself, to him an eternal idea, could be a historical essence, not merely as a concept but rather according to its experience content. Entire epochs, entire societies lacked the concept of freedom as much as the thing. To ascribe this to them as an objective in itself, even where it was thoroughly concealed from human beings, would conflict with the Kantian principle of the transcendental, which is supposed to be founded in the subjective consciousness, and would be untenable to the degree that the presumed consciousness totally lacked any sort of living being at all. Hence no doubt Kant's tenacious effort to demonstrate the moral consciousness as something ubiquitous, existent even in what is radically evil. Otherwise he would have had to reject, in the appropriate phases and societies in which there is no freedom, along with the character of rationally endowed beings also that of humanity. The follower of Rousseau could scarcely have found comfort in that. Before that which is individuated in the modern sense formed, something self-evident for Kant, which is not meant simply as the biological individual being but as what is first constituted as a unity by the self-reflection through the Hegelian self-consciousness. It is anachronistic to speak of freedom, of the real kind, as much as the demand for such freedom, to be established in its full dimensions solely under social conditions of an unfettered plenitude of goods, could on the other hand also be totally extinguished, perhaps without a trace. The trouble is not that free human beings act radically evil, as is being done far beyond any measure imaginable to Kant, but that there is not yet a world in which they, and this flashes in Brecht, would no longer need to be evil. Evil would be therefore their own unfreedom. What happens which is evil, would come from the latter. Society determines individuals, even according to their immanent genesis, as what they are. Their freedom or unfreedom is not what is primary, as this appears under the veil of the principium individuationis Latin, individuating principle. For even the insight into its dependence is obscured to subjective consciousness by the ego, as Schopenhauer explained by the mythos of the veil of Maya. The individuation principle, the law of particularization to which the universality of reason in individuals is tied, insulates this tendentially from the contexts which surround it and promotes thereby the flattering confidence in the autarky of the subject. Its epitome is contrasted under the name of the freedom to the totality which restricts individuality. The principium individuationis is however by no means that which is metaphysically ultimate and unalterable, and therefore also not freedom. This is rather a moment in a double sense, not isolatable but imbricated, and for the time being always only a moment of spontaneity, a historical intersection blocked under contemporary conditions. As little as the independence of the individuated, inappropriately emphasized by liberal ideology, prevails, so little is its utterly real separation from society to be denied, which that ideology wrongly interprets. At times the individuated has opposed society as something self-realized although particular, which could pursue its own interests through reason. In that phase, and beyond it, the question of freedom was genuine, as to whether society permits the individuated to be as free, as the former promises the latter, thereby also, as to whether the former is itself so. The individuated temporarily towers above the blind context of society, helping however in its windowless isolation just that context to reproduce itself. The thesis of the unfreedom of historical experience registers no less the irreconcilability of inner and outer. Human beings are unfree in their bondage to what is external, and that which is external to them is in turn also themselves. Only in what is separated from this and necessarily against it, according to the cognition of Hegel's phenomenology, does the subject acquire the concepts of freedom and unfreedom, which it can then relate back to its own monadological structure. The pre-philosophical consciousness is on this side of the alternative, to the naively acting subject, which posits itself against the immediate environment. Its own conditionality is impenetrable. To master it, consciousness must make it transparent. The sovereignty of thought, which by virtue of its freedom turns back to itself as to its subject, realizes also the concept of unfreedom. Both are no simple opposition but in each other. The consciousness does not become aware of this out of the theoretical urge towards knowledge. The sovereignty which exploits nature and its social form, domination over human beings, suggests its opposite, the idea of freedom. Those who were at the top of hierarchies, but not visibly dependent, were its historical archetype. Freedom becomes, in the abstract general concept of something beyond nature, intellectualized into freedom from the realm of causality. Thereby, however, into self-deception. Put psychologically, the interest of the subject in the thesis, that it would be free, is narcissistic, as boundless as anything which is narcissistic. Even in Kant's argumentation, despite his localization of the sphere of freedom categorically above psychology, narcissism shows through. Every human being, even the most malign ruffian, would wish, according to the foundation for a metaphysic of morals, that when one set forth examples of honesty in intent, of steadfastness in following good maxims, of compassion and of general goodwill, even he would like to be so minded. From this he could expect no gratification of the desires, no condition in which any other of his real or otherwise imaginable inclinations would be satisfied, but only a greater inner worth of his person. He believes himself to be this better person, however, when he puts himself in the standpoint of a member of the world of understanding, to which the idea of freedom, that is to say independence from the determining causes of the sensible world, involuntarily compels him, for Kant spares no effort to justify that expectation of a greater inner worth of the person, which would motivate the thesis of freedom, with that objectivity of the law of morality to which, for its part, consciousness would first need to rise on the grounds of that expectation. Nevertheless, he cannot make us forget that the practical usage of common human reason 5 in view of freedom is coupled with the need for self-exaltation, with the worth of the person. Meanwhile, that immediate consciousness experiences the common moral cognition of reason, from which the Kantian foundation methodically starts out, no less than the interest to deny the self-same freedom which it proclaims. The more freedom the subject, and the community of subjects, ascribes to itself, the greater its responsibility, and before the latter it fails in a bourgeois life, whose praxis has never vouchsafed the undiminished autonomy to subjects which it was accorded in theory. That is why it must feel guilty. Subjects become aware of the limits of their freedom as their own membership in nature, ultimately as their powerlessness in view of the society become autonomous before them. The universality of the concept of freedom, however, in which the oppressed also participate, recoils against domination as a model of freedom. In reaction to this, those who are privileged with freedom delight in discerning that others would not yet be mature enough for freedom. They rationalize this, revealingly enough, as natural causality. Subjects are not only fused with their own corporeality, but even in that which is psychological, painstakingly separated from the immediate world of the bodily by reflection, a thoroughgoing nomothetism prevails. The consciousness of this rose in proportion to the determination of the soul as something unitary. So little meanwhile does an immediately evident self-consciousness of freedom exist, as one of unfreedom, it always requires either the mirror reflection of what is perceived in society upon the subject, the oldest is the so-called Platonic psychology, or one which is concretized by psychological science, in whose hands the life of the soul it discovered becomes a thing among things and ends up under the causality predicated by the world of things. The pre-egoized impulse 221 to 222. The dawning consciousness of freedom nourishes itself on the memory of the archaic impulse, not yet directed by a solidified ego. The more the ego curbs this, the more questionable pretemporal freedom becomes to it as something chaotic. Without the anamnesis of the unbridled, pre-egoized impulse, which is later banished into the zone of unfree bondage to nature, the idea of freedom could not be created, even though it terminates for its part in the strengthening of the ego. In the philosophical concept, which raises freedom as a mode of conduct as the highest beyond empirical existence, namely that of spontaneity, the echo reverberates of that by which the ego of idealistic philosophy intends to secure its freedom, by controlling it all the way to its annihilation. Through the apology for its inverted form, society encourages individuals to hypostasize their own individuality and thereby their freedom. Insofar as such tenacious appearance shine reaches, the consciousness is taught the moment of its unfreedom solely in pathogenic conditions, as in compulsory neuroses. They command it, in the midst of the circumference of its own immanence, to act according to laws which it experiences as ego-alien, the rejection of freedom in its own domestic realm. The pain of neurosis also has the metapsychological aspect, in that it destroys the simplistic notion, free inside, unfree outside, without the subject coming to realize the truth which its pathic condition communicates, and which it can reconcile neither with its drive nor with its rational interest. This truth content of neuroses is, that they demonstrate the unfreedom of the ego in itself in what is ego-alien, the feeling of "but that's not me at all," there, where its domination over inner nature fails. Whatever falls under the unity of what traditional epistemology termed personal self-consciousness, its self-compulsory essence, insofar as all moments of this unity are stamped with nomothetism, appears to be free to the self-retrieving ego, because it derives the idea of the freedom from the model of its own domination, first the one over human beings and things, then, innervat, the one over its own entire concrete content, over which it disposes by thinking it. This is not only the self-deception of the immediacy, which is inflated into the absolute. Solely where someone acts as an ego, not merely reactively, can their action in any sense be called free. Nevertheless, that which is not bound to the ego as the principle of every determination would be equally free, as that which appears to be unfree to the ego, as in Kant's moral philosophy, and which in fact has been equally unfree to this day. Freedom as a given fact becomes problematic through the progress of self-experience and, because the interest of the subject in it nevertheless does not wane, is sublimated into an idea. This is metapsychologically verified by the psychoanalytic theory of repression Verdrängung, displacement. According to this, the repressing authority, the mechanism of compulsion, is, dialectically enough, one with the ego, the organon of freedom. Introspection discovers neither freedom nor unfreedom in itself as something positive. It conceives of both in the relation to something extramental, freedom as the polemical counter-image to the suffering under social compulsion, unfreedom as its mirror image. That is how little the subject is the sphere of absolute origins, which it is philosophized as, even the determinations, by virtue of which it lays claim to its sovereignty, always also need that which, according to their self-understanding, are supposed to need only them. What is decisive in the ego, its independence and autonomy, can only be judged in relationship to its otherness, to the not-ego. Whether or not autonomy exists, depends on its adversary and contradiction, the object, which grants or denies the subject autonomy. Dissolved from this, autonomy is fictive. Experimenta crucis Latin, decisive experiment 222 to 226. How little the consciousness can discern of freedom by means of the recourse to its self-experience, is attested to by the experimenta crucis of introspection. It is not for nothing that the most popular one is saddled onto a donkey. Kant still follows its schema in the attempt to demonstrate freedom by the decision, something relevant to Beckett's plays, to stand up from a chair. In order to decide conclusively, empirically so to speak, as to whether the will would be free, situations must be rigorously cleansed of their empirical content, thought experimental conditions established, in which as few determinants as possible can be observed. Every less clownish paradigm contains rational grounds for the self-deciding subject, which would have to be chalked up as determinants. The experimentat is damned by the principle, according to which it is supposed to decide, to silliness, and this devalues the decision. Pure situations in the style of Buridan are not likely to occur, except where they are thought out or established for the sake of demonstrating freedom. Even if something remotely similar to this could be discovered, it would be irrelevant to any person's life and hence adiaphoro Greek, indifferent for freedom. Indeed, many of Kant's experimenta crucis have greater pretensions. He draws them up as empirical evidence of the right to introduce freedom into science, since the experience too confirms this order of concepts in us. 6. Whereas empirical evidence for something which is according to his own theory simply supra-empirical ought to make him suspicious, because the critical matter at hand is thereby localized in that sphere, from which it has been principally removed. The example is then also not stringent, supposing that someone is given over to carnal desire, such that it would be completely irresistible for him, if the beloved object and the opportunity thereto presented themselves. Ask whether if a gallows before the house, where he took this opportunity, were constructed in order to hang him immediately after the carnal pleasure, whether he then would not repress his desire. It would not take long to guess what he would answer. If he was asked, however, whether his prince under the threats of the same immediate punishment of death required him to bear false witness against an honest man, which the former is bent on ruining under a mere pretext, whether there, however great his love of life may be, he could consider it possible to overcome this latter. He will perhaps not trust himself to say whether he would do it or not. That it would be possible, however, he would admit without hesitation. He judges therefore, that he can do something, because he is conscious of it, that he ought to do it, and cognizes in himself the freedom, which without the moral law would otherwise have remained unknown to him. 7. That he could do it, might presumably be conceded by the person charged by Kant with carnal desire as much as the victim of extortion by the tyrant, who Kant respectfully names his prince. It would probably be the truth if both said, in the consciousness of the weight of self-preservation in these sorts of decisions, that they did not know how they would behave in the real situation. In the emergency situation, a psychological moment like the ego drive and the fear of death would appear irrefutably differently than in the improbable thought experiment, which neutralizes that moment to the cogitative affectless conception. None can predict, not even those with the most integrity, how they would act under torture. This in the meantime by no means fictive situation denotes a limit upon what is self-evident to Kant. His example does not permit, as he hoped, the legitimation of the concept of freedom according to its practical use, but at most a shrugging of the shoulders. Not even that of the card cheat serves any more. He who has lost at cards, can be angry at himself and his lack of cleverness, but if he is consciousness of having cheated in the game, although thereby winning, then he must despise himself, as soon as he compares himself with the moral law. This must therefore be something other, than the principle of one's own happiness. For to be obliged to say to myself, I am a good for nothing, though I have lined my pockets, must have a different standard of judgment, than giving oneself applause and saying, I am a clever human being, for I have enriched myself. 8. Whether card cheats despise themselves or not, even assuming they would reflect on the moral law, is a crassly empirical question. They may feel themselves, in an infantile fashion, to be exempt from every bourgeois obligation, even laughing up their sleeves at the successful stunt, their narcissism shielding them against the presumed self-loathing, and they may simply be following an ethical code approved among their own kind. The pathos, with which they are supposed to abuse themselves as unworthy, is based on the recognition of the Kantian moral law, which this latter wishes to ground with the example. In the group of all those covered for example by the concept of moral insanity in English, it is suspended, yet they by no means lack reason, only metaphorically could they be classified as insane. What in propositions over the mundus intelligibilis Latin, intelligible world seeks consolation in the empirical one, must itself accord with empirical criteria, and this speaks against the consolation, in keeping with that aversion of speculative thought against the so-called example as something inferior, for which there is no lack of testimony in Kant. This is also the sole and great use of examples, that they sharpen the power of judgment. For in regards to the correctness and precision of the insight of understanding, they commonly cause the latter some obstruction, because they only seldom adequately fulfill the condition of the rule, as casus intermines Latin, case in the end, and moreover often weaken the corresponding effort of understanding, to look into the adequacy of the rules in general and independently of the particular circumstances of experience, and ultimately cultivate the habit of using these more as formulations than as foundations. Thus examples are the leading strings of the power of judgment, which those, who lack the natural talent for the same, can never dispense with. 9. Given that Kant did not, contrary to his own insight, disdain to use examples in the critique of practical reason, one suspects that he needed them because the relation between the formal moral law and existence, and thereby the possibility of the imperative, could not have been achieved except by empirical subreption. His philosophy thereby revenges itself on him, in that the examples dissolve like smoke. The absurdity of moral experiments might have as their core, the fact that they couple what is incompatible, they claim to calculate out, what for its part explodes the realm of the calculable one. The supplementary Hinzutra 10 226-230. Despite all this, they demonstrate a moment which, corresponding to its vague experience, may be termed the supplementary Hinzutra 10. The decisions of the subject do not roll off as in a causal chain, but occur as a jolt. This supplementary, the factical, which realizes itself sich entiassert in consciousness, is interpreted again by the philosophical tradition only as consciousness. It is supposed to intervene, as if the intervention were somehow conceivable by the pure spirit. What is construed for the sake of the QED quod erat demonstrandum, what is to be shown, that solely the reflection of the subject would be able, if not to break through natural causality, then at least to add in other chains of motivations, to change its direction. The self-experience of the moment of freedom is bound up with consciousness. The subject knows itself to be free, only insofar as its action appears to be identical with it, and that is the case solely in conscious ones. In these alone subjectivity raises, laboriously and ephemerally, its head. But the insistence on this narrowed itself rationalistically. To this extent Kant was, in keeping with his conception of practical reason as that which is truly pure, namely sovereign in relation to every material, closely attached to the school which the critique of theoretical reason demolished. Consciousness, the rational insight, is not simply the same as the free act, is not to be flatly equated to the will. Exactly that occurs in Kant. The will is to him the epitome of freedom, the capacity, to act freely, the characteristic unity of all the acts, which can be conceived of as free. Of the categories which in the field of the supersensory stand in necessary connection with the determining grounds of the pure will, he teaches that they always refer only to beings which are intelligent, and in these also only as the relationship of reason to the will, and therefore always only to what is practiced. 10. Reason would obtain reality through the will, untrammeled by any sort of material. The formulations scattered in Kant's moral philosophical texts ought to converge therein. In the foundation for a metaphysic of morals, the will is thought of as a capacity, to determine oneself to act according to the conception of certain laws. 11.2. According to a later passage of the same text, the will would be a kind of causality of living beings, insofar as they are rational, and freedom would be the self-same characteristic of this causality, since it can have an affect independent from alien fundamental causes which determine it. 12. The oxymoron causality through freedom, appearing in the thesis of the third antinomy and explicated in the foundation, becomes plausible solely due to the abstraction, which allows the will to be exhausted in reason. In fact, freedom becomes for Kant a characteristic of the causality of living subjects, because it would be beyond the alien fundamental causes which determine them and would shrink into that necessity which coincides with reason. Even the treatment of the will as the capacity of purposes 13 in the Critique of Practical Reason expounds this. in spite of its orientation to the objective concept of the purpose, as theoretical reason, since the purposes are at every time the determining grounds for the capacity of desire according to principles. 14. However, solely the laws of reason are to be conceived under principles, which are tacitly ascribed the capability of directing the capacity to desire, which for its part belongs to the world of the senses. As pure logos Greek, logic, the will becomes a no man's land between the subject and the object, antinomical in a manner which was not envisioned by the critique of reason. At the beginning of the self-reflection of the modern, self-emancipating subject, however, in Hamlet, the divergence between the insight and the act is paradigmatically displayed. The more the subject becomes an existent for itself and distances itself from an unbroken accord with pre-established order, the less are the deed and consciousness as one. The supplementary is possessed of an aspect which is irrational according to rationalistic ground rules. It denies the Cartesian dualism of residential extensa Latin, extended substance, and residential cogitans Latin, thinking substance, in which the supplementary, as something mental, is lumped together with the residential cogitans Latin, thinking substance, without consideration of its difference from the thought. The supplementary is an impulse, the rudiment of a phase, in which the dualism of the extra and intramental was not thoroughly nailed down, neither to be bridged as volition nor an ontological ultimate. The concept of the will is also touched by this, which has the so-called facts of consciousness as its content, which are simultaneously purely descriptive, and not only such. This lies hidden in the transition of the will into praxis. The impulse, intramental and somatic in one, drives beyond the sphere of consciousness, which it nevertheless belongs to. With it, freedom reaches deep into experience. This animates its concept as one of a condition, which would be so little blind nature as suppressed nature. Its phantasm, which reason does not allow to be withered by any proof of causal interdependence, is that of a reconciliation of spirit and nature. It is not so alien to reason as it seems under the aspect of its Kantian equation with the will. It does not fall from the heavens. It appears as something simply and purely other to the philosophical reflection, because the will, reduced to the pure practical reason, is an abstraction. The supplementary is the name for what was stamped out of that abstraction. Without it the will would not be real at all. It flashes like a bolt of lightning between the poles of something long past, which has become almost unrecognizable, and that which it one day could be. True praxis, the epitome of acts which would satisfy the idea of freedom, requires indeed full theoretical consciousness. The decisionism which cancels out reason in the transition to the action delivers this over to the automatism of domination. The unreflective freedom, which it adjusts to, becomes the servant of total unfreedom. Hitler's realm, which united decisionism and social Darwinism, the affirmative extension of natural causality, taught this lesson. But praxis also requires something other, something not exhausted in consciousness, something corporeal, mediated into reason and qualitatively divergent from it. Both moments are by no means experienced separately, yet the philosophical analysis has clipped the phenomenon in such a manner that it cannot otherwise be expressed in the language of philosophy, than as if something other were being added to rationality. By allowing only reason to be a movens Latin, what moves of praxis, Kant remained in the bane of that fated Theoretics, against which he invented the primacy of practical reason as complementary. His entire moral philosophy labors under this. What is different in the action from the pure consciousness, which to Kant compels the former, that which abruptly springs out, is the spontaneity, which Kant likewise transplanted into the pure consciousness, because otherwise the constitutive function of the I think would have been endangered. The memory of what has been expelled lives on in him only in the double interpretation of the intramentally interpreted spontaneity. It is on the one hand an achievement of the consciousness, thinking, on the other hand, unconscious and involuntary, the heartbeat of the residential cogitans Latin, thinking substance beyond this latter. Pure consciousness, logic, is itself something which has become and something valid, in which its genesis perished. It has this latter in the moment glossed over by the Kantian doctrine, of the negation of the will, which according to Kant would be pure consciousness. Logic is a praxis sealed off from itself. Contemplative conduct, the subjective correlate of logic, is the conduct which wants nothing. Conversely, every act of will breaks through the autarkic mechanism of logic. This jolts theory and praxis into opposition. Kant turns the matter at hand upside down. However more sublimated the supplementary may constantly become with increasing consciousness, indeed however the concept of the will may form thereby as something substantial and uniform, if the motor reaction form were totally liquidated, if the hand no longer twitched, then there would be no will. What the great rationalistic philosophers conceived under this latter, already repudiates it, without giving an account of it, and the Schopenhauer of the fourth book was not wrong in feeling himself to be a Kantian. That without the will there is no consciousness, was blurred by the idealists into point-blank identity, as if the will were nothing other than consciousness. In the most profound concept of transcendental epistemology, that of the productive power of imagination, the trace of the will migrates into the pure intellective function. Once this has occurred, then spontaneity is curiously glossed over in the will. It is not merely reason which has genetically developed itself out of drive energy as its differentiation, without that willing, which manifests itself in the caprice of every such act of thinking and alone furnishes the ground for its distinction from the passive, receptive moment of the subject, there would be no thinking in the proper sense. Idealism however swore an oath to the opposite and may not permit this to speak, at the price of its annihilation. This explains the inversion of as well as its proximity to the true matter at hand. Fiction of Positive Freedom 230-231. Freedom is solely to be grasped in determinate negation, in accordance with the concrete form of unfreedom. Positively it becomes an as if. Literally so in the foundation for a metaphysic of morals, I say now, every such being, which cannot act otherwise than under the idea of freedom, is precisely thereby really free in the practical consideration, i.e. that all laws, which are inseparably bound to freedom, are applicable as much to the self-same being, as if its will also in itself and in theoretical philosophy were validly declared free. 15. What is aporetic in this fiction, which perhaps precisely because of its weakness lends so much subjective stress to the I say now, is illuminated by a footnote, in which Kant apologizes. Freedom is sufficiently presumed by our intent only in that the actions of rational beings are founded merely in the idea, so that I may not be obliged to prove freedom also in its theoretical intent. 16. He has however the being in view, which cannot act otherwise than under that idea, therefore real human beings, and these, following the critique of pure reason, are meant by that theoretical intent which records causality in its table of categories. To ascribe freedom to empirical human beings, as if their will could also be demonstrated as free in theoretical philosophy, in that of nature, requires an immense effort on Kant's part, for if the moral law were simply incommensurable with them, then moral philosophy would be meaningless. It would be only too happy to shake off the fact that the third antinomy punished both possible answers in equal measure as border violations, ending in a deadlock. While in the practical philosophy Kant rigorously proclaims the chorismos of the existent and that which ought to be, he is nevertheless driven to mediations. His idea of freedom becomes paradoxical, incorporated into the causality of the world of appearance, which is incompatible with its Kantian concept. With the magnificent innocence, which raises even Kant's errors far above all craftiness, he expresses this in the sentence on the beings, who could not act otherwise than under the idea of freedom, whose subjective consciousness would be chained to this idea. Their freedom has as its basis their unfreedom, on not being able to do otherwise, and at the same time on an empirical consciousness, which could deceive itself about its freedom just as much as about countless other details of its own psychological life. Out of amour-propre French, narcissism, the being of freedom would be delivered over to the contingency of spatio-temporal existence. If freedom is posited as positive, as something given or unavoidable in the midst of what is given, then it immediately turns into unfreedom. But the paradox of Kant's doctrine of freedom corresponds strictly to its location in reality. The social emphasis on freedom as something existent coalesces with undiminished oppression, psychologically with compulsive traits. They are what the Kantian moral philosophy, antagonistic in itself, has in common with the criminological praxis in which the dogmatic doctrine of the free will is coupled with the necessity of harsh punishment, regardless of empirical conditions. All of the concepts in Kant's critique of practical reason which, in honor of freedom, are supposed to fill in the cleft between the imperative and human beings, are repressive, law, constraint, respect, duty. Causality out of freedom corrupts the latter into obedience. Kant, like the idealists after him, cannot bear freedom without compulsion. Its undistort conception already provokes in him that fear of anarchy, which later recommended the liquidation of its own freedom to the bourgeois consciousness. This can be recognized in formulations taken at random from the Critique of Practical Reason, almost more by the tone than by the content, the consciousness of a free submission of the will to the law, as nevertheless bound up with an unavoidable compulsion, which is exerted on all inclinations, but only through its own reason, is thus the respect for the law. 17. The fearsome majesty of what Kant prioritized is what the analysts trace back to psychological conditions. In that deterministic science causally explains, what debased freedom to the non-deducible compulsion in idealism, it really contributes to freedom, a piece of its dialectic. Unfreedom of Thought 231-234. Fully developed German idealism chimes with one of the songs collected in the same period by the Boys' Magic Horn, Thoughts Are Free. Since according to its doctrine everything which is supposed to be thought, that of the absolute, everything, which is supposed to be free. But this wishes only to assuage the consciousness that thoughts are by no means free. Even before all social controls, before all adjustment to relations of domination, their pure form, that of logical stringency, would be proof of unfreedom, of compulsion, in relation to what is thought as much as in relation to those who think, who exact it from themselves through concentration. What does not fit into the consummation of the judgment is choked off. Thinking practices in advance that violence which philosophy reflected in the concept of necessity. Through identification, philosophy and society mediate each other into the former's innermost core. The nowadays universal regimentation of scientific thought externalizes this old relationship in modes of conduct and organizational forms. Without the moment of compulsion, however, thinking could not be at all. The contradiction of freedom and thinking is so little to be removed by thinking as it is to be removed for thinking, but demands instead its self-reflection. Speculative philosophers from Leibniz to Schopenhauer were right to concentrate their efforts on causality. It is the crux of rationalism in that wider sense, which includes Schopenhauer's metaphysics, insofar as it knew itself to be on Kantian grounds. The nomothetism of the pure thought forms, the causa cognoscendi Latin, cause of cognition, is projected on the objects as causa efficiens Latin, efficient cause. Causality presupposes the formal logical principle, actually the non-contradictoriness, that of naked identity, as the rule of the material cognition of objects, even though historical development proceeded in the other direction. Thus the equivocation in the word ratio, reason and ground. Causality must atone for this. It cannot, in keeping with Hume's insight, appeal to any sensory immediate. To this extent, it is severed from idealism as a dogmatic remainder, while without causality the former could not exert the domination over the existent, which it strives for. Freed of the compulsion of identity, thinking would perhaps escape the causality, which that compulsion is modeled after. This last hypostatizes the form as committal for a content, which does not assume this form by itself. Metacritical reflection would have to absorb empiricism wholesale. In contrast to this, the entire philosophy of Kant stands under the sign of unity Einheit. This lends it, in spite of the heavy accentuation of the material, which does not stem from the pure form, the character of a system. He expected no less from such a one than his successors. The prevailing unity, however, is the concept of reason itself, finally the logical one of pure non-contradictoriness. The Kantian doctrine of praxis adds nothing to it. The distinction suggested terminologically between the pure theoretical and the pure practical ones, just as much as between the formal logical and the transcendental logical, and finally that of the doctrine of ideas in the narrow sense, are not differences inside of reason in itself, but are solely such in view of their usage, which either has nothing at all to do with objects, or simply refers to the possibility of objects, or, like practical reason, creates its objects, the free acts, out of itself. Hegel's doctrine, that logical and metaphysic would be the same, is inherent to Kant, without it yet becoming thematic. To the latter the objectivity of reason as such, the epitome of formal logical validity, becomes the place of refuge for the ontology which was fatally assailed by critique in all material realms. This not only establishes the unity of the three critiques, it is precisely as this moment of unity that reason achieves that double character, which later helped to motivate dialectics. To him reason is on the one hand, as distinct from thinking, the pure form of subjectivity, on the other hand, the summation of objective validity, the archetype of all objectivity. Its double character permits the turn taken by Kantian philosophy, as well as the German idealists, to teach the objectivity of the truth and of every content, which is nominalistically hollowed out by subjectivity, by virtue of the same subjectivity, which destroyed it. In reason, both would be already as one, wherein indeed whatever is meant by objectivity, which opposes the subject, perishes through the abstraction in this latter, however much this dismayed Kant. The structural double-jointedness of the concept of reason is shared however by that of the will. While in the name of spontaneity, of that which is at no price to be concretized in the subject, it is supposed to be nothing other than a subject, it becomes, solidified and identical like reason, concretized into a hypothetical, yet factical capacity in the midst of the factical empirical world, and thus commensurable with this latter. It is only due to its a priori ontic nature, which is something available like a characteristic, that the judgment can be made, without absurdity, that it would create its objects, the actions. It belongs to the world, in which it has its effect. That this can be confirmed to it, is the fee for the installation of the pure reason as an indifferent concept. The will, from which all impulses which refuse their concretization are banished as heteronymous, has to pay for this. Formalism 234-236. The system-immanent objection raised against Kant, that the subdivision of reason according to its objects would make it dependent, against the doctrine of autonomy, on what it is not supposed to be, on the extra-rational, ought not to weigh too heavily. What breaks through in that discrepancy, despite his intent, is what Kant chews away, the innervat referentiality of reason to what is non-identical to it. Only Kant does not go that far. The doctrine of the unity of reason in all of its presumed districts of application presupposes a firm separation between reason and its what-about. Because however it necessarily refers to such a what-about, in order to be any sort of reason, it is also determined, against his theory, in itself by this. The constitution of objects enters for example into judgments about what is to be practically done qualitatively differently than in the Kantian theoretical founding propositions. Reason distinguishes itself according to its objects, it may not be superficially stamped, with varying degrees of validity, as always the same in various object realms. This also informs the doctrine of the will. It is not chorus Greek, separately from its material, society. If it were, then the categorical imperative would violate itself, as nothing other than its material. Other human beings would be used by the autonomous subject only as means, not as ends. That is the absurdity of the monadological construction of morality. Moral conduct, evidently more concrete than the merely theoretical kind, becomes more formal than this latter as a consequence of the doctrine, that practical reason would be independent from everything which is alien to it, from every object. To be sure, the formalism of Kantian ethics is not merely damnable, as reactionary German scholastic philosophy since Skeeler has branded it. While it provides no readily positive casuistic of what is to be done, it humanely prevents the misuse of qualitative substantive differences for the benefit of privilege and ideology. It stipulates the general juridical norm, to this extent something of substance lives on in it spite of and because of its abstraction, the idea of equality. The German critique, to which Kantian formalism was too rationalistic, has made its bloody colors known in fascist praxis, which made who was to be killed dependent on blind appearance shine, on membership or non-membership in a designated race. The illusory character of such conceity, that in the complete abstraction human beings are subsumed under arbitrary concepts and are treated accordingly, does not wipe away the stigma which has soiled the word concrete ever since. Therein however the critique of abstract morality is not abrogated. It suffices so little, in view of the continuing irreconcilability of the particular and universal, as the allegedly material value ethics of short-term eternal norms. Raised to a principle, the appeal to one so much as the other does an injustice to the opposite. The depracticalization of Kant's practical reason, that is to say its rationalism, and its de-objectification are coupled, only as de-objectified does it become that which is absolutely sovereign, which is supposed to be able to have its effect in empiricism regardless of this latter, and regardless of the leap between the acting and the doing. The doctrine of pure practical reason prepares the retranslation of spontaneity into contemplation, which really occurred in the later history of the bourgeoisie and which culminated in political apathy, something utterly political. Its consummated subjectification produces the appearance shine of the objectivity of practical reason, as existent in itself. It is no longer clear how it is supposed to reach, beyond the ontological abyss, into any sort of existent. This is also the root of what is irrational in the Kantian moral law, for which he chose the expression, the given fact Gegenheit, which denies all rational transparency. It commands the course of reflection to halt. Because freedom to him amounts to the invariant self-sameness of reason even in the practical realm, it forfeits what the linguistic usage distinguishes between reason and the will. By virtue of its total rationality the will becomes irrational. The critique of practical reason moves in the context of delusion. It has the spirit serve as surrogate of the action, which is not supposed to be anything other than the sheer spirit there. This sabotages freedom, its Kantian bearer, reason, coincides with the pure law. Freedom would require what is heteronymous to Kant. Freedom would be so little, without something accidental according to the criterion of pure reason, as without the rational judgment. The absolute separation between freedom and accident Zufall, chance, contingency is as arbitrary as the absolute one between freedom and rationality. According to an undialectical standard of lawfulness, it always appears to freedom as something contingent. It demands reflection, which rises above the particular categories of law and accident. The will as thing 236 to 237. The modern concept of reason was one of indifference. In it, the subjective thinking reduced to the pure form, and thereby potentially objectivated, detached from the ego, is balanced out with the validity of logical forms, removed from their constitution, which nevertheless could not in turn be conceived without subjective thinking. In Kant the expressions of the will, the actions, participate in such objectivity, they are thus called objects. 3. Their objectivity, copied from the model of reason, pays no attention to the differentia specifica of action and object. The will, the master concept or moment of unity of the acts, is analogously concretized. What it thereby experiences theoretically, does not meanwhile in all flagrant contradiction completely lack truth content. In view of the individual impulse the will is in fact independent, quasi-thingly, to the extent that the principle of unity of the ego achieves a degree of independence in relation to its phenomena as what is its. One can talk of an independent and to this extent even objective will so much as of a strong ego or, in archaic terminology, of character, even outside of Kant's construction. It is that middle ground between nature and the mundus intelligibilis, which Benjamin contrasted to fate. 18 The concretization of individual impulses in the will which synthesizes and determines them, is their sublimation, the successful, displaced redirection, involved as duration, of the primary drive goal. It is faithfully circumscribed in Kant by the rationality of the will. Through it the will becomes something other than its material, the diffuse excitations. To emphasize the will of a human being, means the moment of unity of their actions, and that is their subordination under reason. In the Italian title of Don Giovanni the libertine is named Il Dissoluto, the dissolute one. Language opts for morality as the unity of the person according to the abstract rational law. Kant's doctrine of ethics ascribes to the totality of the subject the predominance over the moments, in which they alone have their life and which yet outside of such totality would not be the will. The discovery was progressive, it prevented casuistic judgments from being made any longer over the particular impulses, it also inwardly prepared the end of the righteousness over texts. This contributed to freedom. The subject becomes moral for itself, cannot be weighed according to internal and external particulars, which are alien to it. By establishing the rational unity of the will as the sole moral authority, it is sheltered from the violence done to it by a hierarchical society, which, as even in Dante, judges its acts, without their law being accepted by its own consciousness. The individual actions become venial, no isolated one is absolutely good or evil, their criterion is goodwill, their principle of unity. The internalization of society as a whole steps into the place of the reflexes of a feudal order, whose apparatus, the tighter it becomes, fragments the generality of human beings all the more. The relegation of morality to the sober unity of reason was Kant's bourgeois sublime, despite the false consciousness in the concretization of the will. Objectivity of the Antinomy 238-239. The assertion of freedom as much as unfreedom terminates according to Kant in contradictions. That is why the controversy is supposed to be fruitless. Under the hypostasis of scientific methodical criteria it is expounded as self-evident, that theorems, which cannot be safeguarded from the possibility of their contradictory opposite, are to be discarded by rational thinking. Since Hegel this is no longer tenable. Rather than blaming the procedure in advance, the contradiction may be one in the thing itself. The urgency of the interest in freedom suggests such objective contradictoriness. In that Kant demonstrated the necessity of the antinomies, he also disdained the excuse of the false problem, over hastily bowing however to the logic of contradictoriness, for the transcendental dialectic does not entirely lack the consciousness of this. To be sure, the Kantian dialectic is expounded according to the Aristotelian model as one of trick statements Fangskluisen. But each time it develops thesis-like antithesis non-contradictorily in itself. To that extent it by no means comfortably disposes of the antithesis, but wishes to demonstrate its inevitability. It would be dissolved only through a reflection on a higher level, as the hypostasis of logical reason in relation to that which, whose being in itself it knows nothing of, and over which it is therefore not entitled to positively judge. That the contradiction would be inescapable to reason, indicates it as something beyond that and its logic. In terms of content, this allows for the possibility that the bearer of reason, the subject, would be both free and unfree. Kant settles the contradiction with the means of undialectical logic, by the distinction between the pure and empirical subject, which ignores the mediatedness of both concepts. The subject is supposed to be unfree to the extent that it, too, is its own object, submitting to the lawful synthesis through categories. In order to be able to act in the empirical world, the subject cannot in fact be conceived as other than the phenomenon. Kant by no means always denies this. The speculative critique teaches the work on practical reason in unison with that on the pure one, that the objects of experience as such and among these our own subject are valid only as appearance. 19 The synthesis, the mediation, cannot be subtracted from anything which can be positively judged. The moment of unity of thought, it grasps everything thought under itself and determines it as necessary. This would catch up even to the talk of the strong ego as firm identity, as the condition of freedom. It would have no power over the chorismos. The concretization of character would in Kantian terms be localizable only in the realm of the constitutum Latin, what is constituted, not in that of the constituens Latin, what constitutes. Otherwise Kant would commit the same paralogism, for which he convicts the rationalists. The subject would however be free, in that it posits, constitutes in the Kantian sense, its own identity, the ground of its lawfulness. That the constituens is supposed to be the transcendental subject, the constitutum the empirical one, does not remove the contradiction, for there is no transcendental one which is not individuated in the unity of consciousness, hence as a moment of the empirical one. It requires what is irreducibly non-identical, which simultaneously delimits lawfulness. Without it, identity would be so little as an immanent law of subjectivity. Only for the non-identical is it one, otherwise, a tautology. The identifying principle of the subject is itself the internalized one of society. That is why in the realm of socially existent subjects unfreedom is preponderant over freedom to this day. Inside of the reality, which is modeled after the identity principle, no freedom is positively available. Where, under the universal bane, human beings seem to be relieved of the identity principle and thereby of comprehensible determinants, they are for the time being not more than but less than determined. As schizophrenia, subjective freedom is something destructive, which only incorporates human beings under the bane of nature that much more. Dialectical determination of the will 240 to 241. The will without the bodily impulse, which lives on weakly in the imagination, would be none at all. At the same time, however, it arranges itself as a centralizing unity of the impulses, as the authority which restrains and potentially negates them. This necessitates its dialectical determination. It is the power of consciousness, by which it leaves its own magic circle and thereby transforms what merely is. Its recoil is resistance. No doubt the memory of this always accompanied the transcendental rational doctrine of morals, as in the Kantian avowal of the given fact Gegebenheit of the moral law independent of philosophical consciousness. His thesis is heteronymous and authoritarian, but has its moment of truth in that it limits the pure rational character of the moral law. If one took the one reason strictly, it could be no other than the unabbreviated, philosophical one. The motif culminates in the Fichtean formulation of the self-evidence of what is moral. As the bad conscience of the rationality of the will, however, its irrationality becomes crumpled up and false. If it is once supposed as self-evident, exempt from rational reflection, then what is self-evident affords shelter to the unexamined residue and to repression. Self-evidence is the hallmark of what is civilized. Good is what is one, immutable, identical. What does not fit into this, the whole legacy of the pre-logical natural moment, turns immediately into evil, as abstract as the principle of its opposite. Bourgeois evil is the post-existence of that which is older, subjugated, not entirely subjugated. It is, however, not unconditionally evil, any more than its violent counterpart. Solely the consciousness, which reflects the moments as far and as consistently as they are accessible to it, can render judgments each time over this. Actually, there is no other authority for correct praxis and for the good itself than the most advanced state of theory. An idea of the good, which is supposed to direct the will, without it being completely absorbed into the concrete rational determinations, unwittingly obeys the reified consciousness and what is socially approved. The will which is torn from reason and declared its own purpose, whose triumph the National Socialists Nazis themselves documented at each one of their party meetings, stands like all ideals which protest against reason ready for any atrocity. The self-evidence of good will grows obdurate in the mirage, the historical sediment of power, which the will should resist. In contrast to its Pharisaism, the irrational moment of the will principally condemns everything moral to fallibility. Moral certainty does not exist. To posit it would already be immoral, the false exoneration of what is individuated from anything which might be called morality. The more pitilessly society gathers itself up objectively antagonistically into every situation, the less is any sort of moral individual decision accorded the right to be the correct one. Whatever the individual or the group undertakes against the totality, which they form a part of, is infected by that evil, and no less are those who do nothing at all. That is what original sin has been secularized into. The individual subject, which imagines itself to be morally certain, fails and becomes culpable, because harnessed to the social order, is hardly able to do anything about the conditions, which appeal to moral ingenium Latin, natural ability, talent, crying out for its transformation. For such a decay, not of morality, but of what is moral, the canny Neo-German after the war hatched the name of the Overdemand Überverdienung, for its part once more an apologetic instrument. All thinkable determinations of what is moral, down to the most formal of all, the unity of the self-consciousness as reason, are squeezed out of that matter, with which moral philosophy did not wish to soil its hands. Today morality has once again been granted the hated heteronomy it loathes, and tendentially sublates itself. Without recourse to the material no aught solent could issue from reason, however once it is forced to recognize its material in abstracto Latin, in the abstract as the condition of its possibility, then it may not cut off the self-reflection on the specific material, otherwise it would thereby become heteronymous. In hindsight the positivity of what is moral, the infallibility which the idealists attested to it, reveals itself as the function of a still somewhat closed society, or at least of its appearance shine to the consciousness delimited by it. This is what Benjamin may have meant by the conditions and boundaries of humanity. The primacy taught by the doctrines of Kant and Fichte of practical reason over theory, actually of reason over reason, is valid only for traditionalistic phases, whose horizon does not even tolerate the doubt, which the idealists imagined they were dissolving. Contemplation 242-243. Marx received the thesis of the primacy of practical reason from Kant and German idealism and sharpened it into the demand to transform the world instead of merely interpreting it. He thereby underwrote the program of absolute control of nature, something bourgeois. The real model of the identity principle breaks through, which dialectical materialism disputes as such, the effort, by which the subject makes what is dissimilar to its similar. However, while turning that which is immanently real to the concept inside out, Marx is preparing a recoil. The telos of the long overdue praxis, according to him, was the abolition of its primacy in the form which dominated bourgeois society through and through. Contemplation would be possible without inhumanity, just as soon as the productive forces were unfettered to the point that human beings were no longer devoured by a praxis, which scarcity extorts from them and which then automatizes itself in them. What is bad in contemplation to this day, which contents itself to the side of praxis, as Aristoteles was the first to develop it for the summum bonum Latin, highest good, was that it became a piece of narrow-minded praxis precisely due to its indifference towards the transformation of the world, that it became a method and instrumentalized. The possible reduction of labor to a minimum ought to radically influence the concept of praxis. Whatever insights would befall a humanity emancipated through praxis, would be divergent from a praxis, which ideologically exalts itself and in one fashion or another keeps subjects running on a treadmill. A reflection of this falls on contemplation today. Against the current objection, extrapolated from the theses on Feuerbach, that the happiness of the spirit would be impermissible amidst the increasing unhappiness of the exploding population of the poor countries, after the catastrophes of the past and those which threaten in the future, is not merely that it makes for the most part impotence into a virtue. Certainly there is no longer any justification for enjoying that of the spirit, because a happiness forced to see through its own nullity, the borrowed time, which is given to it, would be none at all. Subjectively, too, it is undermined, even where it still bestirs itself. There is much to speak for the fact that cognition, whose possible relation to a transforming praxis is at least momentarily crippled, would not in itself be any sort of blessing. Praxis is put off and cannot wait, theory, too, ails from this. Those however who can do nothing, which does not at some point threaten to turn out for the worse even though it wishes for what is better, are constrained to thinking, that is their justification and that of the happiness of the spirit. Its horizon need by no means be that of a transparent relation to a possible later praxis. The delayed thinking of praxis always has something inappropriate about it, even when it puts it off out of naked compulsion. However, things go all too easily awry, for those who spoon-feed their thinking by the cui bono Latin, who benefits. What will one be incumbent upon and bestowed by a better praxis, thinking can so little foresee here and now, in keeping with the warning of utopianism, then praxis, according to its own concept, could ever exhaust itself in cognition. Without the practical visa stamp, thinking should push against the facade, moving as far as it can possibly move itself. A reality which seals itself off against traditional theory, even against the best hitherto, demands this for the sake of the bane which shrouds it. It gazes at the subject with eyes so alien, that the latter, mindful of its failure, may not spare itself the effort of the reply. The desperate state of affairs, that the praxis on which everything depends is thwarted, paradoxically affords thinking the breathing space which it would practically be criminal not to use. Ironically, thinking benefits from the fact that one may not absolutize its own concept. It remains, as conduct, a piece of praxis, however much this would be hidden from itself. But whoever contrasts literal, sensory happiness as something better than the impermissible one of the spirit, fails to recognize that at the conclusion of historical sublimation, the split-off sensory happiness takes on the aspect of something regressive, similar to the way adults find the relationship of children to food off-putting. To not be similar to the latter in this respect, is a piece of freedom. Structure of the third antinomy 243 to 244. According to the results of the transcendental analytic, the third antinomy would be cut off in advance, who called upon you, to think up a purely and simply first condition of the world, and with this an absolute beginning of the gradual sequence of appearances, and thereby providing a resting point for your imagination, by setting borders on boundless nature. 20. Meanwhile Kant was not content with the summary observation, that the antinomy would be an avoidable mistake of the use of reason, and carried it out, like the others. The Kantian transcendental idealism contains the anti-idealistic ban on positing absolute identity. Epistemology is not supposed to behave as if the unforeseeable, infinite content of the experience could be garnered out of positive determinations of reason. Whoever violates this, would end up in a contradiction unbearable to common sense in English. This is plausible, but Kant bores further. The reason which proceeds, as he upbraids it for doing, must, according to its own meaning, and for the sake of its inexorable cognitive ideal, keep right on going where it shouldn't, as if under a natural and irresistible temptation. It is whispered to reason, that the totality of the existent would nonetheless converge in it. On the other hand, what is authentic in the system alien necessity, as it were, in the infinite continuation of the reason which searches for conditions, is the idea of the absolute, without which the truth could not be thought, in contrast to the cognition as a mere adequatio reiat cogitationis Latin, making the thing equal with what is thought. That the continuation, and thereby the antinomy, would be inalienable from the same reason, which nevertheless, as the critical one, must suppress these sorts of excesses in the transcendental analytic, documents with unintentional self-critique the contradiction of the critical approach to its own reason as of the organ of emphatic truth. Kant insists on the necessity of the contradiction and at the same time stops up the whole, by spiriting away that necessity, which presumably originated from the nature of reason, to its greater honor, explaining it as solely a false, but correctable, usage of concepts. The explanation of freedom, as the causality through freedom mentioned in the thesis of the third antinomy, is referred to as necessary. 21. Its own practical doctrine of freedom, as unequivocally as its intention manifests, can accordingly not simply be acausal or anti-causal. He modifies or expands the concept of causality, as long as he does not explicitly distinguish it from that employed in the antithesis. His theorem is fissured by what is contradictory even before all paradoxicality of the infinite. As a theory of the validity of scientific cognition, the critique of pure reason cannot deal with its themes otherwise than under the concept of the law, not even those which are supposed to be beyond lawfulness. On the Kantian concept of causality 245 to 246. The most famous, utterly formal Kantian definition of causality holds, that everything which happens, would presuppose a previous condition, upon which it inexorably follows in keeping with the Rule 22. Historically it was directed against the school of Leibniz, against the interpretation of the sequence of conditions out of inner necessity, as something being in itself. On the other hand, it distinguishes itself from Hume, without the rule-based nature Regelhaftigkeit of thought, which the latter delivers over to convention, to something accidental. Unanimous experience would not be possible. Hume would then and there have to speak causally, in order to make what he is rendering indifferent as convention plausible. In Kant, by contrast, causality becomes the function of subjective reason, and what is imagined thereunder becomes more and more watered down. It dissolves like a piece of mythology. It approximates the principle of rationality as such, of thinking according to rules. Judgments on causal contexts run out into tautology. Reason observes in them, what it affects anyway as the capacity of laws. That it prescribes laws of nature, or rather the law, says no more than the subsumption under the unity of reason. It transposes this unity, its own identity principle, onto the objects and shuffles it off on them as their cognition. Once causality is thoroughly disenchanted, as if by the taboo on the inner determination of objects, then it also corrodes itself in itself. Kant's rescue has the sole advantage over Hume's denial, that what the latter swept away is regarded by the former as inborn to reason, as the necessity of its constitution, as it were, though not as an anthropological contingency. Causality is not supposed to originate in the objects and their relationship, but instead solely in the subjective thought compulsion. That one condition could have something essential, something specific to do with the next, is dogmatic for Kant. However, nomothetisms of successions, in keeping with the Kantian conception, could be set up, which recall nothing of the causal relationship. The relationship of the objects to each other, which have gone through what is inwards, virtually becomes something superficial to the theorem of causality. What is ignored is the simplest of utterances, that something would be the cause of something else. The causality which rigorously seals itself off from the inside of objects, is no more than its own shell. The reductio ad hominem Latin, reduction to the person in the concept of law, reaches a borderline value, where the law no longer says anything about the object. The expansion of causality into the pure concept of reason negates it. Kantian causality is one without a causalatin, cause. By curing it from the naturalistic prejudice, it melts away in his hands. That the consciousness cannot indeed escape causality, as its inborn form, certainly answers to Hume's weak point. But when Kant says that the subject must think causally, he also follows in the analysis of what is constituted, according to the literal meaning of must, the causal proposition, to which he first ought to submit the constituta Latin, things constituted. If the constitution of causality through the pure reason, which for its part is nonetheless supposed to be freedom, is already subject to causality, then freedom is already compromised from the outset, that it has scarcely any other place than the complaisance of the consciousness towards the law. In the construction of the entire antithetics, freedom and causality intersect. Because the former in Kant is so much as to act out of reason, it is also lawful, even the free actions follow rules. What has resulted from this is the unbearable mortgage of post-Kantian philosophy, that there would be no freedom without the law, that it would consist solely in the identification with this. Through German idealism this was, with unforeseeable political consequences, inherited by Engels *5 the theoretical origin of the false reconciliation. Plea for Order 247 to 249. That claim to totality which is staked on behalf of causality, so long as it coincides with the principle of subjectivity, would become untenable along with the epistemological compulsory character. What in idealism can appear as freedom only paradoxically, would thus become substantively that moment, which transcends the bracketing of the course of the world with fate. If causality was sought as a determination, however subjectively mediated, of the things themselves, then what would open itself up in such a specification, in contrast to the indiscriminate one of pure subjectivity, is the perspective of freedom. It would be applicable to what is differentiated from compulsion. Compulsion would then no longer be praised as the factual action of the subject, its totality would no longer be affirmed. It would forfeit the a priori power, which was extrapolated from real compulsion. The more objective the causality, the greater the possibility of freedom. This is not the least reason why whoever wishes for freedom, must insist on necessity. By contrast, Kant demands freedom and prevents it. The foundation of the thesis of the third antinomy, that of the absolute spontaneity of the cause, the secularization of the freely deified act of creation, is Cartesian in style. It is supposed to be valid, so as to satisfy the method. The completion of the cognition establishes itself as the epistemological criterion. Without freedom, even in the course of nature, the sequence of appearances would never be complete on the side of the causes. 23. The totality of cognition, which is tacitly equated therein with the truth, would be the identity of subject and object. Kant restricts it as a critic of cognition and teaches it as a theoretician of the truth. A cognition which disposes over the sort of complete sequence which according to Kant can only be conceived under the hypostasis of an originary act of absolute freedom, which therefore permits nothing which is sensibly given to be outside, would be one which is not confronted with anything divergent from it. The critique of such identity would strike the positive ontological apotheosis of the subjective causal concept as well as the Kantian proof of the necessity of freedom, whose pure form has something contradictory about it anyway. That freedom must be, is the highest iuria Latin, injustice of the legislating autonomous subject. The content of its own freedom, identity, which has annexed everything non-identical, is as one with the must, with the law, with absolute domination. This kindles the Kantian pathos. He construes even freedom as a special case of causality. What matters to him are constant laws. His deprecating bourgeois aversion to anarchy is not less than his self-conscious bourgeois antipathy against disenfranchisement. Even here society reaches deep into his most formal deliberations. What is formal in itself, which on the one hand emancipates the individuals from the restrictive determinations of what has become so and not otherwise, on the other hand confronts the existent with nothing, is based on nothing but domination raised to a pure principle, is something bourgeois. In the origins of the Kantian metaphysic of morals lies hidden the later sociological dichotomy of Kant between the laws of progress and to those of the social order, including the partisanship for this latter. By means of its lawfulness it is supposed to restrain progress. The sentence from the Kantian proof of the antithesis has such an overtone: the freedom, independence, from the laws of nature is indeed an emancipation from compulsion, but also from the guidelines of all rules. 24. It is supposed to be torn down through unconditional causality, that is to say, the free act of production. Where Kant scientifically criticizes the latter in the antithesis, he scorns it, as elsewhere the stubborn fact, as blind. 25. That Kant hurriedly thinks of freedom as the law, betrays the fact that he takes it no more scrupulously than his class ever did. Even before they feared the industrial proletariat, they combined, for example in Smithian economics, praise of the emancipated individual with the apology for a social order, in which on the one hand the invisible hand in English takes care of the beggars as well as the king, while on the other hand even the free competitor was obliged to follow a code of feudal fair play in English. Kant's popularizer did not falsify his philosophical teacher, when he named the social order the blessed daughter of heaven, reference to Schiller's poem, The Bell, in the same poem, which hammers home, that when peoples arise, well-being does not thrive. Both wished to know nothing of the fact that the chaos which that generation discerned in the comparatively modest terrors of the French Revolution, they displayed less outrage over the cruelty of the Chans French, 18th-century counter-revolutionaries, was the monster of a repression, whose traces survive in those who rise up against it. Like all the other German geniuses who, as soon as Robespierre provided a pretext, fell over themselves in relief castigating the revolution which they at first had hailed, Kant praises nomothetism at the expense of lawlessness in the proof of the antithesis and even speaks of a mirage of freedom. 26. Laws are lent the glorifying epithet constant, which is supposed to raise them above the spectre of anarchy, without a glimmer of the suspicion, that exactly these would be the old ill of What is unfree? But what demonstrates the primacy of the concept of law in Kant, is that he calls upon it in the proof for the thesis as much as for the antithesis, as their alleged higher unity. Demonstrating the antithesis 249 to 252. The entire section on the antithetics of pure reason argues, as is well known, e contrario Latin, to the contrary, in the thesis, that the counter-thesis would be guilty of that transcendental usage of causality, which violates the doctrine of categories in advance, that the causal category in the antithesis would overstep the borders of the possibility of experience. What is overlooked therein in terms of content, is that a consistent scientivism guards itself from such a metaphysical usage of the causal category. In order to escape from the agnostic consequences of scientivism, which the doctrine of the theoretical reason unmistakably sympathizes with, Kant constructs an antithesis which does not at all correspond to the scientific position. Freedom is achieved by the destruction of a straw man made to order. What is proven is only that causality ought not to be seen as something positively given into infinity, a tautology, according to the tenor of the critique of pure reason, which the positivists would be the last to object to. By no means, however, not even in the context of the argumentation of the thesis, does it follow that the causal chain would break with the supposition of a freedom, which is presumed no less positively than the former. The paralogism is of indescribable import, because it allows it to positively reinterpret the non-licet Latin, not proven. Positive freedom is an aporetic concept, conceived, in order to conserve the being in itself of something intellectual in contrast to nominalism and scientificization. At a central moment in the critique of practical reason, Kant confessed what this was all about, namely the salvation of a residue, since this law however unavoidably concerns all causality of things, insofar as their existence is determinable in time, so would freedom, if this were the manner in which one had to conceive of the existence of these things, have to be rejected as a nugatory and impossible concept. Consequently, if one still wishes to rescue it, no other way is left than to attribute the existence of a thing, insofar as it is determinable in time, consequently also causality according to the laws of natural necessity, merely to the appearance, to attribute to freedom, however, the same essence as the things in themselves. 27. The construction of freedom confesses to being inspired by what elective affinities later called the salvational desire, while the former, relegated to the characteristic of the intratemporal subject, is revealed as nugatory and impossible. The aporetic essence of the construction, not the abstract possibility of the antithesis in the infinite, speaks against the positive doctrine of freedom. The critique of reason apodictically rejects all talk of a subject beyond space and time as an object of cognition. At first even the moral philosophy argues this, even of itself, and indeed according to the knowledge, which the human being has through inner sensation, it may not presume to cognize, how it would be in itself. 28. The foreword to the critique of practical reason repeats this, by citing that of the pure reason. 29. That the objects of experience, as Kant stipulates, would nevertheless be grounded as things in themselves. 30. Sounds crassly dogmatic after that. Aporetic meanwhile is by no means only the question of the possibility, of cognizing what the subject would be in and for itself. Every merely thinkable, in the Kantian sense noumenal, determination of the subject ends up this way, too. In order to share in freedom, this noumenal subject must, according to Kant's doctrine, be extratemporal, as a pure intelligence, which is not determinable in its existence according to time. 31. The salvational desire makes this noumenal into an existence, because nothing at all of this could be predicated otherwise, even though it is not supposed to be determinable according to time. Existence, however, as anything which is given, which has not faded into the pure idea, is according to its own concept intratemporal. In the critique of pure reason, in the deduction of the pure concept of understanding, as well as in the chapter on schematism 6, the unity of the subject becomes a pure temporal form. It integrates the facts of consciousness, as those of the same person. No synthesis without the intratemporal interrelation of the synthesized moments to each other, it would be the condition of even the most formal logical operations and of their validity. Accordingly, however, timelessness could not be ascribed to an absolute subject either, so long as something under the name of the subject is supposed to be thought. At most, rather, it would be absolute time. It is unfathomable, how freedom, the principal attribute of the temporal act and realized solely temporally, is supposed to be predicated by something radically non-temporal. Equally unfathomable, how something non-temporal of this sort could have an affect in the spatio-temporal world, without itself becoming temporal and straying into the Kantian realm of causality. The concept of the thing in itself steps in as a deus ex machina Latin, automatic God. Hidden and indeterminate, it marks a blind spot of thought, solely its indeterminacy permits it to be utilized as needed for the explanation. The only peep out of the thing in itself which Kant permits is that it affects the subject. Thereby, however, it would be sharply opposed to this, and only by an irredeemable speculation, nowhere performed by Kant, could it be thrown together with the moral subject as something which likewise exists in itself. Kant's critique of cognition prevents the summoning of freedom into existence. He helps himself by conjuring up a sphere of existence, which indeed would be exempt from that critique, but also from every judgment over what it would be. His attempt to concretize the doctrine of freedom, to ascribe freedom to living subjects, is caught in paradoxical assertions. One can thus concede that if it were possible for us to have a deep insight into the manner of thinking of a human being, as to how it shows itself through inner as well as outer actions, that every last mainspring thereof would be known to us, along with all the external causes which affect them. One could calculate the behavior of a human being in the future with certainty, just like the lunar or solar eclipse, and nevertheless maintain that the human being would be free. 32. That Kant, even in the critique of practical reason, cannot do without to many like mainspring, is relevant in terms of content. The attempt to make freedom comprehensible, insofar as a doctrine of freedom cannot afford to do without this, inescapably leads through the medium of its metaphors to conceptions from the empirical world. Mainspring is a causal mechanical concept. Even if the previous proposition were valid, however, then the one afterwards would be nonsense. It would serve solely to relate what is being metaphysically related to, which is empirically in total causality, through the mythical context of destiny, by burdening it in the name of freedom with the guilt, which would be nothing of the sort in the totally given determination. Through its culpability this would be reinforced into the innermost core of its subjectivity. Nothing is left to such a construction of freedom other than, under the sacrifice of the reason on which it is supposed to rest, to cow in authoritarian fashion those who attempt to think it in vain. Reason for its part, however, is nothing other to him than the legislating capacity. That is why he must conceive of freedom from the very beginning as a special kind of causality. 33. By positing it, he takes it back. Ontic and Ideal Moments 252 to 257. In fact, the aporetic construction of freedom is based not on the noumenal but on the phenomenal. There, that given fact of moral law can be observed, by which Kant believes, despite everything, freedom to be warranted as something existent. Meanwhile, the given fact, as the very word hints, is the opposite of freedom, naked compulsion, exerted in space and time. For Kant, freedom means so much as the pure practical reason, which produces its objects itself. This would have to do not with objects, to recognize them, but with their own capacity, to really make these, according to the cognition of the same. 34. The absolute autonomy of the will implied therein would be so much as absolute domination over inner nature. Kant continues, to be consistent, is the greatest obligation of a philosopher and yet is the most seldom met. 35. This not only passes off the formal logic of pure consistency as the highest moral authority, but at the same time the subordination of every impulse under the logical unity, its primacy over what is diffuse in nature, indeed over all diversity of the non-identical, that always appears inconsistent in the closed circle of logic. In spite of the resolution of the third antinomy, Kantian moral philosophy remains antinomic. It is capable, according to the entire conception, of conceiving of the concept of freedom solely as repression. The entirety of the concretizations of morality in Kant bear repressive features. Their abstractness is substantive, because they exclude from the subject what does not correspond to its pure concept. Thus the Kantian rigorism. The hedonistic principle is argued against, not because it is evil in itself, but because it would be heteronymous to the pure ego, the pleasure from the conception of the existence of a thing, insofar as it is supposed to be a grounds of determination of desire of this thing, is based on the sensitivity of the subject, because it depends on the existence of an object, it thus belongs the senses, feelings, and not to the understanding, which expresses a relation of a concept of an object. According to concepts, but not of a subject according to feelings. 36. But the honor with which Kant sanctifies freedom, by wishing to purify it from everything which impinges on it, simultaneously condemns the person to unfreedom in principle. It cannot experience such a freedom, tightened to an extreme pitch, otherwise than as the restriction of its own impulses. If Kant inclines nevertheless towards happiness in many passages, as in the magnificent second note of the second theorem from the foundations of practical reason, then his humanity breaks through the norm of consistency. It may have dawned on him, that without such clemency one could not live according to moral law. The pure principle of reason of personality ought to converge with that of the self-preservation of the person, with the totality of its interests, which includes happiness. Kant's position to this is as ambivalent as the bourgeois spirit as a whole, which would like to guarantee the pursuit of happiness in English to the individual individuum and would forbid it through the work ethic. Such sociological reflection is not introduced from the outside, in a classificatory manner, into the Kantian a priorism. The fact that too many of social content appear over and over again in the foundation and in the critique of practical reason, may be incompatible with the a prioristic intention. But without such a metabasis Kant would have to fall silent before the question concerning the compatibility of moral law with empirical human beings. He would have to capitulate to heteronomy, as soon as he confessed that autonomy was unrealizable. If in the service of systematic validity one wished to expropriate those socially content-based to many of their simple meaning and sublimate them to ideas, then one would ignore not only their wording. The true origin of moral categories is registered in them with greater power, than Kant's intention is able to handle. Thus the famed variant of the categorical imperative from the foundation, acts so, that you always use the humanity in your person, as much as in every other person, at the same time as an end, never merely as means. 37 Then humanity, the human potential in human beings, may have been meant only as a regulative idea. Humanity, the principle of human existence, by no means the sum of all human beings, is not yet realized. Nevertheless the addition of the factical content in the word is not to be shaken off. Every individual is to be respected as the representative of the socialized species humanity, no mere function of the exchange process. The decisive distinction urged by Kant between means and ends is social, that between subjects as commodities of labor power, out of which value is economically produced, and the human beings who even as such commodities remain subjects, for whose sake the entire operation, which forgets them and only incidentally satisfies them, is set into motion. Without this perspective the variant of the imperative would lose itself in a void. The never merely however is, as Horkheimer put it, one of those usages of a sublime sobriety, in which Kant, in order to not spoil the chance of the realization of utopia, accepts empiricism even in its most degraded form, that of exploitation, as the condition of what is better, insofar as he then develops it in the philosophy of history, under the concept of antagonism. This reads, the means, by which nature serves to bring the development of all its predispositions into existence, is the antagonism of the same in society, insofar as this latter in the end becomes nonetheless the cause of a lawful social order of the same. What I understand here under antagonism is the unsociable sociability of human beings, i.e. the tendency of the same to enter into society, which however is tied to a thoroughgoing resistance, which constantly threatens to separate this society. This predisposition evidently lies in human nature. Human beings have an inclination to be socialized, because they feel themselves to be more of a human being in such a condition, i.e. the development of their natural predispositions. They have however also a great tendency to particularize, isolate, themselves, because they find in themselves simultaneously the unsociable characteristic, the wish to arrange everything merely according to their mind, and hence expect resistance everywhere, just as they know themselves, that they for their part are inclined to resistance against others. Now this resistance is that which awakens all powers of humanity, bringing it thereby to overcome its tendency towards laziness and, driven by the desire for honor, for lordship, or for property, to establish a position amongst their fellows, which they most likely cannot stand, but cannot do without, either. 38. The principle of humanity as an end in itself. 39 is, despite all meditative ethics to the contrary, nothing merely innervat, but a promissory note on the realization of a concept of human beings, which has its place only as the social, albeit innervat, principle in every individual. Kant must have noticed the double meaning of the word humanity, as the idea of being human and of the epitome of all humanity. With dialectical profundity he introduced it into theory, even if only playfully. Consequently his usage of speech continues to oscillate between ontic and idea-related modes of parlance. Rational beings 40 are just as certainly living human subjects, as the general realm of ends in themselves 41, which are supposed to be identical with rational beings, transcends these in Kant. He would like neither to cede the idea of humanity to the existent society nor to dissolve such into a phantasm. The tension rises to the breaking point in his ambivalence towards happiness. On the one hand he defends such in the concept of being worthy of happiness, on the other hand he disparages it as heteronymous, especially where he finds universal happiness 42 to be of no use to the law of the will. How little Kant, in spite of the categorical character of the imperative, would dream of ontologizing this post haste, is confirmed by the passage, that, the concept of good and evil must be determined not before the moral law, on which it superficially seems it ought to be grounded, but only, as also happens here, after the self-same and through the self-same. 43 Good and evil are no mere existence in themselves of some intellectual moral hierarchy but are something posited by reason, that is. How deeply nominalism still reaches into Kantian rigorismus. However, by fastening the moral categories to self-preserving reason, they are no longer thoroughly incompatible with that happiness, against which Kant so harshly expounded them. The modifications of his stance towards happiness in the course of the critique of practical reason are no backpedaling concessions to the tradition of the ethics of goods, rather, preceding Hegel, the model of a movement of the concept. The moral universality passes, whether willed or no, over into society. This is formally documented by the first note to the fourth theorem of practical reason. Therefore the mere form of a law, which restricts the matter, must at the same time be a grounds, to add this matter to the will, but not to presuppose it. The material may be, for example, my own happiness. This, if I attribute it to everyone, as I may in fact do in finite beings, can thus only become an objective practical law, if I include that of others in the same. Thus the law to promote the happiness of others originates not from the presupposition, that this would be an object for everyone's caprice, but merely from the fact that the form of universality, which reason requires as a condition of giving a maxim of self-love the objective validity of a law, becomes the grounds of the determination of the will, and therefore the grounds of the determination of the pure will was not the object, the happiness of others, but solely the mere lawful form of it. By which I restricted my maxim grounded on my inclination, in order to obtain the universality of a law and to make it fit for the pure practical reason, solely out of whose restriction, and not from the addition of an external mainspring, could the concept of what is committal, to extend the maxims of self-love also to the happiness of others, originate. 44 The doctrine of the absolute independence of the moral law of the empirical being and indeed of the pleasure principle is suspended. By the incorporation of the thought of living creatures in the radical, general formulation of the imperative. Doctrine of freedom repressive 257 to 258. Adjacent to this, Kant's ethics, fragile in itself, retains its repressive aspect. It triumphs in unmitigated form in the need for punishment. 7. The following lines stem not from the late works but from the critique of practical reason. Likewise, if someone, who otherwise is an honest man, or is only placed in thought in the position of an honest man, confronts the moral law, in which he recognizes the unworthiness of a liar, his practical reason, in the judgment over that, which he is supposed to do, immediately departs from the advantage, unifying itself with what preserves the respect for his own person, truthfulness, and the advantage will now, after it has been separated from everything extraneous to reason, which is solely and totally on the side of duty, and cleansed, is weighed by everyone, in order to bring in all likelihood still other cases into connection with reason, only not where it could run counter to the moral law, which reason never departs from, but thereby unites its innermost core with it. 45. In the contempt for compassion. The pure practical reason accords with the grow hard of Nietzsche, its antipode, even the feeling of compassion and soft-hearted participation, if it precedes the consideration of what duty would be and becomes a grounds of determination, burdens the well-meaning person, bringing their considered maxims into confusion and causes them to wish to be rid of them and to submit solely to the legislating reason. 46. At times, the intermixed heteronomy of the inner composition of autonomy boils over into rage against the same reason, which is supposed to be the origin of freedom. Then Kant takes the side of the antithesis of the third antinomy, where however determination according to natural law ceases, there cease also all explanations, and nothing remains but the defense, that is the driving away of the objections of those, who pretend to have seen deeper into the essence of things and hence blithely declare freedom to be impossible. 47. Obscurantism entwines itself with the cult of reason as that which rules absolutely. The compulsion, which according to Kant proceeds from the categorical imperative, contradicts the freedom, which is supposed to be constituted in it as its highest determination. This is not the least of the reasons why the imperative, stripped of all empiricism, is presented as a factum. 48. Which needs no test by reason, in spite of the chorismos between facticity and the idea. The antinomics of the Kantian doctrine of freedom is sharpened to the point that the moral law counts as rational for it and as not rational, because it reduces itself to pure logical reason without content, not rational, because it would be accepted as a given fact, it would no longer be analyzed, every attempt to do so is anathema. This antinomics is not to be shuffled off onto the philosopher, the pure logic of consistency, compliant to self-preservation without self-reflection, is deluded in itself, irrational. The hideous Kantian expression of Raisonalisering Vernunfteln, reasoning, which still echoes in Hegel's Raisonnement raisonnieren, reasoning, which denounces reason without any valid grounds of distinction, and whose hypostasis is beyond all rational ends, is consistent despite its glaring contradiction. The ratio turns into irrational authority. Self-experience of freedom and unfreedom. 258 to 262. The contradiction dates back to the objective one between the experience of consciousness of itself and its relationship to the totality. The individuated feels free, insofar as it is opposed to society and may undertake something against it or other individuals, although incomparably less than it believes. Its freedom is primarily that of pursuing its own ends, which are not immediately exhausted in social ones. To this extent it coincides with the principle of individuation. Freedom of this type has escaped the natural rootedness of society, within an increasingly rational one it has achieved a degree of reality. At the same time it remains appearance-shine in the midst of bourgeois society, no less than individuality generally. The critique of the freedom of the will, like that of determinism, means critique of this appearance-shine. The law of value realizes itself over the heads of formally free individuals. They are unfree, according to Marx's insight, as its involuntary executors, and indeed all the more thoroughly, the more the social antagonisms grow, in which the conception of freedom first formed. The process by which what is individuated becomes autonomous, the function of the exchange society, terminates in its abolition through integration. What produced freedom, recoils into unfreedom. The individuated was free as the economically active bourgeois subject, to the extent that autonomy was promoted by the economic system, so that it would function. Its autonomy is thereby already potentially repudiated at its origin. The freedom of which it boasted was, as Hegel first discerned, also something negative, the mockery of the true one, the expression of the contingency of the social fate of each and every individual. The real necessity in freedom, which had to maintain itself and, as ultraliberal ideology praised it, prevailed by elbowing its way through, was the cover image deck build of the total social necessity, which compels the individual towards ruggedness in English and in italics in the original, so that it survives. Even concepts which are so abstract, that they appear to approximate invariance, prove themselves to be historical. Just so that of life. While it reproduces itself further under conditions of unfreedom, its concept presupposes, according to its own meaning, the possibility of what is not yet included, of the open experience, which has been so much more lessened, that the word life already sounds like empty consolation. The freedom of the bourgeois individuated is no less of a caricature, however, than the necessity of its action. It is not, as the concept of the law commands, transparent, but strikes every individual subject as an accident, the continuation of mythical fate. Life has retained this negativity, an aspect which furnished the title for a duet piano piece of Schubert, Storms of Life. In the anarchy of commodity production, the natural rootedness of society reveals itself, as it vibrates in the word life, as a biological category for something essentially social. If the process of production and reproduction of society were transparent to subjects and determined by them, then they would also no longer be passively buffeted to and fro by the ominous storms of life. What is called life would thereby disappear, including the fatal aura, with which the Jugend still surrounded the word in the industrial age, as the justification of a bad irrationality. At times the transience of that surrogate cast out its friendly shadow beforehand. Today the adultery literature of the 19th century is already rubbish, excepting its greatest products, which cite the historical images of that epoch. Just as no theater director would dare to play Hebel's Gyges before an audience which does not wish to dispense with their bikinis, the fear of what is materially anachronistic, the lack of aesthetic distance, has at the same time something barbaric about it. Something similar will transpire, once humanity worked it out, for nearly everything which counts today as life and merely deceives one over how little life there really is. Until then the prevailing lawfulness is contrary to the individual and its interests. Under the conditions of the bourgeois economy this is not to be shaken. The question concerning the freedom or unfreedom of the will, as something available, cannot be answered in it. It is for its part the molded cast of bourgeois society, the in truth historical category of the individual deceptively exempts that question from the social dynamic and treats every individual as an ur-phenomenon. Obediently freedom has innervat the ideology of individualistic society badly within itself. This bars every definitive answer to ideology. If the thesis of the freedom of the will burdens the dependent individuals with the social injustice, over which they can do nothing, and humiliates them unceasingly with desiderata, before which they must fail, then on the other hand the thesis of unfreedom metaphysically prolongs the primacy of the given, declares itself to be immutable and encourages individuals, insofar as they are not already prepared to do so, to cower, since indeed nothing else is left for them to do. Determinism acts as if dehumanization, the commodity character of labor power developed into a totality, were human essence pure and simple, incognizant of the fact that the commodity character finds its borders in labor power, which is not mere exchange value but also has use value. If the freedom of the will is merely denied, then human beings are reduced without reservations to the normal form of the commodity character of their labor in developed capitalism. No less topsy-turvy is a prioristic determinism as the doctrine of the freedom of the will, which in the middle of commodity society abstracts from this. The individuated itself forms a moment of it, the former is ascribed the pure spontaneity, which society expropriates. The subject needs only to pose the inescapable alternative of the freedom or unfreedom of the will, and it is already lost. Each drastic thesis is false. That of determinism and that of freedom coincide in their innermost core. Both proclaim identity. Through the reduction to pure spontaneity, the empirical subjects are subjected to the same law, which expands itself into the category of causality of determinism. Free human beings would perhaps also be emancipated from the will. Surely only in a free society would individuals be free. Along with external repression, the inner one would disappear, probably after a long interim period and under the permanent threat of regression. If the philosophical tradition, in the spirit of repression, confounded freedom and responsibility, then this latter would pass over into the fearless, active participation of every individual, in a whole, which would no longer institutionally harden the participation, in which however they would have real consequences. The antinomy between the determination of the individuated and the social responsibility which contradicts it is no false usage of concepts but real, the moral form of the irreconcilability of universal and particular. That even Hitler and his monsters, according to all psychological insight, are slaves of their earliest childhood, products of mutilation, and that nevertheless the few, which were able to be caught, ought not to be allowed to go free, if the atrocity is not to repeat itself into the indefinite future, which the unconscious of the masses thereby justifies, in that no ray of light fell from the heavens. This is not to be glossed over by jury-rigged constructions such as a utilitarian necessity, which quarrels with reason. What is individuated befalls humanity only when the entire sphere of individuation, including its moral aspect, is seen through as an epiphenomenon. At times the total society, out of the despair of its condition, represents the freedom, against individuals, which goes into protest in their unfreedom. On the other hand, in the epoch of universal social oppression the picture of freedom against society lives only in the torn apart, maimed traits of the individuated. Where this hides away each time in history, is not decreed for once and for all. Freedom becomes concrete in the changing forms of repression, in resistance against these. There was so much freedom of the will, as human beings wished to free themselves. However, freedom itself is so tangled up with unfreedom, that it is not merely inhibited by the latter, but has it as the condition of its own concept. This is no more to be separated out as an absolute than any other individual one. Without the unity and the compulsion of reason, nothing which is similar to freedom could ever have been thought, let alone come to be. This is documented in philosophy. No model of freedom is available, except as consciousness, as in the social total constitution, intervening through this in the complexion of what is individuated. That is why this is not thoroughly chimerical, because consciousness for its part is branched off drive energy, itself also impulse, is a moment, too, of what it intervenes in. If there were not that affinity, which Kant frantically denies, nor would there be the idea of freedom, for whose sake he wishes to hush up the affinity. On the Crisis of Causality 262 to 266. What is happening to the idea of freedom meanwhile appears also to be happening to its counterpart, the concept of causality, that in keeping with the universal trend towards the false sublation of the antagonisms, the universal liquidates the particular from above, through identification. This is not to be short-circuited by returning to the crisis of causality in natural sciences. It applies there expressly only in the micro-realm. On the other hand, the formulations of causality in Kant, at least those of the Critique of Pure Reason, are so large in English, that they presumably have room even for merely statistical nomothetisms. The natural sciences, which content themselves with operational definitions immanent to their mode of procedure, even with respect to causality, and philosophy, which cannot dispense with an accounting of causality, if it wishes to do more than merely abstractly repeat natural scientific methodology, are miserably broken from each other, and the need alone will not glue them back together. The crisis of causality is visible, however, even in what philosophical experience can still reach, in contemporary society. Kant accepted as the unquestionable method of reason, that every condition is traced back to its cause. The sciences, which philosophy for the most part moves further and further away from, the more enthusiastically it recommends itself as the former's spokesperson, may operate less with causal chains than causal networks. This is however more than an incidental concession to the empirical ambiguity of causal relations. Even Kant had to acknowledge that the consciousness of all causal sequences which intersect in every phenomenon, instead of being unequivocally determined by causality in temporal succession, is essential to the category itself. In his words, is a priori, no individual event is accepted from that multiplicity. The infinity of what is interwoven and which intersects in itself makes it impossible in principle, by no means merely practically, to form unequivocal causal chains, as the thesis and antithesis of the third antinomy stipulate in equal measure. Even tangible historical inquiries, which in Kant still remained in a finite course, involve, horizontally as it were, that positive infinity which applies in the Critique in the Antinomy chapter. Kant ignores this, as if he were transposing relationships clearly visible in small towns to all possible objects. No path leads from his model to full-fledged causal determinations. Because he treats the causal relationship solely as a principle, he thinks past what is interwoven in principle. This omission is conditioned by the relocation of causality into the transcendental subject. As the pure form of lawfulness, it shrinks to one-dimensionality. The inclusion of the ill-famed reciprocal effect in the table of categories is the retrospective attempt to answer for that lack, attesting also to the dawning crisis of causality. Its schemata replicated, as did not escape the Durkheim school, the simple generational relationship, so very much as its explanation requires causality. It takes on an aspect of something feudal, if not, as in Anaximander and Heraclitus, of an archaic juridical relationship of vengeance. Causality, the inheritor of the activating spirits in things, has been as delimited by the process of demythologization as much as reinforced by such in the name of the law. If causality is the actual unity in the polyvalence, which led Schopenhauer to favor it among the categories, then the bourgeois era was throughout as much causality as system. The more unequivocal the relationships were, the easier it was to speak of it in history. Hitler's Germany caused the Second World War more precisely than the Wilhelmine one did the First. But the tendency recoils on itself. Ultimately there is a level of system, the social keyword is, integration, in which the universal dependence of all moments on all other ones makes the talk of causality obsolete. The search for what inside a monolithic society is supposed to be the cause is in vain. The cause is only this latter itself. Causality has withdrawn as it were into the totality, in the midst of its system it becomes indistinguishable. The more its concept, under scientific mandate, dilutes itself to abstraction, the less the simultaneous threads of the universally socialized society, which are condensed to an extreme, permit one condition to be traced back with evidence to others. Each one hangs together horizontally as vertically with all others, tinctures all, is tinctured by all. The latest doctrine in which Enlightenment employed causality as a decisive political weapon, the Marxist one of superstructure and infrastructure, lags almost innocently behind a condition, in which the apparatuses of production, distribution, and domination, as well as economic and social relations and ideologies are inextricably interwoven, and in which living human beings have turned into bits of ideology. Where these latter are no longer added to the existent as something justifying or complementary, but pass over into the appearance shine, that what is, would be inescapable and thereby legitimate, the critique which operates with the unequivocal causal relation of superstructure and infrastructure aims wide of the mark. In the total society everything is equally close to the midpoint, it is as transparent, its apologetics as threadbare, as those who see through it, who die out. Critique could portray, in every administration building and every airport, to what extent the infrastructure has become its own superstructure. For this it needs on the one hand the physiognomics of the total condition and of the extended individual data, on the other hand the analysis of economic structural transformations, no longer the derivation of an ideology, which is not at all available as something independent or even with its own truth claim, out of its causal conditions. That the validity of causality decomposes correlative to the downfall of the possibility of freedom, is the symptom of the transformation of a society, rational in its means, into that openly irrational one, which latently, according to its ends, it was long ago. The philosophy of Leibniz and Kant, by means of the separation of the final cause from the phenomenally valid causality in the narrow sense, and the attempt at unifying both, felt something of that divergence, without getting to its root in the ends-means antinomy of bourgeois society. But the disappearance of causality today signals no realm of freedom. In the total reciprocal effect, the old dependence reproduces itself on an expanded level. Through its millionfold web it prevents the long overdue, palpably graspable rational penetration, which causal thinking wished to promote in the service of progress. Causality itself makes sense only in a horizon of freedom. It seemed to be protected from empiricism, because without its assumption the cognition organized into science did not seem possible. Idealism possessed no stronger argument. Kant's effort, however, to raise causality as a subjective thought necessity to a constitutive condition of objectivity, was no more binding than its empiricist denial. Even he had to distance himself from the assumption of an innervat context of phenomena, without which causality becomes an if-then relation, which glides away precisely from that emphatic lawfulness, a priority, which the doctrine of subjective categorical essence of causality wishes to conserve. Scientific development then fulfilled the potential of Kant's doctrine. Another makeshift substitute is the foundation of causality through its immediate self-experience in the motivation. Meanwhile, psychology has substantively demonstrated that self-experience not only can deceive, but must. Causality as Bain 266-267. If causality as a subjective thought principle is tainted with absurdity, if there is no cognition however completely without the former, then one would need to seek out a moment in it, which is itself not thinking. What is to be learned from causality, is what identity perpetrated upon the non-identical. The consciousness of causality is, as that of lawfulness, the consciousness of this, as the critique of cognition, also that of the subjective appearance shine in the identification. Reflective causality points to the idea of freedom as the possibility of non-identity. Objectively, causality would be, in a provocatively anti-Kantian sense, a relationship between things in themselves, insofar and only insofar as these are subordinated to the principle of identity. It is, objectively and subjectively, the bane of controlled nature. It has its fundamentum in Latin, fundamental basis in identity, which as an intellectual principle is only the reflection of the real control of nature. In the reflection on causality, which finds this everywhere in nature there, where the latter is dominated by the former, reason also becomes aware of its own natural rootedness, of the bane-casting principle. In such self-consciousness, progressive enlightenment separates itself from the regression into mythology, which it unreflectively subscribed to. It escapes the omnipotence of the schemata of its reduction, that is what human beings are, in that human beings recognize themselves, for what they are otherwise insatiably reduced to. Causality is nothing other however than the natural rootedness of humanity, which the latter perpetuates as domination over nature. If the subject once comes to know the moment of its equality with nature, then it would no longer turn nature into what resembles itself. That is the secret and inverted truth content of idealism. For the more thoroughly the subject, according to idealistic custom, makes nature the same as itself, the further it distances itself from all equality with it. Affinity is the razor's edge of dialectical enlightenment. It recoils into delusion, the non-conceptual execution from outside, as soon as it completely cuts through the affinity. No truth without the latter, this is what idealism caricatured in identity philosophy. Consciousness knows as much about its other as it is similar to the latter, not by cancelling itself out along with the similarity. Objectivity as the residue after the subtraction of the subject is a mere aping. It is the schemata, unconscious to itself, to which the subject reduces its other. The less it tolerates the affinity to things, the more ruthlessly it identifies. But even affinity is no positive ontological individual determination. If it turns into an intuition, into an immediate, empathically cognized truth, then it is ground up as an archaicism by the dialectic of the Enlightenment, as warmed over mythos, in accordance with the mythology which reproduces itself out of pure reason, with domination. Affinity is no remainder, which cognition would hold in its hands after the mandatory leveling Gleichschaltung of identification schemata of the categorical apparatus, but rather their determinate negation. Causality is reflected upon in such critique. In it thinking consummates the mimicry of the bane of things, which it cast around these, on the threshold of a sympathy, which would cause the bane to vanish. The subjectivity of causality has an elective affinity to objects, as the premonition of what the subject caused them to experience. Reason, ego, superego 267-271. The Kantian turn of moral law into the factum draws its suggestive power from the fact that he can cite such a given fact in the sphere of the empirical person. This is advantageous for the mediation, always problematic, between what is intelligible and what is empirical. The phenomenology of empirical consciousness, and indeed the psychology, runs into precisely that conscience which is the voice of moral law in the Kantian doctrine. The descriptions of its efficacy, for example that of constraint, are no mental phantoms. The traits of compulsion, which Kant carved into the doctrine of freedom, are to be read out of the real compulsion of the conscience. The empirical irresistibility of the psychologically existent conscience, of the superego, vouchsafes for the facticity of the moral law against its transcendental principle, which nonetheless ought to disqualify it as the foundation of autonomous morality for Kant as much as the heteronymous drive. That Kant tolerates no critique of the conscience, brings him into conflict with his own insight, that in the phenomenal world all motivations are those of the empirical, psychological ego. That is why he removed the genetic moment from moral philosophy and replaced it with the construction of the intelligible character, which indeed the subject would initially give to itself the temporal genetic and in spite of everything once again empirical claim of that initially, is however not to be redeemed. Whatever one knows of the genesis of the character, is incompatible with the assertion of such an act of moral regeneration. The ego, which is supposed to consummate it in Kant, is not anything immediate but itself something mediated, something originated, in psychoanalytic termini, branched off from diffuse libido energy. Not only is all specific content of the moral law constitutively related to factical existence but also its presumably pure, imperative form. It presupposes the innervation of repression as much as the prior development of the fixed, identical self-maintaining authority of the ego, which is absolutized by Kant as the necessary condition of morality. Every interpretation of Kant, which would complain about his formalism and which would undertake to demonstrate, with its help, the empirical relativity of the morality thus eliminated in the content, does not reach far enough. Even in its most extreme abstraction, the law is something which has come to be, the anguish of its abstraction, sediment content, domination reduced to its normal form, that of identity. Psychology has concretely caught up with what in Kant's time it did not yet know and which it therefore did not specifically need to concern itself with, the empirical genesis of what Kant glorified, unanalyzed, as timelessly intelligible. In its heroic period the Freudian school, in agreement on this point with the other, enlightening Kant, demanded the ruthless critique of the superego as something alien to the ego, something truly heteronymous. It saw through it as the blind and unconscious innervation of social compulsion. Sandor Ferenczi's building blocks of psychoanalysis states, with a caution which is best explained as fear of social consequences, that a real character analysis must remove, at least provisionally, every kind of superego, and thus even that of the analyst. Ultimately the patient must indeed become free of all emotional bonds, insofar as they go beyond reason and the former's own libidinous tendencies. Only this sort of demolition of the superego can lead at all to a radical healing. Successes, which consist merely of substituting one superego for another, must be characterized as merely transference successes. They certainly do not do justice to the end goal of therapy, which is to be rid of the transference. 2. 49 Reason, in Kant the ground of the conscience, is supposed to refute it by dissolving it. For the unreflective domination of reason, that of the ego over the id, is identical with the repressive principle, which psychoanalysis, whose critique was silenced by the reality principle of the ego, displaced into the latter's unconscious reign. The separation of ego and superego, which its topology insists upon, is dubious. Genetically both lead equally to the innervation of the father image. That is why the analytic theories of the superego waned so quickly, however boldly they were raised, otherwise they would have to infringe on the cherished ego. Ferenczi immediately qualifies his critique. His struggle is directed only against the part of the superego which has become unconscious and thus impervious to influence 50. But this does not suffice. The irresistibility of the compulsion of the conscience consists, as Kant observed, in such becoming unconscious, just like the archaic taboos. If a condition of universally rational topicality were conceivable, no superego would establish itself. Attempts, like that of Ferenczi and particularly psychoanalytic revisionism, which subscribe along with other healthy viewpoints also to that of the healthy superego, to divide it into an unconscious and a preconscious and therefore more harmless part, are in vain. The concretization and process of becoming independent, through which the conscience becomes an authority, is constitutively a forgetting and to this extent ego-alien. Ferenczi emphasizes in agreement that the normal human being continues to retain in their preconscious furthermore a sum of positive and negative models 51. If however a concept in the strict Kantian understanding is heteronymous, in psychoanalytical terms is one of a libidinous cathexis, it is that of the model, the correlate of that normal human being, who Ferenczi equally respects, who deliver themselves over actively and passively to every social repression and whose psychoanalysis uncritically draws, out of the disastrous faith in the division of labor, from the existing society. How closely psychoanalysis comes to that repression, as soon as the critique it inaugurated of the superego was braked out of social conformism, which to this day disfigures all doctrines of freedom, is shown most clearly by passages from Ferenczi like this: so long as the superego takes care in a moderate manner, that one feels oneself as a moral citizen and acts as such, it is a useful institution, which ought not to be disturbed. But pathological exaggerations of the formation of the superego, 52. The fear of exaggerations is the mark of the same ethical bourgeois nature, which may at no price renounce the superego along with its irrationalities. How the normal and the pathic superego would be subjectively distinguished, according to psychological criteria, is something which psychoanalysis, coming to its senses all too quickly, is just as silent about as the upstanding citizenry Spießberger are about the border between what they cherish as their natural national feeling and nationalism. The sole criterion of the distinction is the social effect, whose quaestiones iris Latin, legal question psychoanalysis declares to be outside its realm of competence. Reflections on the superego are, as Ferenczi says, though in contradiction to his words, truly metapsychological. The critique of the superego ought to become the critique of the society, which produced it. If it falls silent before this, then it accommodates the prevailing social norm. To recommend the superego for the sake of its social utility or inalienability, while it itself, as a mechanism of compulsion, does not confer that objective validity, which it claims in the context of effective psychological motivations, repeats and reinforces the irrationalities inside of psychology, which the latter made itself strong enough to remove. Potential of freedom 271 to 272. What however has been occurring in the most recent epoch, is the externalization of the superego into unconditional adjustment, not its sublation in a more rational whole. The ephemeral traces of freedom, the emissaries of possibility in empirical life, are becoming tendentially fewer, freedom into a borderline value. Not even as a complementary ideology is it entrusted to present itself. The functionaries, who meanwhile also administer ideology with a firm hand, evidently have little confidence in the attractive power of freedom as propaganda technicians. It is being forgotten. Unfreedom is consummated in its invisible totality, which tolerates nothing outside, out of which it could look and break through. The world as it is, is becoming the sole ideology, and human beings, its inventory. Even therein, however, dialectical justice reigns, it transpires over the individuated, the prototype and agent of a particularistic and unfree society. The freedom, for which it must hope, could not be merely its own, it would have to be that of the whole. The critique of the individuated leads beyond the category of freedom insofar as this is created in the image of what is unfreely individuated. The contradiction, that no freedom of will and thus no morality can be proclaimed for the sphere of the individuated, while without them not even the life of the species can be preserved, is not to be settled through the imposition of so-called values. Its heteronymous posited being, the Nietzschean New Commandments, would be the opposite of freedom. It need not, however, remain what it originated from and what it was. Rather, what matures in the innervation of social compulsion in the conscience, along with the resistance against the social authority, which critically measures this by its own principles, is a potential which would get rid of compulsion. The critique of the conscience envisions the salvation of such potential, only not in the psychological realm but in the objectivity of a reconciled life among the free. If Kantian morality ultimately converges, apparently against its rigorous claim to autonomy, with the ethics of goods, then what it maintains therein is the juridical truth of the break, which can be bridged by no conceptual synthesis, between the social ideal and the subjective one of self-preserving reason. The reproach, that subjective reason puts on airs as an absolute in the objectivity of moral law, would be subaltern. Kant expresses, fallibly and distortedly, what ought indeed to be demanded from society. Such objectivity is not to be translated into the subjective sphere, that of psychology and that of rationality, but will continue to exist for good and ill separated from it, until the particular and general interest really and truly concord. The conscience is the mark of shame of unfree society. The arcanum of his philosophy was necessarily hidden from Kant, that the subject, in order to be able to constitute objectivity or objectivate itself in the act, as he entrusted it, must always for its part be something objective. The transcendental subject, the pure reason which objectively interprets itself, is haunted by the preponderance of the object, without which, as a moment, even the Kantian objectivating achievements of the subject would not be. His concept of subjectivity has at the core apersonal features. Even the personality of the subject, what is immediate to this, what is nearest, most certain, is something mediated. No ego consciousness without society, just as no society is beyond its individuals. The postulates of practical reason, which transcend the subject, God, freedom, immortality, imply the critique of the categorical imperative, that of pure subjective reason. Without those postulates it could not even be thought, however much Kant avers to the contrary, there is nothing good without hope. Against Personalism 272-275. The nominalistic tendency entices thought, which may not renounce the protection of morality in view of the immediate violence breaking out everywhere, to anchor morality in the person like an indestructible good. Freedom, which would arise solely in the institution of a free society, is sought there, where the institution of the existing one denies it, in each individual, who needs it, but does not guarantee it, as they are. Reflection on society does not occur in ethical personalism any more than that on the person itself. Once this latter is torn completely from the universal, then it is not capable of constituting anything universal either, it is then drawn in secret from existing forms of domination. In the pre-fascist era, personalism and the twaddle about bonds were hardly averse to sharing the platform of irrationality. The person, as something absolute, negates the universality which is supposed to be read out of it, and yields its threadbare legal title to caprice. Its charisma is borrowed from the irresistibility of the universal, while it, losing faith in its legitimacy, withdraws into itself in the privation of thought. Its principle, the unshakable unity which makes out its selfness, defiantly repeats domination in the subject. The person is the historically tied knot, which is to be loosened out of freedom, not perpetuated, the old bane of the universal, ensconced in the particular. Anything moral which is deduced from it remains as accidental as immediate existence. Otherwise than in Kant's old-fashioned talk of personality, the person became a tautology for those, who indeed were left nothing more than the non-conceptual here and now of their existence. The transcendence which many neo-ontologists hope from the person, exalts solely their consciousness. This latter would however not be without that universal, which the recourse to the person would like to exclude as an ethical ground. That is why the concept of the person as well as its variants, for example the I-U relation, have taken on the oily tone of a theology lacking credibility. As little as the concept of a right human being can be presumed in advance, so little would it resemble the person, the sanctified duplicate of its own self-preservation. In the philosophy of history that concept presupposes the subject objectivated into the character on the one hand, as assuredly as its disassembly Zerfall on the other hand. The consummated ego weakness, the transition of the subjects into passive and atomistic, reflex-based behavior, is at the same time the judgment which the person deserved, in which the economic principle of appropriation has become anthropological. What could be thought in human beings as the intelligible character, is not the persona personhaft in them, but how they distinguish themselves from their existence. In the person this distinction necessarily appears as what is non-identical. Every human impulse contradicts the unity of what harbors it, every impulse for the better is not only, in Kantian terms, reason, but before this also stupidity. Human beings are human only where they do not act as persons and are not at all posited as such. What is diffuse in nature, in which they are not persons, resembles the delineation of an intelligible being, that self, which would be delivered from the ego. Contemporary art innervates something of this. The subject is the lie, because it denies its own objective determinations for the sake of the unconditionality of its own domination. The subject would be only what detached itself from such lies, what had thrown off, out of its own power, which it owes to identity, its shell. The ideological bad state of affairs of the person is imminently criticizable. What is substantial, which according to that ideology would lend the person their dignity, does not exist. Human beings are above all, and without exception, not yet themselves. Their possibility is justifiably to be thought under the concept of the self, and it stands polemically against the reality of the self. This is not the least reason that the talk of self-alienation is untenable. It has, in spite of its better Hegelian and Marxist 9 days, or for their sake, succumbed to apologetics, because it gives us to understand with a fatherly mien that human beings would have fallen from an existent in itself, which it always was, while they have never been such and thus have nothing to hope from recourse to its archaic, ancient, old except submission to authority, precisely what is alien to them. That this concept no longer figures in the Marxist Capital, is conditioned not only by the economic thematics of the work but makes philosophical sense. Negative dialectics does not halt before the conclusiveness of existence, the solidified selfness of the ego, any more than before its no less hardened antithesis, the role, which is used by contemporary subjective sociology as a universal nostrum, as the latest determination of socialization, analogous to the existence of selfness in many ontologists. The concept of roles sanctions the topsy-turvy bad depersonalization of today, the unfreedom which, in the place of the autonomy which was achieved with such toil and was subject to repeal, steps forwards merely for the sake of complete adjustment, is beneath freedom, not beyond it. The privation of the division of labor is hypostasized as a virtue. With it the ego ordains, what society has damned it to, once more to itself. The emancipated ego, no longer locked up in its identity, would no longer be damned to roles, either. What would be socially left behind of the division of labor, given radically reduced labor time, would lose the horror which forms individual beings through and through. The thingly hardness of the self and its readiness to be deployed and its availability for socially desired roles are accomplices. In what is moral, too, identity is not to be negated abstractly, but is to be valorized in resistance, if it is ever to cross over into its other. The contemporary state of affairs is destructive, the loss of identity for the sake of abstract identity, of naked self-preservation. Depersonalization and Existential Ontology 275 to 277. The double-jointedness of the ego has found its expression in existential ontology. The recourse to existence just as the draft of authenticity against the man transfigure the idea of the strong, enclosed in itself, decisive ego into metaphysics, being and time acted as a manifesto of personalism. In Heidegger's interpretation of subjectivity as a mode of being, precedent to thinking, personalism already crossed over into its opposite. That apersonal expressions like being their Dasein, existence and existence were chosen for the subject, indicates this linguistically. What returns imperceptibly in such usage is the idealistic German, state-besotted Staatsfromm predominance of identity beyond its own bearer, that of the subject. In depersonalization, in the bourgeois devaluation of the individual, which is glorified in the same breath, already lies the difference between subjectivity as the universal principle of the individual ego, in Schelling's words, egoity, and the individualized ego itself. The essence of subjectivity as being there, thematic in being and time, resembles what remains of the person, when they are no longer a person. The motives for this are not to be censured. What is commensurable in the universal conceptual scope of the person, its individual consciousness, is always also appearance-shine, imbricated in that trans-subjective objectivity, which according to idealistic as well as ontological doctrine is supposed to be founded in the pure subject. Whatever the ego is capable of experiencing introspectively as ego, is also not ego, unexperienceable by absolute egoity, hence the difficulty noted by Schopenhauer, of its becoming conscious of itself. The ultimate is no ultimate. The objective turn of Hegel's absolute idealism, the equivalent of absolute subjectivity, does justice to this. The more thoroughly however the individual loses what was once called its self-consciousness, the more depersonalization increases. That in Heidegger death became the essence of existence Dasein, codifies the nullity of being, which is merely for itself the sinister decision in favor of depersonalization however bows regressively to a doom, felt as inescapable, instead of pointing beyond the person through the idea, that it might achieve what is its own. Heidegger's apersonality is linguistically instituted, one too easily, by the mere leaving out of what makes the subject alone the subject. He thinks past the not of the subject. The perspective of depersonalization would not be opened by the abstract evaporation of existence into its pure possibility but solely by the analysis of the existing inner-worldly subject existing there. Heidegger's analysis of existence holds off from it, that is why his apersonal existentialia can be so easily attached to persons. The microanalysis of the latter is unbearable to authoritarian thinking, in selfness it would strike the principle of all domination. By contrast existence generally, as something apersonal, is unhesitatingly treated as if it were something beyond human beings and nevertheless human. In fact the total constitution of living human beings as their functional context, which objectively precedes them all, moves towards the apersonal in the sense of anonymity. Heidegger's language bemoans this as much as it affirmatively reflects that matter at hand as suprapersonal. Only the insight into what is thingly in the person itself would overtake the horror of depersonalization, in the limitations of the egoity, which were commanded by the equality of the self with self-preservation. In Heidegger ontological apersonality always remains the ontologization of the person, without reaching this latter. The cognition of what consciousness became, under the sacrifice of its living aspect, has a reciprocal power, egoity has always been so thingly. In the core of the subject dwell objective conditions, which it must deny for the sake of the unconditionality of its domination and which are its own. The subject ought to get rid of these. The prerequisite of its identity is the end of the identity compulsion. In existential ontology this appears only distortedly. Nothing however is intellectually relevant any longer, which does not press into the zone of depersonalization and its dialectic. Schizophrenia is the truth in the philosophy of history about the subject. In Heidegger that zone, which he touches, turns unnoticed into a parable of the administered world, and complementarily into the despairing rigidified determination of subjectivity. Solely its critique would find its object, which he, under the name of destruction, reserves to the history of philosophy. The anti-metaphysical Freud's doctrine of the idea is closer to the metaphysical critique of the subject than Heidegger's metaphysics, which wishes to be none. If the role, the heteronomy ordained by autonomy, is the most recent objective form of the unhappy consciousness, then conversely there is no happiness, except where the self is not itself. If, under the unbearable pressure which weighs on it, it falls schizophrenically back into the condition of dissociation and ambiguity, which the subject historically escaped from, then the dissolution of the subject is at the same time the ephemeral and condemned picture of a possible subject. Once its freedom commanded mythos to halt, then it would emancipate itself, as from the ultimate mythos, from itself. Utopia would be the non-identity of the subject without sacrifice. The Universal and Individual in Moral Philosophy 277-281. The Kantian zeal against psychology expresses, besides fear of once more losing the scraps of the mundus intelligibilis Latin, intelligible world, achieved so laboriously, also the authentic insight, that the moral categories of the individuated are more than only individual. What becomes evident in them, in keeping with the model of the Kantian concept of law, as what is universal, is secretly something social. Not the slightest of the functions of the admittedly enigmatic concept of humanity in the Critique of Practical Reason is that pure reason would count as universal for all rational beings, a point of indifference of Kant's philosophy. If the concept of the universality in the diversity of subjects was one and then becomes autonomous in the logical objectivity of reason, into which all individual subjects and superficially even subjectivity disappear as such, then Kant, on the narrow ridge between logical absolutism and empirical validity, would like to go back to that existent, which the system's logic of consistency previously banished. Anti-psychological moral philosophy converges therein with later psychological findings. By unveiling the superego as an innervat social norm, psychology breaks through its monadological limitations. These are for their part socially produced. The conscience draws its objectivity in relation to human beings out of that of society, in which and through which they live and which reaches all the way into the core of their individuation. The antagonistic moments are indistinguishably interwoven in such objectivity, the heteronomous compulsion and the idea of a solidarity, which surpasses divergent individual interests. What in the conscience reproduces the tenaciously persisting, repressive bad state of affairs of society, is the opposite of freedom and to be disenchanted through the proof of its own determination. By contrast, the universal norm, which is unconsciously appropriated by the conscience, attests to that which points beyond the particularity in society as the principle of its totals. This is its moment of truth. The question of the right and wrong of the conscience admits to no conclusive reply, because right and wrong dwells within it and no abstract judgment could separate them. Only in its repressive form does the solidaristic one form, which sublates the former. It is essential to moral philosophy that the individuated and society are neither separated by a simple difference, nor reconciled. What is bad in the universality has declared itself in the socially unfulfilled claim of the individuated. This is the supra-individual truth content of the Critique of Morality. But the individuated which, at fault due to privation, turns into the ultimate and absolute, degenerates thereby for its part into the appearance shine of the individualistic society, and mistakes itself. Hegel once more discerned this, and indeed most acutely where he gave impetus to the reactionary misuse of such. The society, which does injustice to the individuated in its universal claim, also does justice to it, insofar as the social principle of unreflected self-maintenance, itself the bad universal, is hypostasized in what is individuated. Society meets it out, measure for measure. The sentence of the late Kant, that the freedom of every human being must be restricted only insofar as it impinges on the freedom of another, 11 is the cipher of a reconciled condition, which would be not only beyond the bad universal, the mechanism of compulsion, but also beyond the obdurate individuated, in which that mechanism of compulsion repeats itself microcosmically. The question of freedom demands no yes or no but theory, which raises itself above the existing society as well as above the existing individuality. Instead of sanctioning the innervat and hardened authority of the superego, it carries out the dialectic of the individual being and species. The rigorism of the superego is solely the reflex of the fact that the antagonistic condition prevents this. The subject would only be emancipated as reconciled with the not-ego, and thereby also beyond freedom, insofar as this latter is in league with its counterpart, repression. How much aggression hitherto lies in freedom, becomes visible whenever human beings act as if they are free in the midst of the universal unfreedom. So little however would the individuated frantically protect the old particularity in a state of freedom. Individuality is as much the product of pressure as the power center, which resists it, so little would that condition be compatible with the contemporary concept of the collective. That in the countries which today monopolize the name of socialism, an immediate collectivism is commanded as the subordination of the individual to society, gives the lie to their socialism and reinforces the antagonism. The weakness of the ego through a socialized society, which unremittingly drives human beings together and, literally and figuratively, makes them incapable of being alone, manifests itself in the complaints about isolation no less than in the truly unbearable coldness which spreads everywhere along with the expanding exchange relationship, and which is merely prolonged by the authoritarian and ruthless regimentation of the alleged people's democracies against the needs of their subjects. That a union of free human beings would have to continually gang themselves up, belongs in the conceptual realm of maneuvers, of marching, flag-waving, orations of leaders. They thrive only so long as society irrationally wishes to cobble together its compulsory members. Objectively they are not needed. Collectivism and individualism complete one another in what is false. Speculative historical philosophy since Fichte protested against both, in the doctrine of the condition of consummated sinfulness, later in that of lost meaning. Modernity is equated with a deformed world, while Rousseau, the initiator of retrospective hostility towards one's own time, set it alight on the last of the great styles. What spurred his revulsion was too much form, the denaturalization of society. The time has come to dismiss the imago of the meaningless world, which degenerated from a cipher of longing to the slogan of those who fetishize order. Nowhere on earth is contemporary society, as its scientific apologists vouchsafe, open, nowhere deformed, either. The belief that it would be so, originated in the devastation of the cities and landscapes by planlessly self-expanding industry, in a lack of rationality, not its oversupply. Whoever traces back deformation to metaphysical processes instead of relationships of material production, virtually delivers ideologies. With their change, the picture of violence could be softened, which the world presents to the human beings who do violence to it. That supra-individual bonds disappeared, they by no means disappeared, would indeed not itself be bad. The truly emancipated works of art of the 20th century are no worse than those, which thrived in the styles which modernity discarded with reason. The experience inverts itself as if in a mirror, that according to the state of consciousness and of the material productive forces, it is expected that human beings would be free, that they also expect it themselves, and that they are not so, while nevertheless no model of thinking, behavior and, in that most denigrating of terms, value, is left in the state of their radical unfreedom, as those who are unfree desire it. The lament over the lack of bonds has a constitution of society for its substance, which simulates freedom, without realizing such. Freedom exists only, dimly enough, in the superstructure. Its perennial failure deflects the longing towards unfreedom. Probably the question of the meaning of existence in its entirety is the expression of that discrepancy. On the condition of freedom 281 to 283. The horizon of a condition of freedom, which would need no repression and no morality, because the drive would no longer have to express itself destructively, is veiled in gloom. Moral questions are stringent not in their dreadful parody, sexual repression, but in sentences like, torture ought to be abolished, Concentration camps ought not to exist, while all this continues in Africa and Asia and is only repressed because civilized humanity is as inhuman as ever against those which it shamelessly brands as uncivilized. If a moral philosopher seized these lines and exulted, at having finally caught up with the critics of morality, in that these, too, cite the values comfortably proclaimed by moral philosophers, then the definitive conclusion would be false. The sentences are true as impulse, when they register, that somewhere torture is occurring. They may not be rationalized, as an abstract principle they would end up immediately in the bad infinity of their derivation and validity. The critique of morality is applicable to the transposition of the logic of consistency onto the behavior of human beings, that is where the stringent logic of consistency becomes the organ of unfreedom. The impulse, the naked physical fear and the feeling of solidarity with, in Brecht's words, tormentable bodies, which is immanent to moral behavior, would be denied by attempts at ruthless rationalization. What is most urgent would once more become contemplative, the mockery of its own urgency. The distinction of theory and praxis involves theoretically, that praxis can no more be purely reduced to theory than chorus Greek, separately from it. Both are not to be glued together into a synthesis. That which is undivided lives solely in the extremes, in the spontaneous impulse which, impatient with the argument, does not wish to permit the horror to continue, and in the theoretical consciousness unterized by any functionary, which discerns why it nonetheless goes unforeseeably on. This contradiction alone is, in sight of the real powerlessness of all individuals, the staging grounds of morality today. The consciousness will react spontaneously, to the extent it cognizes what is bad, without satisfying itself with the cognition. The incompatibility of every general moral judgment with the psychological determination, which nevertheless does not dispense with the judgment, that something would be evil, does not originate in thinking's lack of logical consistency, but in the objective antagonism. Fritz Bauer has noted that the same types who call for clemency for the torturers of Auschwitz with 100 lazy arguments, are friends of the reintroduction of the death penalty. The newest state of moral dialectics is concentrated therein. Clemency would be naked injustice, the justified atonement would be infected by the principle of brute force, while humanity consists solely of resisting this last. Benjamin's remark, that the execution of the death penalty might be moral, but never its legitimation, prophesized this dialectic. If the ones in charge of the torture including their chief assistants had been immediately shot, it would have been more moral, than putting a few on trial. The fact that they succeeded in fleeing, hiding for 20 years, qualitatively transforms the justice which was missed at that time. As soon as a juridical machine has to be mobilized with court procedure, black robes and understanding defense lawyers, justice, which in any case is capable of no sanction which would fit the atrocities committed, is already false, compromised by the same principle according to which the murderers once acted. The fascists are clever enough to exploit such objective insanity with their devilishly insane reason. The historical grounds of the aporia is that the revolution against the fascists failed in Germany, or rather that in 1944 there was no revolutionary mass movement. The contradiction of teaching empirical determinism and nevertheless condemning the normal monsters, according to the former, perhaps one should let them loose, is not to be settled by any supraordinated logic. Theoretically reflected justice may not shy away from this. If it does not help this to become aware of itself, then it encourages, as politics, the continuation of the methods of torture, which in any case the collective unconscious hopes for and for whose rationalization this latter lies in wait. This much in any case is true of the theory of deterrence. In the confessed breach between a reason of law, which for the last time does the guilty the honor of a freedom which they do not deserve, and the insight into their real unfreedom, the critique of consistency logical identity thinking becomes moral. Intelligible character in Kant 283 to 287. Kant mediates between existence and the moral law through the construction of the intelligible character. It leans on the thesis, the moral law proves its reality 53, as if what is given, what is there, would thereby be legitimate. When Kant talks of this, that the determining ground of that causality can also be assumed outside of the world of the senses in freedom as the characteristic of an intelligible being. 54 Then the intelligible being turns, through the concept of the characteristic, into something which is positively conceived in the life of the individuated, something real. This however is, within of the axiomatic of non-contradictoriness, contrary to the doctrine of what is intelligible as something beyond the world of the senses. Kant immediately and unabashedly recalls, by contrast the moral good is something supersensible in relation to the object, for which therefore no sensory intuition of something corresponding to it, most certainly therefore no characteristic, can be found, and the power of judgment under laws of the pure practical reason seems thus to be subjected to especial difficulties, which rest on the fact that a law of freedom is supposed to be applied to acts as events, which occur in the world of the senses and to this extent belong to nature. 55 In the spirit of the critique of reason, the passage is directed not only against the ontology of good and evil, stringently criticized in the critique of practical reason, as of goods which exist in themselves, but also against the subjective capacity ascribed to them, which, removed from the phenomena, would vouchsafe to that ontology a character of simply and purely supernatural essence. If in order to save freedom Kant introduces the utterly exposed doctrine of the intelligible character, which shrank from all experience and which nevertheless was conceived as the mediation to the empirical, then one of the strongest motives for this, objectively speaking, was the fact that the will is not disclosed as an existent from the phenomena, nor can it be defined by its conceptual synthesis, but would have to be presupposed as its condition, with the defects of a naive realism of inwardness, which he, in other hypostases of what is psychological, destroyed in the paralogism chapter. The proof, that character would neither be exhausted in nature nor absolutely transcendent to it, as its concept by the way dialectically implies, is supposed to take care of the precarious mediation. Motivations however have their psychological moment, without which no such mediation would be, while those of the human will, according to Kant, can never be anything other than the moral law. 56 This is what the antinomy prescribes for every possible answer. It is bluntly worked out by Kant, for how a law could be for itself and the immediate ground of determination of the will, which is nonetheless what is essential in all morality, this is an insoluble problem for human reason and as one with, how a free will would be possible. Thus we will not have to show a priori the grounds, of why the moral law would in itself constitute a mainspring, but what, insofar as it is such a one, it affects in the mind, put even better, must affect. 57 Kant's speculation falls silent where it should start, and resigns itself to a mere description of imminent effect contexts, which, had he not been overwhelmed by his intention, he would scarcely have hesitated to call a mirage. Something empirical worms itself into supra-empirical authority through the power of the affection, which it exerts. An intelligible existence. 58 Of an existence without time, which according to Kant aids in constituting what is in the existent, is dealt with without fear of the contradictionary in adjecto Latin, added contradiction, without articulating it dialectically, indeed without saying what exactly might be thought under that existence. The furthest he dares to go is the discussion of the spontaneity of the subject as a thing in itself. 59 According to the critique of reason, this could no more be spoken of positively than the transcendental causes of the phenomena of external senses, while without the intelligible character, the moral act in what is empirical, the effect on this, and thereby morality, would be impossible. He must toil desperately, for what the basic outline of the system prevents. What comes to his assistance is the fact that reason is capable of intervening against the causal automatism of physical as well as psychic nature, of producing a new nexus. If he permits himself to think what, in the explicated moral philosophy, is no longer the intelligible realm, secularized into pure practical reason, as absolutely divergent, then this is, in view of that observable influx of reason, by no means the miracle it would seem to be according to the abstract relationship of the Kantian founding theses to each other. That reason would be something other than nature and yet would be a moment of this latter, is its prehistory, which has become its immanent determination. It is nature like as psychic power, branched off for the ends of self-preservation, once split off and contrasted to nature, however, it turns into its other. Ephemerally escaping this latter, reason is identical with nature and non-identical, dialectical according to its own concept. The more ruthlessly however reason makes itself into the absolute opposite of nature in that dialectic and forgets itself in this, the more it regresses, as self-preservation run wild, to nature, solely as its reflection would reason be supernature. No interpretive Guilekunst is capable of removing the immanent contradictions of the determinations of the intelligible character. Kant is silent over how for its own part it would have an influence on what is empirical, whether it is supposed to be nothing but the pure act of its positing or to continue on next to that, however jury-rigged this sounds, but which is not without plausibility for self-experience. He contents himself with the description of how that influence appears in what is empirical. If the intelligible character is conceived entirely as chorus Greek, separately, which the word suggests, then it is as impossible to speak of it as of the thing in itself, which Kant, cryptically enough, equated to the intelligible character in an utterly formal analogy, not even explaining whether a thing in itself, one in each person, would be the unknown cause of the phenomena of the inner senses or, as Kant occasionally put it, the thing in itself, identical with all, Fichte's absolute I. By having an effect, such a radically divided subject would become a moment of the phenomenal world and would succumb to its determinations, therefore to causality. Kant, the traditional logician, ought never to have accepted that the same concept is subject to causality as much as it is not subject 12. If the intelligible character were no longer chorus Greek, separately, then it would no longer be intelligible but, in the sense of the Kantian dualism, contaminated by the mundus sensibilis Latin, sensible world and would be no less self-contradictory. Where Kant feels obliged to explicate the doctrine of the intelligible character more closely, he must on the one hand ground it in an action in time, on that which is empirical, which it is simply not supposed to be, on the other hand, neglecting the psychology, with which he embroils himself. There are cases, where human beings from childhood onwards, even under an education, which was of an advantageous nature to others of the sort, nevertheless show such molly goodnighty early on and proceed to increase it into their mature years, that one considers them born evildoers and completely incorrigible in the mode of their thinking, nevertheless because their actions and omissions are so judged, that the guilt of their crimes is proven. Indeed they, the children, themselves find this proof so thoroughly founded, as if they, regardless of the hopeless natural constitution of their apportioned inner character, remained just as responsible, as any other human being. This could not happen, if we did not presuppose that everything which originates from its arbitrariness, as every intentionally perpetrated act undoubtedly does, would have a free causality for its grounds, which expresses its character in its appearances, the acts, from early youth onwards, which because of the uniformity of conduct indicates a natural context, which however does not make the ill-starred constitution of the will necessary, but rather the consequence of the free-willed acceptance of evil and unchangeable principles, which only make them that much more reprehensible and worthy of punishment. 60. It does not occur to Kant, that the moral verdict might err over psychopaths. The allegedly free causality is relocated into early childhood, entirely fitting by the way to the genesis of the superego. It is ludicrous however that babies in English, whose reason is only just forming, are attested that autonomy, which is attached to the fully developed reason. By backdating the moral responsibility of the individual act of the adult to its earliest, dawning prehistory, an unmoral pedagogic sentence of punishment is meted out to those who are not yet grown up in the name of adulthood. The processes, which decide in the first years of life over the formation of the ego and superego or, as in the Kantian paradigm, over their failure, can evidently neither be a priorized for the sake of their ancientness, nor can their extremely empirical content be ascribed that purity, which Kant's doctrine of the moral law demands. In his enthusiasm for the necessity of punishing childhood criminals, he leaves the intelligible realm solely in order to raise mischief in the empirical one. The intelligible and the unity of consciousness 287 to 292. What Kant thought in the concept of the intelligible character, is despite the ascetic reticence of his theory not beyond all conjecture, the unity of the person, the equivalent of the epistemological unity of the self-consciousness. Behind the scenes of the Kantian system, it is expected that the highest concept of practical philosophy would coincide with the highest one of the theoretical kind, the ego principle, which theoretically produces the unity as well as practically restraining and integrating the drives. The unity of the person is the location of the doctrine of the intelligible. According to the architecture of the form-content dualism endemic to Kant, it counts as a form. The principle of particularization is, in an involuntary dialectic which was first explicated by Hegel, something universal. For the honor of universality, Kant distinguishes terminologically between the personality and the person. The former would be the freedom and independence of the mechanism of all of nature, yet simultaneously considered as a capacity of a being whose peculiar, pure practical laws, given from its own reason. The person therefore, is enthralled to the world of the senses, is subject to its own personality, insofar as it belongs at the same time to the intelligible world. 61 In personality Persoenlichkeit, the subject as pure reason, indicated by the suffix itykate, the German equivalent of the English suffix ness as the index of a conceptual generality. The person, the subject, is supposed to be subordinated as an empirical, natural individual being. What Kant meant by the intelligible character might come very close to the personality in an older usage of speech, which belongs to the intelligible world. The unity of self-consciousness genetically presupposes not only the psychological factical contents of consciousness, but its own pure possibility, indicating a zone of indifference of pure reason and spatio-temporal experience. Hume's critique of the I glosses over the fact that the facts of consciousness would not be available, without being determined inside of an individual consciousness, rather than in some other thing chosen at random. Kant corrects him, but neglects however for his part the reciprocity. His critique of Hume is personality rigidified into a principle beyond individual persons, into their framework. He grasps the unity of consciousness independent of every experience. Such independence exists to some degree in relation to the variable individual facts of consciousness, not however radically against all existing being of factual contents of consciousness. Kant's Platonism, in the Phaedo the soul was something similar to an idea, epistemologically repeats the eminently bourgeois affirmation of personal unity in itself at the expense of its content, which under the name of personality ultimately left behind nothing but the strongman. The formal achievement of integration, by no means a priori formal but substantive, the sediment exploitation of inner nature, usurps the rank of the good. The more a personality would be, it is suggested, the better it would be, heedless of the dubiousness of the being of oneself. The great novels of the 18th century intuited this. Fielding's Tom Jones, the orphan child, someone who was a compulsive character in the psychological sense, stood for the human being unmutilated by convention and becomes at the same time comical. The latest echo of this is the rhinoceros of Ionesco, the only one, who resists bestial standardization and to this extent preserves a strong ego, is an alcoholic and a professional failure, not strong at all according to the verdict of life. In spite of the example of the radically evil little child, one ought to ask, as to whether an evil intelligible character is even conceivable for Kant, as to whether he seeks evil in the fact that the formal unity fails. Where there is no unity at all, one could probably no more speak of good than among animals, nor of evil either. He may have conceived of the intelligible character as closest to the strong I, which can rationally control all its impulses, as was taught in the entire tradition of modern rationalism, especially by Spinoza and Leibniz, who were in agreement at least on this point. 13 Great philosophy hardens itself against the idea of a humanity which is not modeled after the reality principle. Not hardened in itself. This gives Kant the thought-strategical advantage, of being able to carry out the thesis of freedom parallel to consistent causality. For the unity of the person is not merely the formal a priori, which appears in the Kantian system, but against his will, and for the benefit of his demonstrandum Latin, what is demonstrated, the moment of all individual contents of the subject. Each of its impulses is its impulse just as much as the subject is the totality of impulses, and thus their qualitative other. In the utterly formal region of self-consciousness both melt together. From it one can predicate, without distinction, what is not exhausted in each other, the factical content and the mediation, the principle of its context. The matter at hand, tabooed according to the traditional logical manner of argumentation, but all the more really dialectical for that, is vindicated in the indifference concept of personality through the most extreme abstraction, by the fact that in the antagonistic world the individual subjects are also antagonistic in themselves, free and unfree. In the night of indifference, the palest ray of light falls on freedom as personality in itself, a Protestant inwardness, removed even from itself. The subject is justified, in Schiller's pithy saying, by what it is, not by what it does, just as the Lutherans once were by faith, not by works. The involuntary irrationality of the Kantian intelligible character, its indeterminacy, which is mandated by the system, tacitly secularizes the explicitly theological doctrine of the irrationality of election by grace. This latter was admittedly conserved in advancing enlightenment, always more oppressively. If God was once pushed by the Kantian ethics into the as it were provident dying end, serving, providing role of the postulate of practical reason, this too is anticipated in Leibniz and even Descartes, then it is difficult to conceive of something under the intelligible character, irrationally existent as such, as anything else except the same blind fate, against which the idea of freedom took exception. The concept of character always oscillated between nature and freedom. 62 The more ruthlessly the absolute being so of the subject is equated with its subjectivity, the more impenetrable its concept. What formerly seemed to be the election by grace of divine counsel, can scarcely be thought any more as one by objective reason, which nevertheless would have to appeal to the subjective one. The pure being in itself of human beings, excluding every empirical content, which is sought in nothing but its own rationality, does not permit rational judgment about why it succeeded here, and failed there. The authority, however, to which the intelligible character is attached, pure reason, is itself something becoming and to this extent also something conditional, not anything absolutely conditioning. That it posits itself outside of time as what is absolute, an anticipation of the same Fichte, with whom Kant was feuding, is far more irrational than any creation doctrine. This rendered an essential contribution to the alliance between the idea of freedom and real unfreedom. Irreducibly existent, the intelligible character duplicates itself in the concept of that second nature, as which society stamps the characters of all of its members anyway. If one translated Kant's ethics into judgments over real human beings, its only criterion is, how someone would now once be, therefore their unfreedom. Schiller's pithy saying certainly wished primarily to announce the revulsion evoked by the subjugation of all human relationships under the exchange principle, the evaluation of one act against another. Kantian moral philosophy registers the same motif in the opposition of dignity and price. In the right society, however, the exchange would not only be abolished but fulfilled, none would be short-changed of the yield of their labor. As little as the isolated act can be weighed, so little is there something good which is not expressed in acts. Absolute reflection, exclusive of any specific intervention, would degenerate into absolute indifference, into what is inhuman. Both Kant and Schiller objectively anticipated the loathsome concept of a free-floating nobility, which self-appointed elites could later attest to at will as their self-same characteristic. In the Kantian moral philosophy lurks a tendency towards its sabotage. In it the totality becomes indistinguishable from the pre-established status of the elect. That the right or wrong of an act is no longer to be casuistically asked, also has its sinister moment. The competency of judgment crosses over into the compulsions of empirical society, which the Kantian agathon Greek, the good wished to transcend. The categories noble and mean are, like all doctrines of bourgeois freedom, ingrown with familial and natural relationships. In late bourgeois society their natural rootedness breaks through once again, as biologism and finally race theory. The reconciliation of morality and nature envisioned by the philosophizing Schiller against Kant and secretly in unison with him, is not at all as human and innocent in the existent, as it gives itself to know. Nature, once outfitted with meaning, is substituted in place of that possibility, which the construction of the intelligible character was aimed at. In Goethe's Kalakagathiya Greek, noble character, goodness, the ultimately homicidal recoil is unmistakable. Already a letter of Kant, concerning his portrait by a Jewish painter, made use of a despicable anti-Semitic thesis, later popularized by the Nazi Paul Schulz in Aumbig 14. Freedom is really and truly restricted by society, not only from outside but in itself. As soon as it is utilized, it multiplies unfreedom. The placeholder of what is better is always also the accomplice of what is worse. Even where human beings feel themselves to be most free from society, in the strength of their ego, they are at the same time its agents. The ego principle is implanted in them by society, and the latter honors it, although restraining it. Kant's ethics is not yet aware of this awkwardness, or posits itself as beyond such. Truth content of the doctrine of the intelligible 292 to 294. If one dared to wager as to what the Kantian X of the intelligible character owes its true content, which maintained itself against the total indeterminacy of the aporetic concept, it would probably be the historically most advanced, periodically flaring, swiftly fading consciousness, which is inherent in the impulse to do the right thing. It is the concrete, intermittent anticipation of the possibility, neither alien to human beings nor identical with them. They are not only the substrates of psychology. For they are not exhausted by the concretized exploitation of nature, which has become autonomous, which they projected back on themselves from external nature. They are things in themselves, insofar as the things are only something artificially made by them. To this extent the world of phenomena is truly an appearance shine. The pure will of the Kantian foundation is for that reason not so different from the intelligible character. The verse of Karl Kraus, "What has the world made of us?" ponders ruefully on it. It is falsified by anyone who imagines they possess it. It breaks through negatively in the pain of the subject, that all human beings, in what they became, in their reality, are mutilated. What would be different, the no longer inverted essence, rejects a language which bears the stigmata of the existent. Theology spoke once of mystical names. However, the separation of the intelligible from the empirical character is experienced in the eons-old block, which slides that which is supplementary before the pure will. External considerations of all conceivable kinds, the many times over subaltern, irrational interests of subjects of the false society, in general the principle of the particular self-interest, which prescribes to everything individuated without exception its actions in the society, as it is, and which is the death of all. The block prolongs itself from within, in the narrow-minded egoistic cravings, then in neuroses. These absorb, as everyone knows, an immeasurable quantum of available human power and prevent, on the line of least resistance, with the cunning of the unconscious, that which is right, which irrefutably contradicts biased self-preservation. Therein the neuroses have it so much the easier, can rationalize themselves so much the better, as the self-preserving principle in a state of freedom would come to that which is its own just as much as the interests of others, which damages it a priori. Neuroses are the pillars of society, they frustrate the better possibilities of human beings and thereby what is objectively better, which might be brought about by humanity. They tendentially dam up the instincts, which press beyond the false condition, into narcissism, which satisfies itself in the false condition. This is a hinge in the mechanism of evil, weaknesses, which are mistaken if possible for strengths. In the end the intelligible character would be the crippled rational will. What by contrast would count in it as the higher, the more sublime, what is not ruined by what is inferior, is essentially its own neediness, the inability to transform what is humiliating, failure, stylized as an end in itself. Nevertheless, there is nothing better amongst human beings than that character, the possibility of being different from what one is, even though all are locked up in their self and thereby locked away even from their self. The glaring flaw of the Kantian doctrine, that which is elusive or abstract in the intelligible character, also has a touch of the truth of the ban on the graven image, which post-Kantian philosophy, Marx included, extended to all concepts of what is positive. As the possibility of the subject, the intelligible character is, like freedom, something becoming, not anything existent. It would be betrayed, the moment it was incorporated into the existent by description, even by the most cautious one. In the right condition everything would be, as in the Jewish theologumenon Greek, theology, only the tiniest bit different than what it is, but not the slightest thing can be imagined, as how it would then be. In spite of this, the intelligible character can be spoken of only to the extent it does not hover abstractly and powerlessly over the existent, but really keeps arising in the guilty context of such, and is realized by this latter. The contradiction of freedom and determinism is not, as the self-understanding of the Critique of Reason would like, one between the theoretical positions of dogmatism and skepticism, but one of the self-experience of the subject, now free, now unfree. Under the aspect of freedom they are non-identical with themselves, because the subject is hardly one yet, and indeed precisely by virtue of its instauration as a subject, the self is what is inhuman. Freedom and the intelligible character are related to identity and non-identity, without clair et distinct Latin, clearly and distinctly allowing themselves to be entered on one side of the ledger or another. The subjects are free, according to the Kantian model, to the extent that they are conscious of themselves, identical with themselves, and in such identity also again unfree, insofar as they are subject to its compulsion and perpetuate it. They are unfree as non-identical, as diffuse nature, and yet as such free, because in the impulses, which overpower them, the non-identity of the subject with itself is nothing else, they are also rid of the compulsory character of identity. Personality is the caricature of freedom. The ground of the aporia is that the truth beyond the identity compulsion would not be purely and simply its other, but is mediated through it. All individuals are in the socialized society incapable of what is moral, which is socially demanded, but which would be real only in an emancipated society. Social morality would be solely, to finally bring the bad infinity, the dreadful cycle of retribution, to an end. The individual meanwhile is left with nothing more of what is moral, than what Kant's moral theory, which conceded inclination to animals, but not respect 63 has only contempt for, to attempt to live so, that one may believe to have been a good animal. Footnotes 1. Footnote pg 225. The Kantian thought experiments are not dissimilar to existential ethics. Kant, who well knew that goodwill had its medium in the continuity of a life and not in the isolated deed, sharpens goodwill to a decision between two alternatives in the experiment, so that it should prove what it ought to. This continuity hardly exists anymore. This is why Sartre clings steadfastly to the decision, in a kind of regression to the 18th century. Yet while autonomy is supposed to be demonstrated in the alternative situations, it is heteronymous before all content. Kant had to provide a despot for one of his examples of the situation of decision. Analogously, the Sartrine ones stem many times over from fascism, true as the denunciation of the latter, not as a condition humaine French, human condition. Only those who would not have to accept any alternatives at all would be free, and in the existent it is a trace of freedom, to reject them. Freedom means the critique and transformation of situations, not their confirmation by a decision reached within their compulsory apparatus. When Brecht, following a discussion with students, permitted the collectivistic teaching play of the yes man to be followed by the deviating naysayer, he helped this insight to break through in spite of his official credo. 2. Footnote pg 227. The conception of certain laws amounts to the concept of pure reason, which indeed Kant defines as the capacity of cognizing out of principles. 3. Footnote pg 236. By a concept of practical reason, I understand the conception of an object as a possible effect through freedom. To be an object of practical cognition as such, means therefore only the relation of the will to the action, by which it or its opposite would be really made, and the judgment, as to whether something would be an object of pure practical reason or not, is merely the distinction between the possibility or impossibility of willing the action in question, whereby, if we had the capacity for this, which must be judged by experience, a certain object would come to be. Kant, Critique of Practical Reason, WWV, Academy Edition, pg 57. 4 footnote pg 238. For that which necessarily drives us to go beyond the borders of experience and all appearances, is what is unconditional, which reason necessarily and with every right demands in the things in themselves to everything which is conditioned and thereby fully achieves the sequence of conditions. If it turns out now, if one assumes, our cognition of experience directing itself according to the objects as things in themselves, that the unconditional could not at all be thought without contradiction. On the other hand, if one assumes, our conception of things, as they are given to us, direct themselves not according to these as things in themselves, but that these objects direct themselves rather as appearances according to our manner of conception, the contradiction falls away, and that, consequently the unconditional ought to be met not in things, insofar as we know them, as they are given to us, but rather in them, insofar as we do not know them, as things in themselves, thus demonstrating, that what we at the beginning only tentatively assumed, would be grounded. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, WWW3, Academy Edition, pg 13. 5 footnote pg 246. Hegel was the first, who correctly portrayed the relationship of freedom and necessity. For him freedom is the insight into necessity. Necessity is blind only insofar as the self-same is not understood. Freedom does not lie in the dreamed of independence from natural laws, but in the cognition of these laws, and in the possibility given thereby, of causing them to act in a planned fashion for determinate ends. This applies as much in relation to the laws of external nature, as to those which regulate the bodily and intellectual existence of human beings, two classes of laws, which we could separate from each other at most in the imagination, but not in reality. The freedom of the will means therefore nothing other than the capacity, to be able to decide with relevant knowledge sachkantness. The freer therefore the judgment of a human being in relation to a certain standpoint, the greater the necessity by which the content of this judgment is determined, while the uncertainty which rests on ignorance, which seems to arbitrarily choose between many various and contradictory possibilities of decision, exactly thereby proves its unfreedom, its mastery by the objects, which it is supposed to master. Freedom consists therefore in the cognition of the domination, founded in natural necessities, over ourselves and over external nature. It is thereby necessarily a product of historical development. Karl Marx/Friedrich Engels, Works, Berlin 1962, Volume 20, pg 106. 6 footnote pg 251. This now makes clear, that the schematism of understanding through the transcendental synthesis of the power of imagination, would amount to nothing other than the unity of everything which is diverse of the intuition in the inner sense and thus indirectly to the unity of the apperception as a function, to which the inner sense, of a receptivity, corresponds. Therefore the schemata of pure concepts of understanding are the true and sole conditions for providing these with a relation to objects, hence a meaning, and the categories have thus in the end no other possible empirical use, than in thereby serving, through grounds of an a priori necessary unity, due to the necessary unification of everything conscious in an originary apperception, to submit the appearances to the universal rules of the synthesis and thereby to fit them to thoroughgoing interlinking in an experience. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, Ibid pg 138. 7 footnote page 257. In keeping with the tenor of the Critique of Pure Reason, the opposite intention can still be found there. The more that legislation and government were arranged in accordance with this idea, the more seldom in any case would punishment become, and thus it is then entirely rational, as Plato maintained, that in a perfected arrangement of the former nothing of the latter would be necessary. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, Ibid pg 248. 8 footnote pg 268. In the judgment of free acts in view of its causality, we can therefore come only to the intelligible cause, but not beyond the same. We can recognize that it is free, i.e. is determined independent of the senses, and in such a manner could be the sensorily unconditional condition of appearances. Why, however, the intelligible character would yield exactly these appearances and this empirical character under existing circumstances, this goes far beyond all capacity of our reason to answer, indeed beyond all capacity of the same even to ask, as if one were asking, why does the transcendental object of our external sensory intuition yield precisely only the intuition in space and not some other kind? Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, Ibid pg 376. 9 footnote pg 274. This alienation, in order to remain comprehensible to the philosophers, can naturally be sublated only under two practical prerequisites. Karl Marx/Friedrich Engels, The German Ideology, Berlin 1960, pg 31. 10 footnote pg 276. Shortly after the publication of Heidegger's masterwork, its objective ontological implication could already be demonstrated in Kierkegaard's concept of Existenzbegriff and the recoil of the objectless interior into negative objectivity. See Theodor W. Adorno, Kierkegaard, Construction of the Aesthetic, Frankfurt am Main, 1962, pg 87. 11 footnote pg 279. Every such act is right, which can exist together, or, whose maxim permits the freedom of the caprice of everyone, with everyone's freedom in accordance with a universal law. Kant, Metaphysics of Morals, Introduction to the Doctrine of Law, Section C, WW 6, Academy Edition, pg 230. 12 footnote pg 286. It is easy to reckon against the concept of the intelligible, that it would be forbidden to positively mention unknown causes of appearances, even in the uttermost abstraction. A concept over which simply nothing is to be said, cannot be operated with, it would be equal to nothingness, nothingness also its own content. Therein German idealism had one of its most effective arguments against Kant, without the former stopping very long at the Kantian Leibnizian idea of the border concept. Meanwhile one would need to remonstrate against Fichte's and Hegel's plausible critique of Kant. It follows for its part traditional logic, which rejects discussing something which would not be reduced to the content of the thing, which comprises the substance of that concept, as idle. In their rebellion against Kant, the idealists have overzealously forgotten the principle which they followed against him, that the consistency of thought compels the construction of concepts, which have no representative in the positively determinable given fact. For the sake of the speculation, they denounced Kant as a speculator, guilty of the same positivism which they accused him of. In the alleged failure of the Kantian apologetics of the thing in itself, which the logic of consistency since Maimon could so triumphantly demonstrate, the memory lives on in Kant of the ghostly moment counter to the logic of consistency, non-identity. That is why he, who certainly did not mistake the consistency of his critics, protested against them and would rather be convicted of dogmatism than absolutize identity, from whose own meaning, as Hegel recognized quickly enough, the relation to something non-identical is inalienable. The construction of the thing in itself and the intelligible character is that of something non-identical as the condition of the possibility of identification, but also that which eludes the grasp of the categorical identification. 13 footnote pg 289. Concerning the relationship of the Kantian doctrine of the will to that of Leibniz and Spinoza, see Johann Eduard Erdmann, History of Modern Philosophy, Neudruck Stuttgart 1932, especially Volume 4, pg 128. 14 footnote pg 292. Heartfelt thanks, my most esteemed and dearest friend, for the revelation of your kind sentiments towards me, which duly arrived along with your beautiful present the day after my birthday. The portrait which Mr. Loewy, a Jewish painter, produced without my permission, is indeed supposed, as my friends say, to have a degree of similarity with me, but a connoisseur of painting said at the first glance, a Jew always paints another Jew, whereupon he puts the emphasis on the nose, but enough of this. From Kant's Letters, Volume 2, 1789 to 1794, Berlin 1900, pg 33. Part 3. Models. World Spirit and Natural History. Excursus on Hegel. Tendency and Facts 295 to 297. What the human understanding, ailing from its own soundness, reacts most sensitively against, the primacy of something objective beyond individual human beings, in their coexistence as much as in their consciousness, can be crassly experienced every single day. One represses that primacy as a groundless speculation, so that the individuals, as if their meanwhile standardized conceptions were in a double sense the unconditional truth, can preserve their self-flattering delusion from the suspicion, that it would not be so and that they live under a doom. In an epoch which shakes off the system of objective idealism as easily as the objective value theory of economics, theorems are now becoming current, with which it is asserted the spirit has no use for, which seeks its own security and that of cognition in what is extant as the well-organized sums of immediate individual facts of social institutions or the subjective constitution of their members. The Hegelian objective and ultimately absolute spirit, the Marxist law of value which realizes itself without the consciousness of humanity, is more evident to the unleashed experience than the prepared facts of the positivistic scientific bustle, which today prolongs itself deep into the naive pre-scientific consciousness. Only this latter breaks humanity of the habit, for the greater glory of the objectivity of cognition, of the experience of real objectivity, to which they are also subjected. In themselves, if thinkers were prepared for and capable of such an experience, it would shake the foundation of their faith in facticity, it would compel them to go so far beyond the facts, that these latter would lose their unreflective preponderance before the universals, which are to triumphant nominalism and nothingness, the subtractable addition of the compartmentalizing researcher. That sentence from the initial considerations of the Hegelian logic, that there would be nothing in the world, which is not just as much mediated as immediate, is preserved nowhere more precisely than in the facts, by which historiography swears. No doubt it would be foolish to try to dispute away with epistemological finesse, that when a dissident is rousted at 6 in the morning by the Gestapo under Hitler's fascism, this is more immediate to the individual individuum, who experiences it, than the previously transpiring machinations of power and the installation of the party apparatus in all branches of the administration, or indeed than the historical tendency, which for its part blasted apart the continuity of the Weimar Republic, and which does not otherwise reveal itself than in the conceptual context, committal solely in developed theory. Nevertheless the factum brutum Latin, brute fact of the official onslaught, by which fascism strikes at the bodies of individuals, depends on all those moments which are at a distance from and momentarily indifferent to the victim. Only the most miserable nitpicking could blind itself, under the title of scientific acribia, to the fact that the French Revolution, however abruptly many of its acts occurred, meshed with the total trend of the emancipation of the bourgeoisie. It would have been neither possible nor successful, had the key positions of economic production not been already occupied by 1789, outstripping feudalism and its absolutist heads, which from time to time coalesced with the interests of the bourgeoisie. Nietzsche's shocking imperative, what is falling, ought to be pushed retrospectively codifies an ur-bourgeois maxim. Probably all bourgeois revolutions were already decided by the historical expansion of the class and had an admixture of ostentation, externalized in art as classicist decor. Nevertheless that tendency would hardly have realized itself in the historical moment of rupture without the acute absolutist mismanagement and the financial crisis, on which the physiocratic reformers of Louis XVI failed. The specific privation at least of the Parisian masses might have ignited the movement, while in other countries, where it was not so acute, the bourgeois process of emancipation succeeded without a revolution and at first did not touch the more or less absolutist form of domination. The infantile distinction between the fundamental cause and proximate occasion has in its favor, that it at least crudely indicates the dualism of immediacy and mediation. The occasions are what is immediate, the so-called fundamental causes are what mediates, what overwhelms, what incorporates the details. The primacy of the tendency over the facts can be read even in the most recent history. Specific military acts such as the bombing raids on Germany functioned as slum clearing in English, retrospectively integrated with that transformation of the cities, which could long be observed not only in North America, but all across the earth. Or, the strengthening of the family in the emergency situation of refugees temporarily held the anti-familial developmental tendency in check, but scarcely the trend. The number of divorces and of split families increased afterwards even in Germany. Even the assaults of the conquistadors on ancient Mexico and Peru, which must have been experienced therein like invasions from another planet, murderously advanced the expansion of rational bourgeois society, irrationally for the Aztecs and Incas, all the way to the conception of one world in English teleologically inherent in the principle of that society. Such a preponderance of the trend in the facts, which the former always still needs, ultimately condemns the old-fashioned distinction between cause and occasion to silliness. The whole distinction, not only the occasion, is superficial, because the cause is concrete in the occasion. If royal mismanagement was a lever of the Parisian uprisings, then this mismanagement was still a function of the total, of the backwardness of the absolutistic consumption economy behind the capitalistic income economy. Moments contrary to the historical whole, which thereby, as in the French Revolution, only promote such, garner their positional value only in this latter. Even the backwardness of the productive forces of one class is not absolute but merely relative to the progressiveness of another. Construction in the philosophy of history requires knowledge of all of these things. This is not the least reason why the philosophy of history approaches, as already in Hegel and Marx, historiography just as much as this latter, as the insight into the essence which, although veiled by facticity, yet conditions such, is still possible only as philosophy. On the Construction of the World Spirit 297-300. Even under this aspect, dialectics is no variety of a worldview, no philosophical position, to be selected from a sample chart among others. Just as the critique of allegedly first philosophical concepts strives towards dialectics, so too is it demanded from below. Only the experience which is violently tailored by a narrow-minded concept of itself, excludes the emphatic concept as an independent, although mediating moment, from itself. If it could be objected against Hegel, that absolute idealism would recoil as the deification of that which is, into exactly that positivism which it attacked as reflection philosophy, then conversely the dialectics due today would not only be the indictment of the prevailing consciousness but also capable of matching it, a positivism which is brought to itself, and thereby indeed negated. The philosophical demand to immerse oneself in the detail, which does not allow itself to be directed by any philosophy from above, nor by any of its infiltrated intentions, was already the one side of Hegel. Only its carrying out in him was caught tautologically. His manner of immersion in the detail demands that that spirit show up, as if by appointment, which was posited as the total and absolute from the very beginning. The intent of the metaphysician Benjamin was to oppose this tautology, to rescue the induction, something developed in the prologue to the origin of the German tragedy play. His sentence, the smallest cell of intuited reality would outweigh the rest of the remaining world, attests early on to the self-consciousness of the contemporary state of experience, all the more authentically, because it formed itself extraterritorially to the so-called great questions of philosophy, which it befits a transformed concept of dialectics to distrust. The preponderance vorang of the total over the appearance is to be grasped in the appearance, over which dominates, what counts for tradition as the world spirit, not to be taken from this tradition, which is in the widest sense Platonic, as sacred. The world spirit is, yet is not the spirit, but precisely the negative, which Hegel shuffles off from it onto those who must counter it and whose downfall renders the verdict, that its difference from objectivity would be what is untrue and bad, double-sided. The world spirit becomes something autonomous in contrast to the individual actions, out of which the real total movement of society as well as so-called intellectual developments are synthesized, and in contrast to the living subjects of these actions. It is realized over their heads and through these, and to this extent antagonistic in advance. The reflection concept of the world spirit does not interest itself in living creatures, which the whole, whose primacy it expresses, needs just as much as these latter can exist only by virtue of that whole. Such a hypostasis, robustly nominalistic, was what the Marxist terminus of mystified meant. According to that theory, the demolished mystification would not however be merely ideology. It would be just as much the distorted consciousness of the real primacy of the whole. It appropriates in thought the impenetrable and irresistible one of the universal, the perpetuated mythos. Even the philosophic hypostasis has its experience content in the heteronymous relationships, in which human beings became invisible as such. What is irrational in the concept of the world spirit, it borrowed from the irrationality of the course of the world. In spite of this it remains fetishistic. History has to this day no total subject, however construable. Its substrate is the functional context of real individual subjects. History does nothing, it possesses no gigantic wealth, it fights no battles. It is rather the human being, the real, living human being, which does everything, possesses and fights. It is not some sort of history, which needs human being as a means, in order to work through its ends, as if this were a person apart, but rather this latter is nothing but the activity of human beings pursuing their ends. Those qualities are conferred upon history, however, because the law of motion of society abstracted from its individual subjects over millennia. It has degraded them just as really to mere executors, to mere partakers of social wealth and social struggle, as the fact that, no less really, nothing would be without them and their spontaneities. Marx emphasized this anti-nominalistic aspect over and over again, without indeed granting philosophical consistency to it, only to the extent that the capitalist is personified capital, does he have a historical value and that historical right to existence. Only as the personification of capital is the capitalist respectable. As such he shares with the treasure hunter the absolute drive to enrichment. What however appears in the latter as individual mania, is in the capitalist the effect of the social mechanism, in which he is merely a cog. Besides, the development of capitalist production makes the continuous increase of the capital invested in an industrial enterprise a necessity, and competition imposes the immanent laws of capitalist mode of production on each individual capitalist as external compulsory laws. It compels him to continually extend his capital, in order to preserve it, and he can extend it only by means of progressive accumulation. 2. To be with the world spirit 300 to 301. In the concept of the world spirit the principle of divine omnipotence was secularized into that which posited unity, the world plan into the pitilessness of what occurs. The world spirit is worshipped like a deity, it is divested of its personality and all its attributes of providence and grace. Therein a piece of the dialectic of enlightenment fulfills itself, the disenchanted and conserved spirit takes the form of mythos or regresses into the shudder before something simultaneously overpowering and devoid of qualities. The essence of such is the feeling of being touched by the world spirit or of hearing its roar roche. It becomes the state of thraldom verfallenzian in fate. Just like its immanence, the world spirit is saturated with suffering and fallibility. By the inflation of total immanence into what is essential, its negativity is reduced to an accidental trifle. However, to experience the world spirit as a whole means to experience its negativity. Schopenhauer's critique of official optimism registered this. It remained meanwhile as obsessive as the Hegelian theodicy of what exists in this world. That humanity lives only in the total imbrication, perhaps only surviving by virtue of it, would not refute Schopenhauer's doubts over whether to affirm the will to life. In all likelihood however there rested, on that which was with the world spirit, at times also the reflection of a happiness far beyond the individual unhappiness, as in the relationship of the intellectual individual talent to the historical situation. If the individual spirit is not, as would please the vulgar division into the individuated and the general, influenced by the general, but mediated in itself through objectivity, then this latter cannot always be entirely hostile to the subject. The constellation changes in the historical dynamic. In phases when the world spirit and indeed the totality itself is shrouded in gloom, it is impossible for even the most gifted to become, what they are, in favorable ones, such as the period during and immediately after the French Revolution. The average were borne up far beyond themselves. Even the individual downfall of the individuated, which is with the world spirit, precisely because it is ahead of its time, evokes at times the awareness of what is not in vain. The expression of the possibility, that all could yet be well, is irresistible in the music of the young Beethoven. The reconcilement with objectivity, be it ever so fragile, transcends the monotonous. The moments in which something particular frees itself, without confining others in turn through its own particularity, are anticipations of the unconfined itself. Such consolation shines from the early period of the bourgeoisie well into its late phase. The Hegelian philosophy of history was scarcely independent of this, in the sense that in it, already distancing itself, the striking of the hour of an epoch reverberated, in which the realization of bourgeois freedom blew with such a breath, that it overshot itself and opened up the perspective of a reconciliation of the whole, in which its violence would melt away. On the unleashing of the productive forces 301 to 303. It is tempting to associate periods of being with the world spirit, of a more substantial happiness than the individual one, with the unleashing of the productive forces, while the burden of the world spirit threatens to crush humanity, as soon as the conflict between the social forms, under which they exist, and their forces becomes flagrant. But even this schemata is too simple, the talk of the rising bourgeoisie hollow. The development and unleashing of the productive forces are not opposites of the sort which could be ordained as alternating phases, but are truly dialectical. The unleashing of the productive forces, the deed of the spirit which controls nature, has an affinity to the violent domination of nature. Though it may conceal itself from time to time, it is not to be thought away from the concept of the productive force and least of all from that which is unleashed. The very word resonates with the threat. In Capital there is a passage which goes, as a fanatic of the valorization of value, it, exchange value, ruthlessly compels humanity towards production for production's sake. 3. In its place and time this turns against the fetishization of the process of production in exchange society. Beyond this, however, it violates the nowadays universal taboo on doubting production as an end in itself. At times the technical forces of production are hardly restrained socially, but work in fixed relations of production without much influence on these latter. As soon as the unleashing of the forces separates itself from the constituting relationships between human beings, it becomes no less fetishized than the social castes ordnungen. It, too, is only a moment of the dialectic, not its magic formula. In such phases the world spirit, the totality of the particular, can pass over into that which it buries underneath it. If appearances do not completely deceive, then this is the signature of the contemporary epoch. In periods by contrast when living beings require the progress of the productive forces or at least are not visibly endangered by them, the feeling of concordance with the world spirit likely prevails, although with the apprehensive undercurrent, that this is only a ceasefire, also with the temptation of the subjective spirit, to overzealously run over to the objective one under the pressure of business, like Hegel. In all of this the subjective spirit remains a historical category, too, something originated, self-transforming, virtually transient. The popular spirit Volksgeist of primitive societies, not yet individualized, which reproduces itself in the latter under the pressure of the civilized ones, is planned by post-individual collectivism and released. The objective spirit is then as overwhelming as much as a naked swindle. Group spirit Gruppagist and domination 302 to 303. If philosophy were, what Hegel's phenomenology proclaimed it to be, the science of the experience of consciousness, then it could not, as Hegel does to an increasing extent, sovereignly dismiss the individual experience of the general, which pushes its way through, as something irreconcilably bad, and acceding to the apologetics of power from a presumably higher standpoint. The embarrassing recollection of how in committees, what is inferior ends up prevailing, in spite of the subjectively good will of the members, renders the primacy of the general evident, for whose disgrace no appeal to the world spirit compensates. Group opinion dominates, through adjustment to the majority of the group, or its most influential members, more often by virtue of the more encompassing and authoritative opinion beyond the group, especially one approved by the members of the committee. The objective spirit of the class reaches deep into the participants far beyond their individual intelligence. Their voice is its echo, although they themselves, subjectively where possible the defenders of freedom, feel nothing of it. Intrigues appear only at critical points, as open criminality. The committee is the microcosm of the group of its members, finally of the total. This preforms the decisions. These sorts of contemporary observations ironically resemble those of the formal sociology in the mold of Simmel. However, they do not have their content in socialization pure and simple, in empty categories like that of the group. Rather, they are what formal sociology, in keeping with its definition, only grudgingly reflects on, the imprint of social content. Their invariance is solely a memento of how little the power of the generality has changed in history, how much it still is always only prehistory. The formal group spirit is the reflex movement of material domination. Formal sociology has its right to exist in the formalization of social mechanisms, the equivalent of domination, progressing through the ratio. In agreement with this, is the fact that the decisions of those committees, however substantive they would like to be according to their essence, are rendered manifest for the most part under formal juridical points of view. Formalization is not anything more neutral in contrast to the class relationship. It reproduces itself through abstraction, the logical hierarchy of the stages of universality, and indeed also there, where the relationships of domination are caused to mask themselves behind democratic procedures. The Juridical Sphere 303 to 305. Following the phenomenology and the logic, Hegel drove the cult of the course of the world the furthest in the philosophy of law. The medium, in which what is bad is preserved for the sake of its objectivity and lends itself the appearance shine of what is good, is to a large extent that of legality, which indeed positively protects the reproduction of life, however in its existing forms, due to the destructive principle of violence, what is destructive in it returns undiminished. While society without law, as in the Third Reich, became the prey of purely caprice, the law conserves terror in society, ready to go back to it at any moment with the help of quotable statutes. Hegel delivered the ideology of positive law, because in an already visibly antagonistic society, this latter most urgently required it. Law is the phenomenon of irrational rationality. In it the formal principle of equivalence becomes the norm, everyone is measured by same standard. Such equality, in which differences perish, gives a secret impetus to inequality, persisting mythos in the midst of an only apparently demythologized humanity. The norms of the law cut short what is not covered, every experience of the specific which is not preformed, for the sake of the seamless systematic, and then raises instrumental rationality to a second reality sui generis Latin, general in itself. The entire juridical realm is one of definitions. Its systematic commands, that nothing shall pass into it, which could escape from its closed circle, quod non est in actus Latin, which is not in the deed. This enclosure, ideological in itself, exerts real violence through the sanctions of law as the socially controlling authority, particularly in the administered world. In the dictatorships it turns into the latter immediately, mediately middlebar it always stood behind them. That the individual feels so easily wronged, when the antagonism of interest drives it into the juridical sphere, is not, as Hegel would like to argue, its own fault, such that it would be too deluded to recognize its own interest in the objective legal norm and its guarantee, rather it is that of the constituents of the legal sphere itself. Meanwhile the description remains objectively true, which Hegel sketched as one of a presumably subjective bias, that legality rect and morality, and the real world of the law and of the moral are grasped through thought, that through thought the form of rationality, namely universality and determinacy, is given. This, the law, is what that feeling which reserves itself at will, that conscience which places legality in the subjective conviction, looks at with grounds as what is most hostile to itself. It perceives the form of legality, as one of duty and one of law, as a dead, cold letter and as a fetter, for it does not cognize itself in it, hence is not free in it, because the law is the rationality of the thing, and this latter does not permit the feelings to warm to its own particularity. For that the subjective conscience would view objective morality with grounds as what is most hostile to itself, Hegel sets down as if by a philosophical Freudian slip. He blurts out, what in the same breath he disputes. If in fact the individual conscience saw the real world of the law and the moral as hostile, because it does not recognize itself in it, then one cannot simply gloss over this in disavowal. For the Hegelian dialectic holds, that it cannot conduct itself any other way, indeed cannot recognize itself therein. He thereby concedes that the reconciliation, whose demonstration is the content of his philosophy, did not take place. If the legal order were not objectively alien and external to the subject, then the antagonism which is inescapable for Hegel might be settled by the better insight. Hegel however experienced its intractability much too thoroughly, for him to have faith in this. Thus the paradox, that he both teaches the reconcilement of conscience and the legal norm and disavows it, as one. Law and Fairness 305-306. If every substantively explicated, positive doctrine of natural law leads to antinomies, then its idea nevertheless critically preserves the untruth of positive law. Today it is the reified consciousness, translated back into reality, which multiplies domination therein. Even according to its very form, before class content and class justice, it expresses domination, the yawning difference of individual interests from the whole, in which they are abstractly conglomerated. The system of self-made concepts, which slides a full-fledged jurisprudence over the life process of society, decides in advance, by means of the subsumption of everything individual under the category, in favor of the social order which the classificatory system is formed in the image of. To his imperishable honor, Aristoteles registered this in the doctrine of the epieikei Greek, fairness, equity, of fairness against the abstract legal norm. The more consistently however the legal system is constructed throughout, the more incapable it is of absorbing that which has its essence in refusing absorption. The rational system of law allows the claim of fairness, which meant the corrective of the injustice, to be regularly stricken down as a species of patronage, as unfair privilege. The tendency to do so is universal, of one mind with the economic process, which reduces individual interests to the common denominator of a totality, which remains negative, because it distances itself by means of its constitutive abstraction from the individual interests, out of which it is nevertheless simultaneously composed. The universality, which reproduces the preservation of life, simultaneously endangers it, on constantly more threatening levels. The violence of the self-realizing universal is not, as Hegel thought, identical to the essence of individuals, but always also contrary. They are not merely character masks, agents of value, in some presumed special sphere of the economy. Even where they think they have escaped the primacy of the economy, all the way down to their psychology, the Maison Tollery Franche, universal home of what is unknowably individual, they react under the compulsion of the generality. The more identical they are with it, the more unidentical they are with it in turn as defenseless followers. What is expressed in the individuals themselves, is that the whole preserves itself along with them only by and through the antagonism. There are countless times when human beings, though conscious and capable of the critique of the universality, are compelled by inescapable motives of self-preservation, to acts and attitudes which help the universal to blindly maintain itself, even though they consciously oppose it. Solely because they must make what is alien to them into their own affair, In order to survive, does the appearance shine of that reconcilement originate, which Hegelian philosophy, which incorruptibly cognized the primacy of the universal, transfigures corruptibly into an idea. What radiates, as if it were beyond the antagonisms, is as one with the universal entanglement. The universal ensures that what is subjected to it as particular would be no better than itself. This is the core of all hitherto established identity. Individualistic Veil 306-307. To look the primacy of the universal in the eye, is psychologically damaging to the narcissism of all individuals and the democratically organized society to an unbearable extent. To see through selfness as non-existent, as an illusion, would easily drive the objective despair of all into the subjective one and would rob them of the faith that individualistic society implants in them, that they, the individuals, would be what is substantial. For the functionally determined individual interest under existing forms to somehow be satisfied, it must itself become what is primary, the individual must be confused with what is immediate for it, with the protosia Greek, primary substance. Such subjective illusion is objectively caused, only by means of the principle of individual self-preservation, with all its narrowness, does the whole function. It compels each individual to gaze solely at themselves, interfering with their insight into the objectivity, and thus objectively works for ill. Nominalistic consciousness reflects a whole, which lives on by means of the particularity and its obstinacy, literally ideology, socially necessary appearance shine. The general principle is that of isolation. It appears to be the indubitable certainty, bewitched by the fact that, at the price of its existence, it may not become aware of how much it would be something mediated. Thus the popular spread of philosophical nominalism. Each individual existence is supposed to have preeminence over its own concept, the spirit, the consciousness of individuals, is only supposed to be in individuals and not just as much in the supra-individual, which is synthesized in them and solely through which they think. The monads stubbornly block their real species dependency from themselves just as much as the collective aspect of all the forms and contents of their consciousness, of forms, which themselves are that generality which nominalism denies, of contents, even though no experience, not even the so-called material of experience, would fall to the individual, which is not already predigested and delivered by the generality. Dynamic of General and Particular 307-309. In contrast to the epistemological reflection on the generality in individual consciousness, it is right not to allow itself to be consoled about ill, sin and death through the appeal to the generality. In Hegel this is recalled, in contrast to the doctrine of the universal mediation, by the apparently paradox one, that this latter comports itself magnificently with what is universally restored as immediate. But the nominalism, disseminated as prescientific consciousness, and today once more commanding science from there, which makes a profession out of its naivete, the positivistic instrumentarium seldom lacks the pride in being naive, and the category of everyday language is its echo, does not bother with the historical coefficient in the relationship of the general and the particular. The true preponderance vorrang of the particular could only be obtained by means of the transformation of the general. To simply install it as something existent, is a complementary ideology. It conceals how much the specific has become the function of the general, which, according to its logical form, it was all along. What nominalism clings to as its most prized possession is utopia, thus its hatred of utopian thinking, that of the difference from what exists. The scientific bustle creates the illusion that the objective spirit, produced by utterly real mechanisms of domination, which meanwhile also plans the contents of the consciousness of its reserve army, would result merely from the sum of this last subjective reactions. These however have long since been only the afterbirths of that universality, which solicitously fates human beings, in order to be able to better hide behind them, to better curb them. The world spirit itself turned on the subjectivistically obstinate conception of science, which aims at its autarkic, empirical rational system, instead of comprehending the objective society which dictates from above. The formerly critically enlightening rebellion against the thing in itself has become the sabotage of cognition, although even in the most crippled scientific concept formation traces of the for its part no less crippled thing survive. The refusal of the Kantian Amphibole chapter to cognize the interior of the thing, is the ultima ratio Latin, ultimate meaning of the Baconian program. It had the historical index of its truth in the rebellion against scholastic dogmatism. The motive capsizes itself, however, where that which is forbidden to the cognition is part of the latter's epistemological and real condition, where the cognizing subject must reflect on itself as a moment of the generality to be cognized, without however becoming entirely the same as this. It is absurd to prevent it from cognizing from within, what it dwells in and what it has all too much of in its own interior. To this extent Hegelian idealism was more realistic than Kant. Where scientific concept formation ends up in conflict with its ideal of facticity no less than with that of simple reason, whose anti-speculative executor it pretends to be, its apparatus turned into unreason. The method high-handedly represses what would be incumbent on it to cognize. The positivistic cognitive ideal of unanimous and non-contradictory, logically objection-free models is untenable, due to the imminent contradiction of what is to be cognized, to the antagonisms of the object. They are those of the general and the particular of society, and they are denied all content by the method. Spirit as Social Totality 309-311. The experience of that objectivity, which is preordained to the individuated and its consciousness, is that of the unity of the totally socialized society. It is the closest kin of the philosophical idea of absolute identity, in that it tolerates nothing outside of itself. However deceptively the raising of the one Einheit into philosophy at the expense of the many may have been raised, its preeminence, which counted for the summum bonum Latin, highest good of the victorious philosophical tradition since the Eleatics, is indeed not this, but an ens realissimum Latin, most real being. It really does appropriate a touch of the transcendence, which the philosophers praised in the unity as an idea. While developed bourgeois society, and indeed the earliest unity thinking was already urban, rudimentarily bourgeois, was composed compagnard, to compose musically from countless individual spontaneities of self-preserving individuals, dependent in their self-preservation on each other. By no means did that equilibrium between unity and the individuals prevail, which theorems of justification proclaim as existent. The non-identity of the one and the many meanwhile has the form of the precedence of the one, as the identity of the system, which lets nothing go. Without the individual spontaneities the one would not have become, and was as its synthesis something secondary. Nominalism recalled this. However, by weaving itself ever tighter, through the necessities of self-preservation of the many or merely through irrational relationships of domination, which misused this as a pretext, it ensnared all individuals, on the pain of their downfall, integrated them, to use Spencer's terminus, absorbed them with its lawfulness even against their reasonable individual interests. This then gradually brought the advancing differentiation to an end, which Spencer may still have believed would necessarily accompany integration. While the unchanged whole and the one form only by means of the particularities it covers, it forms ruthlessly over them. What is realized through the individual and the many is, and yet is not, the many's own affair such, they can do less and less about it. Its epitome is simultaneously its other. This dialectic was studiously ignored by the Hegelian one. To the extent individuals somehow become aware of the preponderance of the one over them, it is reflected back onto them as the being in itself of the generality, which they in fact run into, even into their innermost core. It is inflicted on them, even where they inflict it on themselves. The sentence ethos anthropodaimon Greek, custom which humanity is under the power of, that the character of humanity, always modeled as such by the generality, would be their fate, has more truth than that of a characterological determinism. The generality, through which every individual is determined as the unit Einheit of its particularity, is borrowed from what is external to it and hence also as heteronymous to the individual, as anything which demons were once said to afflict them with. The ideology of the being in itself of the idea is so powerful, because it is the truth, but it is the negative one, it becomes ideology through its affirmative reversal. If human beings once learn the primacy of the generality, then it is almost unavoidable for them to transfigure it into the spirit, as what is higher, which they must propitiate. Compulsion becomes sensible zum Sinn, meaningful to them. Not entirely without reason, for the abstract generality of the whole, which exerts the compulsion, is entwined with the universality of thinking, with the spirit. This permits it to project this latter once more back onto its bearer, on that universality, as if it were realized in this and had its own reality for itself. In the spirit the unanimity of the generality has become a subject, and the universality maintains itself in society only through the medium of the spirit, the abstracting operation, which it really and truly performs. Both converge in exchange, something at the same time subjectively thought and objectively valid, wherein however the objectivity of the generality and the concrete determination of the individual subjects, precisely by becoming commensurable, irreconcilably oppose each other. In the name of the world spirit the spirit is merely affirmed and hypostasized, as what it always already was, in it, as Durkheim recognized, who for that reason was accused of metaphysics. Society worships itself, its compulsion as omnipotence. Society may find itself confirmed by the world spirit, because it in fact possesses all the attributes, which it subsequently worships in the spirit. Its mythical veneration is no pure conceptual mythology, it extends thanks for the fact that in more developed historical phases all individuals have lived only by means of that social unity, which is not exhausted in them and which approaches their doom the longer it goes on. If their existence today, without them realizing it, is literally granted as something revocable by the great monopolies and powers, then what comes to itself, is what the emphatic concept of society teleologically had in itself all along. The ideology renders the world spirit independent, because it had already potentially grown independent. The cult of its categories however, for instance the utterly formal one of greatness, something which even Nietzsche accepted, merely reinforces in the consciousness its difference from everything individual, as if this difference were ontological, and with that the antagonism and the foreseeable disaster. Antagonistic Reason of History 311-313. It is not only today that the reason of the world spirit is, in contrast to the potential one, to the entire interest of the united individual subjects from which it differs, unreason. Hegel, like all the others who learned from him, was reproved for the equation of logical categories here, with social ones and the ones from the philosophy of history there, as metabasis eis allogenos Greek, change into another genus, they would be that peak of speculative idealism, which had to break off in view of the unconstruability of what is empirical. Precisely that construction however did justice to the reality. The tit for tat of history just as much as the equivalence principle of the social relationships between the individual subjects, which advances towards the totality, is tantamount to the logicity which Hegel is presumed to have interpreted into it. Only this logicity, the primacy of the general in the dialectic of the general and the particular, is an index falsi Latin, index of falsity. There is no more that identity than freedom, individuality, and whatever else Hegel posits with the general in identity. The total of the generality expresses its own failure. What cannot bear any particular, betrays itself thereby as particularly dominating. The general reason, which ends up prevailing, is already the restricted kind. It is not the mere unity inside of the multiplicity, but rather stamped as a position to reality, the unity over something. Thereby however, according to the pure form, antagonistic in itself. The division is unity. The irrationality of the particularly realized ratio inside of what is socially total is not extraneous to the ratio, not solely the fault of its usage. Rather immanent to it. Measured by complete reason, the currently prevailing one reveals itself, according to its principle, as polarized and to this extent irrational. Enlightenment truly succumbs to the dialectic, this latter takes place in its own concept. Ratio is no more to be hypostasized than any other sort of category. The transfer of the self-preserving interest of individuals into the species is intellectually congealed in its simultaneously general and antagonistic form. It obeys a logic, which great bourgeois philosophy comprehended at historic corners like Hobbes and Kant, without the ceding of the self-preserving interest to that species, which bourgeois thinking represented for the most part by the state. What is individuated would not be able to preserve itself in more developed social relationships. However, by means of this transfer, necessary for individuals, the general rationality unavoidably appears practically in opposition to the particular human beings, who it must negate, in order to become general, and who it pretends to serve, and not only pretends. In the universality of the ratio, which ratifies the neediness of everything particular, its dependence on the whole, its contradiction to the particular develops by virtue of the process of abstraction, on which that rests. All prevailing reason, which instors itself over another one, also necessarily delimits itself. The principle of absolute identity is contradictory in itself. It perpetuates non-identity as something suppressed and damaged. A trace of this entered into Hegel's effort to absorb non-identity through identity philosophy, indeed to determine identity through non-identity. He distorts, however, the matter at hand, by affirming what is identical, conceding what is non-identical as indeed necessarily negative, and misconceiving the negativity of the generality. He lacks sympathy for the utopia of the particular, buried underneath the general, for that non-identity, which would only be, when realized reason had left the particular one of the generality behind. The consciousness of the injustice which the concept of the general implies, which he upbraids, would deserve his respect due to the universality of the injustice itself. When at the very dawn of the modern era the mortally wounded condottieri Italian, mercenary Franz von Sickingen found the words, "nothing without cause for his fate," then he expressed two things with the power of the epoch, the necessity of the social course of the world, which condemned him to perish, and the negativity of the principle of a course of the world, which proceeds according to necessity. It is simply incompatible with happiness, even of the whole. The experience content of the dictum is more than the platitude of the general validity of the causal proposition. What glimmers in the consciousness of the individual person is what they experience, the universal interdependence. Its apparently isolated fate reflects the whole. What the mythological name of fate once stood for, is as what is demythologized no less mythical than the secular logic of the things. It is burnt into individuals, the figure of their particularization. This objectively motivated Hegel's construction of the world spirit. On the one hand, it gives an accounting of the emancipation of the subject. It must first have withdrawn from the universality, in order to perceive it in and for itself. On the other hand, the context of the social individual actions must be tied together into a seamless totality, predetermining for the individual, as never was the case in the feudal epoch. Universal History 313-315. The concept of universal history, which the Hegelian philosophy took inspiration from very much as the Kantian one did from that of the mathematical natural sciences, became all the more problematic, the more the unified world approaches a total process. For one thing, positivistically progressing historical science took apart the conception of the total and of unbroken continuity. The philosophical construction had the dubious advantage over it of a less detailed knowledge, which it easily enough booked in the ledger as a sovereign distance for itself, to be sure also less fear, of saying what is essential, which is outlined solely from a distance. On the other hand, advanced philosophy had to be aware of the understanding between universal history and ideology 5 and the despoiled life as discontinuous. Hegel himself had conceived of universal history as uniform merely by virtue of its contradictions. With the materialistic reversal of dialectics, the heaviest accent fell on the insight into the discontinuity of what is not consolingly held together by any unity of the spirit and concept. Discontinuity, however, and universal history are to be thought together. To cancel out this latter as a remainder of metaphysical superstition, would intellectually consolidate mere facticity as the only thing to be cognized and therefore accepted, in the same fashion that sovereignty once marshaled the facts into the total forwards march of the one spirit, confirming them as its utterances. Universal history is to be construed and denied. The assertion that an all-encompassing world plan for the better manifests itself in history would be, after past catastrophes and in view of future ones, cynical. This, however, is not a reason to deny the unity which welds together the discontinuous, chaotically fragmented moments and phases of history, that of the control of nature, progressing into domination over human beings and ultimately over internalized nature. No universal history leads from savagery to humanity, but one indeed from the slingshot to the H-bomb. It culminates in the total threat of organized humanity against organized human beings, in the epitome of discontinuity. Hegel is thereby verified by the horror and stood on his head. If he transfigured the totality of historical suffering into the positivity of the self-realizing absolute, then the one and the whole, which to this day, with breathing spells, keep rolling on, would teleologically be absolute suffering. History is the unity of continuity and discontinuity. Society preserves itself not in spite of its antagonism but through it. The profit motive, and thereby the class relationship, are objectively the motor of the process of production on which everyone's life depends and whose primacy has its vanishing point in the death of all. This implies also what is reconciling in the irreconcilable, because it alone allows human beings to live. Without it there would not even be the possibility of a different life. What historically created that possibility, can destroy it just as easily. The world spirit, a worthy object of definition, could be defined as permanent catastrophe. Under the identity principle which yokes everyone, what does not pass over into identity and which escapes from the grasp of planned rationality in the realm of the means, turns into that which provokes fear, retribution for that woe, which the non-identical experiences through identity. History could scarcely be philosophically interpreted otherwise, without enchanting it into an idea. Antagonism contingent. 315 to 317. Speculations as to whether the antagonism was inherited from the origins of human society, as the principle homo homini lupus Latin, humanity is wolf to humanity, a piece of prolonged natural history, or indeed came into being these a Greek thesis, and as to whether, if it had already germinated, it followed from the necessities of the survival of the species and not contingently, as it were, out of archaic arbitrary acts of power seizure, are not idle. With that of course the construction of the world spirit would fall asunder. The historical generality, the logic of things, which is compacted in the necessity of the overall tendency, would be grounded on what is accidental, what is external to it. The latter need not have been. Not just Hegel but also Marx and Engels, hardly anywhere so idealistic as in the relationship to the totality, would have rejected the doubt in its inescapability, which nonetheless rises up in the intention to transform the world, like a deadly attack on their own system instead of the prevailing one. Indeed, Marx refrains, mistrustful of all anthropology, from relocating antagonism into the essence of humanity or into primeval times, which are drawn up instead according to the topos of the Golden Age, yet insists all the more tenaciously on its historical necessity. The economy would have primacy over domination, which may not be otherwise deduced than economically. The controversy is hardly to be settled with facts, they lose themselves in the mists of prehistory. But the interest in it was in all likelihood no more one of historical facts than the one in the social contract, which even Hobbes and Locke would scarcely have considered to be really fulfilled one. It was a question of the deification of history, even in the atheistic Hegelians Marx and Engels. The primacy of the economy is supposed to ground the happy end with historical stringency as imminent to it. The economic process would produce the political relationships of domination and would overturn them until the mandatory emancipation from the coercion of the economy. However, the intransigence of the doctrine, especially in Engels, was for its part precisely political. He and Marx wished for the revolution as one of the economic relationships in society as a whole, in the fundament of its self-preservation, not as the changing of the ground rules of domination, its political form. The point was directed at the anarchists. What motivated Marx and Engels to translate even humanity's prehistory, its fall from grace, as it were, into political economy, although its very concept, chained to the totality of the exchange relationship, is itself something late, was the expectation of immediately impending revolution. Because they wished for this right away, it was of the utmost importance to them to strike down tendencies, which they feared would be similarly defeated just as Spartacus formerly, or the rebellious peasants. They were enemies of utopia for the sake of its realization. Their imago of revolution stamped that of the primal world. The overwhelming weight of the economic contradictions in capitalism seemed to demand its derivation from the accumulated objectivity of what, since inconceivably distant times, was historically stronger. They could not have suspected what appeared later, in the failure of the revolution, even where it succeeded, that domination is capable of outlasting the planned economy, which neither of them to be sure would have confused with state capitalism, a potential, which the antagonistic tendency explicated by Marx and Engels of the economic, sharpened against mere politics, prolongs beyond its specific phase. The tenacity of domination after the fall of what the critique of political economy had as its main object, confers upon ideology the cheap triumph, which deduces domination, be it out of presumably inalienable forms of social organization, for instance those of centralization, be it out of those of the consciousness abstracted from the real process, the ratio, and subsequently prophesizes an infinite future for domination, with open understanding or under crocodile tears, for as long as any sort of organized society exists. By contrast, the critique of the politics fetishized as an existent in itself, or that of the spirit, inflated into its particularity, retains its power. The idea of the historical totality is touched upon however by the events of the 20th century, as one of calculable economic necessity. Only if things could have been different, only if the totality, socially necessary appearance shine as the hypostasis of the generality, which is squeezed out of individual human beings, is broken of the claim of its absoluteness, does critical social consciousness preserve the freedom of thought, that one day things might be different. Theory is capable of moving the immeasurable weight of historical necessity solely by cognizing this as appearance shine turned into reality, the historical determination as metaphysically accidental. Such cognition is thwarted by the metaphysics of history. The looming catastrophe corresponds rather to the presumption of an irrational catastrophe in the beginnings. Today the disdained possibility of the other has shrunk into that which, despite everything, wards off catastrophe. Otherworldliness of the Hegelian world spirit 317-320. In Hegel, however, especially in the philosophies of history and law, historical objectivity, as it once became, is exalted into transcendence. This general substance is not the worldly strives powerlessly against it. Nothing individuated individuum can go beyond this substance. It can indeed distinguish itself from other particular individuals, but not from the popular spirit Volksgeist. 6. The opposite of worldly, that of the identity, which is unidentically imposed over the particular existent, is accordingly otherworldly. Even such an ideology has its grain of truth. The critic of his own popular spirit is also chained to what is commensurable to him, so long as humanity is split into nations. The constellation between Karl Kraus and Vienna is the greatest model of this in the recent past, although for the most part garbed disparagingly. But things are not so dialectical for Hegel, as ever where he meets something disturbing. The individuated, he continues, can be more intellectually keen geistreicher than many others, but cannot surpass the popular spirit. The intellectually keen are only those, who know the spirit of the people and know how to direct themselves accordingly. 7. With rancor, it cannot fail to be overheard in the usage of the term intellectually keen. Hegel describes the relationship far beneath the level of his own conception. To direct oneself accordingly would be literally mere adjustment. As if by the compulsion to confess he decodes the identity he teaches as the continuing break and postulates the subordination of the weaker under the mightier. Euphemisms such as that of the philosophy of history, that in the course of world history particular individuals have suffered unwittingly come very close indeed to the consciousness of irreconcilement, and the fanfare in duty the individuated emancipates itself towards substantial freedom. 9. Incidentally, a theme endemic to the entirety of idealistic German thought, is already indistinguishable from its parody in the Doctor scene in Buchner's Wozzeck. Hegel puts into philosophy's mouth, that no power goes beyond the power of the good, of God, which prevents him, from reigning, that God delivers justice, that world history represents nothing other than the plan of providence. God governs the world, the content of his government, the fulfillment of his plan, is world history. To grasp this latter is the philosophy of world history, and its prerequisite is, that the ideal be realized, that only what is in accordance with the idea has reality. 10. The world spirit seems to have been at work with a special cunning, when Hegel, as if to crown his edifying sermon, to borrow a word from Arnold Schoenberg, apes Heidegger in advance, for reason is the perception of the divine work. 11. The omnipotent thought must abdicate and make itself available to experience as mere perception. Hegel mobilizes Greek conceptions this side of the experience of individuality, in order to gild the heteronomy of the substantial generality. In such passages he leaps over the entire historical dialectic and unhesitatingly proclaims the antique form of morality, which was itself first that of the official Greek philosophy and then that of the German high schools, as the true one, for the morality of the state is not the moralistic, reflected one, wherein one's own conviction prevails. This is more accessible to the modern world, while the true and antique one has its roots therein, that everyone does their duty. 12. The objective spirit takes its revenge on Hegel. As the guest speaker of the Spartan one, he anticipates the jargon of authenticity by 100 years with the expression does their duty. He debases himself by offering decorative remarks to the victims, without touching on the substantiality of the condition, whose victims they are. What haunts his superior declarations like a ghost, was already petty cash in the bourgeois treasure box of Schiller. In the Song of the Bell, this latter has the family father, his worldly goods burned to cinders, not only reach for the walking stick, which is merely the beggar's stick, but compels him moreover to do so joyfully, on behalf of the nation, which would otherwise be unworthy. He imposes the joyous dedication of its utmost to its honor. The terror of good cheer innervates the contra inte sociali French, social duress. Such exaggeration is no poetic luxury. The idealistic social pedagogue must do something extra, because without the additional and irrational accomplishment of identification, the fact that the generality robs the particular of what it promises it would become all too flagrant. Hegel associates the power of the generality with the aesthetic formal concept of greatness. The great ones of a people are those, who direct the people according to the general spirit. Individualities thus disappear for us and count only as those, who carry through that which the popular spirit wills. 13. The disappearance of individualities, decreed off the cuff, something negative which philosophy gives itself to know as something positive, without really changing it, is the equivalent of the continuing break. The power of the world spirit sabotages what Hegel in a later passage celebrates in the individuated, that it is in line with its substance. It is thus through itself. 14. Nevertheless, the dismissive formulation touches upon something serious. The world spirit would be the spirit of the world, as it is explicated in human consciousness. Human beings conduct themselves towards this latter as individuals towards the whole, which is their substance. 15. This is telling the score to the bourgeois intuition of the individuated, of vulgar nominalism. What constrains itself to what is immediately certain and substantial, thereby becomes precisely the agent of the generality, individuality, into a deceptive conception. Therein Hegel chimes with Schopenhauer. What he had over the latter was the insight that the dialectic of individuation and the general is not exhausted by the abstract negation of what is individual. The objection remains, however, not only against Schopenhauer but against Hegel himself, that the individuated, necessary appearance of the essence, of the objective tendency, is justified in once more turning against this, to the extent it confronts such with its externality and fallibility. This is implied in Hegel's doctrine of the substantiality of the individuated through itself. but instead of developing it, he remains frozen in an abstract opposition of the generality and particular, which ought to be unbearable according to his own method too. Hegel's partisanship for the universal 320 to 322. What stands against such a division of what is substantive and individuality no less than against the biased immediate consciousness, is the insight of Hegelian logic into the unity of the particular and the general, which at times counts for him as identity. The particularity however is as universality in and for itself, not such an immanent relation by transition, it is the totality in itself, and simple determinacy, essentially principle. It has no other determinacy than that which is posited by means of the generality itself, and results in the following fashion out of the same. The particular is the generality itself, but it is its difference from or relation to an other, its outwards appearance skenen. It is however not extant as anything other, from which the particular would be differentiated, than the generality itself. The generality determines itself, thus it is itself the particular. The determinacy is a distinction, it is only distinct from itself. 16. The particular would accordingly be immediately the generality, because it finds each and every determination of its specialities underhit solely through the generality. Without this, concludes Hegel, according to an always recurring mode, the particular would be nothing. The modern history of the spirit, and not only it, was the apologetic labor of Sisyphus, to think away the negative of the generality out of existence. In Kant the spirit still recalls it in opposition to necessity, he sought to delimit this latter to nature. In Hegel the critique of what is necessary is spirited away. The consciousness of the spirit must form in the world, the material of this realization. Its soil bodden is nothing other than the general consciousness, the consciousness of a people. This consciousness contains and by means of it directs all ends and interests of the people. This consciousness makes up the laws of the people, morals, religion, etc. It is what is substantial of the spirit of a people, even when the individuals do not know it, but ascertain it as a prerequisite. It is like a necessity, the individuated is raised in this atmosphere, knowing nothing else. Yet however it is not mere education and the consequence of education, but rather this consciousness is itself developed out of the individuated itself, not taught to it, the individuated is in this substance. 17. The Hegelian formulation "it is like a necessity" is quite fitting to the primacy of the generality. The like, by hinting at the merely metaphorical essence of such a necessity, fleetingly highlights what is merely apparent scheinhaft in what is realest of all. Any doubts as to whether necessity is good are promptly stricken down by the assertion, repeated over hill and dale, that exactly necessity would be freedom. The individuated, as Hegel puts it, is in this substance, that universality, which to him still coincided with the popular spirits. But its positivity is itself negative and becomes all the more so, the more positive it ends up becoming, the one so much the worse, the stronger its grip over the many. Its praise is offered by the victor, who even as one of the spirit cannot dispense with the victory procession, with the ostentation, that what is incessantly inflicted on the many would be the meaning of the world. It is the particular, which struggles mightily against each other, and a part of which goes to pieces. But precisely in the struggle, in the downfall of the particular, the generality results. This is not disturbed. 18. To this day it has not been disturbed. Nevertheless, following Hegel, the generality too would not be without that particular, which it determines, as something detached. Hegel's logic, also for him an a priori doctrine of general structures, is capable of definitively identifying the general and the not determined particular, of equating the mediatedness of both poles of cognition, only by not dealing at all with the particular as what is particular, but merely with the particularity, itself already something conceptual. 19. The primacy of the generality thus established, delivers the fundament to the Hegelian option for the social one and political one. This much is to be conceded to Hegel, that to think not merely the particularity but the particular itself would be impossible without the moment of the generality, which distinguishes the particular, stamps it, in a certain sense only thereby makes the particular. but the fact that one moment dialectically requires the other, contradictory one opposed to it, reduces, as Hegel well knew but occasionally prefers to forget, neither the former nor the latter to mere Greek, what is not the case. Otherwise the absolute, ontological validity of the logic of pure non-contradictoriness is stipulated, which the dialectical demonstration of moments had broken through, ultimately the position of an absolute first, of the concept, to which the factum is supposed to be secondary, because according to idealistic tradition it follows from the concept. While nothing about the particular can be predicated without determinacy and thereby without the universality, the moment of something particular, something opaque, which that predication refers to and is based on, does not perish therein. It preserves itself in the midst of the constellation, otherwise the dialectic would be tantamount to the hypostasis of the mediation, without preserving the moments of the immediacy, as Hegel judiciously wished elsewhere. Relapse into Platonism 322-324. The imminent critique of dialectics explodes Hegelian idealism. Cognition aims at the particular, not the generality. It seeks its true object in the possible determination of the difference of that particular, even from that generality, which it critiques as something nonetheless inalienable. If however the mediation of the general through the particular and of the particular through the general is simply reduced to the abstract normal form of mediation pure and simple, then the particular has to pay for this, all the way to its authoritarian dismissal in the material parts of the Hegelian system, what the human being ought to do, what its duties are, which it has to fulfill, in order to be virtuous, is easy to say in a moral community, it is to do nothing else, than what is indicated, expressed, and known by its relationships. The uprightness is the generality, which can be demanded of it part by law, partly morally. It can easily appear however for the moral standpoint as something subordinate, beyond which one ought to demand yet more of oneself and others, for the urge to be something particular, is not satisfied with that which is existent in and for itself and general, only in an exception does it find the consciousness of the peculiarity. 20. If Hegel had driven the doctrine of the identity of the general and the particular further to a dialectic in the particular itself, then the particular, which indeed according to him is the mediating generality, would be given the same rights as the former. That he denigrates this right to a mere urge, like a father, who chastises the son, you probably think you're something special, and psychologistically blackens the human right as narcissism, is no deplorable lapse by the individual philosopher. The dialectic of the particular he envisions is not to be carried out idealistically. Because, contrary to the Kantian chorismos, philosophy does not arrange itself as a doctrine of forms in the generality, but is supposed to penetrate the content itself. Philosophy sets up the reality in a magnificently catastrophic petitio principii Latin, begging the question, in such a manner that the latter fits the repressive identity with the former. What is most true in Hegel, the consciousness of the particular, without whose weight the concept of reality degenerates into farce, gives rise to that which is most false, abolishes the particular, which Hegel's philosophy gropes for. The more insistently its concept strives for the reality, the more delusively does he contaminate this latter, the hic et nunc Latin, here and now to be cracked open like the golden nuts at a children's party, with the concept under which it is subsumed. It is precisely this position of philosophy to reality, which concerns the misunderstandings, and I return herewith to what I previously noted, that philosophy, because it is the fathoming of what is rational, is exactly thereby the comprehension of what is present and real, not the raising up of something beyond, which is supposed to be God knows where, or of which one knows in fact quite enough to say where it is, namely in the error of a one-sided, empty rationalising raison irons. If the reflection, the feeling, or whatever form the subjective consciousness would have, sees the present as something in vain, is beyond it and knows better, then it ends up as what is in vain, and because it has its reality only in the present, it is itself only vanity. If conversely what counts for the idea, which is only an idea, a conception in an opinion, then philosophy preserves the insight against this, that nothing is real except the idea. It is a question of recognizing the substance, which is immanent, and the eternal, which is present, in the appearance scheme of what is temporal and transitional. 21.3 So platonically is the dialectician forced to speak. He does not wish to acknowledge that logically as well as in the philosophy of history the generality contracts into the particular, until this tears itself free from the abstract generality, which has become external to it, while correlative to this, the generality which he vindicates as the higher objectivity sinks down to what is badly subjective, to the average value of the particularities. He who had intended the transition of logic into time, is resigned to timeless logic. Detemporalization of time 324 to 328. The simple dichotomy of the temporal and the eternal amidst and in spite of the conception of the dialectic in Hegel conforms to the primacy of the generality in the philosophy of history. Just as the universal concept, the fruit of abstraction, seems to be beyond time, and the loss suffered by what is subsumed through the process of abstraction is booked in the ledger as a net gain and as a promissory note on eternity, so do the allegedly supertemporal moments of history become positivo Latin, positive things. But what is hidden in them is the same old ill. The agreement, that it would always remain so, discredits the thought which protests against this as ephemeral. Such a recoil into timelessness is not extraneous to the Hegelian dialectic and the philosophy of history. By extending itself over time, his version of dialectics becomes ontologized, turning from a subjective form into a structure of being pure and simple, itself something eternal. Hegel's speculations, which equate the absolute idea of the totality to the transience of everything finite, are founded on such. His attempt to deduce time, as it were, and to eternalize it as something which does not tolerate anything outside itself, is appropriate to this conception just as much as to absolute idealism, which can so little resign itself to the separation of time and logic than Kant could to that of the intuition and understanding. In this Hegel, the critic of Kant, was incidentally also his executor. If the latter a priorized time, as a pure form of intuition and the condition of everything temporal, this is for its part raised above time, for subjective and objective idealism thereby come to accord. For the fundament of both is the subject as concept, excluding its temporal content. Once more the actus purus Latin, pure act, as in Aristoteles, becomes what does not move. The social partisanship of the idealists reaches all the way into the constituents of their systems. They glorify time as non-temporal, history as eternal out of the fear, that it would begin. The dialectic of time and the temporal consequently turns for Hegel into one of an essence of time in itself. 5. It offers positivism a favorite point of attack. In fact, it would be badly scholastic, if dialectics were ascribed to the formal concept of time, purged of every temporal content. The critical reflection on this, however, dialectizes time as the unity of form and content, mediated in itself. The transcendental aesthetic of Kant would have nothing to counter the objection, that the purely formal character of time as a form of intuition, its emptiness, would itself correspond to no intuition, however stylized. Kantian time rejects every possible conception and imagination. In order to conceive it, something temporal must always be co-conceived along with it, on which it can be read, a something, on which its course or its so-called flow becomes experienceable. The conception of pure time requires precisely the conceptual mediation, the abstraction from all thinkable conceptions of time, which Kant, for the sake of the systematic, of the disjunction of sensuality and understanding, wished and had to dispense from the forms of intuition. Absolute time as such, divested of its lattermost factical substrate, which is in it and proceeds in it, would no longer be what according to Kant time must inalienably be, dynamic. No dynamics without what it takes place in. Conversely, however, no facticity is to be conceived, which would not possess its positional value in the continuum of time. Dialectics carries this reciprocity into even the most formal realm. None of the moments essential therein, and opposed to each other, is without the other. It is motivated meanwhile not by the pure form in itself, in which it unveils itself. A relationship of form and content has itself become form. It is the inalienable form of content, the uttermost sublimation of the form-content dualism in the severed and absolutized subjectivity. The moment of truth in Hegel's theory of time could still be extracted, insofar as one does not permit the logic of time to produce itself out of itself, as he does, but rather preserves it in the logic of congealed time relations, as it was indicated variously in the Critique of Pure Reason, especially in the Schematism chapter, though cryptically enough. The discursive logic similarly preserves moments of time, unmistakably in the conclusions, as detemporalized, rendered illusory, by means of their objectification into pure nomothetism, performed by subjective thinking. Without such detemporalization of time, these latter would in turn never have been objectified. As the cognition of a moment, the interpretation of the context between logic and time through the recourse to what, according to the current, positivistic doctrine of science, is pre-logical in logic, would be compatible with Hegel. For what he calls the synthesis, is not simply the utterly new quality, which leaps out from the determinate negation, but rather the return of what is negated, dialectical progress constantly also the recourse to what fell victim to the progressing concept, its advancing concretion, its self-correction. The transition of logic into time would like, insofar as the consciousness is able, to render compensation to this latter, for what logic has done to it, without which however time would not be. Under this aspect the Bergsonian doubling of the concept of time is a piece of its own unconscious dialectic. He sought to theoretically reconstruct the living experience of time in the concept of the temps duré franche, lived duration, of the lived duration, and thereby its substantive moment, which had fallen victim to the abstraction of philosophy and to the causal mechanical natural sciences. Nevertheless he did not reach the dialectical concept any more than this latter, more positivistically than his polemic knew, he absolutized the dynamic moment, out of Die Gaut French, disgust for the dawning reification of consciousness, made it for its part into a form of consciousness, as it were, into a particular and privileged mode of cognition, reifying it, if you will, into a branch. Isolated, the subjective experience of time along with its content becomes as accidental and mediated as its subject, and for that reason, in view of the chronometric one, always at the same time wrong. To explain this, the triviality suffices that the subjective experiences of time, measured by the clock, are subject to illusion, although no clock time would be without the subjective experience of time, which is concretized by this. The crass dichotomy of both times in Bergson registers however the historical one between the living experience and the concretized and repetitive labor processes. His fragile doctrine of time is an early precipitation of the objective social crisis of temporal consciousness. The irreconcilability of temps durée franche, lived duration and temps espace franche, chronometric time is the wound of that split consciousness, which is any sort of unity only through division. This can no more be mastered by the naturalistic interpretation of the temps espace than by the hypostasis of the temps durée, in which the subject, shrinking away from reification, hopes in vain to conserve itself by simply being alive. In fact the laughter, in which life is supposed to re-establish itself according to Bergson in contrast to its conventional hardening, has long since become the weapon of convention against the uncomprehended life, against the traces of something natural which is not completely domesticated. Interruption of the dialectic in Hegel 328-331. The Hegelian transposition of the particular into the particularity follows the praxis of a society, which tolerates the particular merely as a category, as the form of the supremacy of the general. Marx designated the state of affairs Sachverhalt in a manner which Hegel could not foresee. The dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes the dissolution of all solidified personal, historical, relationships of dependency in production, as much as the all-round dependency of the producers on each other. The production of every individual is dependent on the production of all others, as much as, also, the transformation of one's products into food has become dependent on the consumption of all others. This reciprocal dependency is expressed in the constant necessity of exchange and in exchange value as an all-round mediator. The economists express this as follows: each pursues their private interest, and serves thereby, without willing or knowing it, the private interests of all others, the general interest. The joke is not that insofar as each pursues their private interests, the entirety of the private interests, hence the general interest is achieved. Rather it could also be concluded from this abstract phrase, that each reciprocally stymies the enforcement of the interest of the others, and that instead of a general affirmation, rather a general negation results from this bellum omnium contra omnes Latin, war of all against all. The point however lies therein, that the private interest is itself already a socially determined interest and can be accomplished only under the conditions posited by the society and the means given by it, hence is tied to the reproduction of these conditions and means. It is the interest of the private, but its content, like its form and means of realization, are given by means of social conditions independent of all. 22. Such negative primacy of the concept sheds light on why Hegel, its apologist, and Marx, its critic, converge in the conception that what the former named the world spirit, possesses a preponderance of being in itself and would not merely, as to Hegel alone would be fitting, have its objective substance in individuals. The individuals are subsumed under social production, which exists as a doom outside of them, but social production is not subsumed under individuals, who operate it as their capacity in common. 23. The real chorismos compels Hegel, against his will, to remodel the thesis of the reality of the idea. Without the theory conceding such, the philosophy of law contains unmistakable sentences about this. In the idea of the state one must not look to specific states, nor particular institutions, one must rather consider the idea, this real God, for itself. Every state, even though one may find it bad according to the principles which one has, cognizing this or that defect in it, always has the essential moments of its existence in itself, when it namely belongs to the developed ones of its time. Because however it is easier to find faults, that to comprehend the affirmative, one falls easily into the mistake, of forgetting particular sides of the internal organism of the state. 24. If one must consider the idea for itself, and not particular states, and indeed in principle, obeying an extensive structure, then the contradiction between the idea and reality rises up once more, which the tenor of the entire work is to dispute away. The ominous sentence, that it would be easier to find faults than to comprehend the affirmative, is in line with this. Today this has turned into the cry for constructive, self-abasing, critique. Because the identity of the idea and reality is denied by this, it requires a devotional special effort of reason, as it were, in order to nevertheless reassure itself of that identity. The affirmative, the demonstration of positively achieved reconciliation, is postulated, praised as the superior achievement of the consciousness, because the Hegelian pure onlooker does not suffice for such an affirmation. The pressure exerted by the affirmation on what strives against it, what is real, untiringly reinforces that real one, which the universality perpetrates on the subject as its negation. Both yawn all the more visibly from each other, the more concretely the subject is confronted with the thesis of the objective substantiality of what is moral. In Hegel's later conception of education this is still described as something merely hostile to the subject. Education is thus in its absolute determination the emancipation and the labor of higher emancipation, namely the absolute point of passage to infinite subjective substantiality of morality, which is no longer immediate, natural but intellectual, equally raised to the form of universality. This emancipation is the hard labor in the subject against the mere subjectivity of conduct, against the immediacy of the desires, as well as against the subjective vanity of sensation and the random caprice. That it is this hard labor, comprises part of the disfavor, which falls upon it. It is through this labor of education, however, that the subjective will itself wins the objectivity, by which alone it for its part is solely worthy and capable of being the reality of the idea. 25. This glosses over the Greek school wisdom o me deres Greek, o me deres anthropo ou patotai, the person who does not get thrashed does not get educated, a line from Menander, which Goethe, to whom it did not fit at all, did not disdain as the Hegelian-minded motto of his autobiography. However, by trumpeting the truth over identity, which it would like to first introduce, the classicist maxim confesses its own untruth, that of the pedagogy of beatings in the most literal sense, and in the metaphorical one that of the unimpeachable command, to stay in line. As imminently untrue it is of no use to the end, which is entrusted to it. Psychology, trivialized by great philosophy, knows more about this than the latter. Brutality against human beings reproduces itself in them. Those who are maltreated are not educated but blocked up, rebarbarized. The insight of psychoanalysis, that the civilized mechanisms of the repression transform the libido into anti-civilized aggression, is not to be extinguished. Those who are raised with violence canalize their own aggression, by identifying with violence, in order to carry it further and be released of it. Thus are the subject and object really identified according to the ideal of education of Hegel's philosophy of law. Culture, which is nothing of the sort, does not wish for its own part that those who end up in its mill be cultivated. Hegel appeals, in one of the most famous passages of the philosophy of law, to the line attributed to Pythagoras, that the best way to morally educate a son, would be to make him a citizen of a state of good laws. 26 This demands a judgment, as to whether the state itself and its laws are in fact good. In Hegel, however, the social order is just that, a priori, without having to take responsibility for those who live under it. His subsequent reminiscence of Aristoteles ironically bears out, that the substantial unity is the absolute, motionless end in itself. 27 Motionless, it stands in the dialectic, which is supposed to produce it. The comment that in the state freedom comes to its highest right 28 is thereby devalued into empty assertion. Hegel degenerates into that washed-out sublimity, which he still detested in the Phenomenology. He repeats a topos of the thinking of antiquity, from the stage when the victorious, Platonic Aristotelian mainstream of philosophy solidarized with the institutions against their ground in the social process. By and large, humanity discovered society later than the state, which, mediated in itself, appeared as given and immediate to the dominated. Hegel's sentence, everything, which the human being is, it owes to the state. 29 The most striking exaggeration, smuggles the ancient confusion along with it. What impelled him to the thesis, is that it would be impossible to predicate that motionlessness which he ascribes to the general and, indeed of the institution which has once hardened, out of the essentially dynamic society. The dialectician strengthens the prerogative of the state, of being exempt from dialectics, because, something over which he did not deceive himself, this latter drives beyond bourgeois society. 30 He did not entrust to the dialectic the power to heal itself, and disavows his assurance of the dialectically self-producing identity. Role of the popular spirit 331 to 333. That the metaphysics of the reconciliation of the general and particular failed in the construction of reality, as the philosophies of law and history, could not have remained hidden from Hegel's systematic need. He labored mightily for the sake of the mediation. His category of mediation, the popular spirit, reaches into empirical history. To the individual subjects it would be the concrete form of the generality, but the determinate popular spirit would be for its part merely something individuated ein individuum in the course of world history. 31 An individuation of a higher degree, yet independent as such. Precisely the thesis of this independence of the popular spirits legalizes the violent domination over individual human beings in Hegel, similar to the collective norms in Durkheim and the soul of each culture in Spengler, later on. The more splendidly a generality is outfitted with the insignia of the collective subject, the more completely the subjects disappear therein without a trace. That category of mediation meanwhile, which by the way is not explicitly called the mediation, but only fulfills its function, remains behind Hegel's own concept of mediation. It does not prevail in the thing itself, certainly not immanently in its other, but functions as a bridge concept, a hypostasized average between the world spirit and the individuals. Hegel interprets the transience of the popular spirits, analogous to that of the individuals, as the true life of the generality. In truth, however, the categories of the people and of the popular spirit are themselves transient, not just their specific manifestations. Even to the extent that today's newly appearing popular spirits are supposed to carry further the burning torches of the Hegelian world spirit, they threaten to reproduce the life of the human species at a lower level. In view of the Kantian generality of his period, of visible humanity, Hegel's doctrine of the popular spirit was already reactionary, cultivated something already seen through as particular. Without hesitation he participates with the emphatic category of the popular spirit in the same nationalism, whose funestes Latin, fatal, sinister overtones he diagnosed in the Jungfrathausburschenschaftlichen, traditional German fraternities agitators. His concept of the nation, the bearer of the world spirit in monotonous variation, reveals itself to be one of invariance, with which the dialectical work, paradoxically and yet in accordance with its one aspect, overflows. In the undialectical constants in Hegel, which punish the dialectic as a lie and yet without which no dialectics would be, there is so much truth, as history takes its course as monotony, as the bad infinity of guilt and atonement, which Hegel's star witness Heraclitus already cognized and ontologically exalted in archaic times. But the nation, the terminus as much as the thing, is of a recent date. After the fall of feudalism, a precariously centralized organizational form was supposed to restrain the diffuse natural associations for the protection of the bourgeois interest. It had to become a fetish, because it could not have otherwise integrated human beings, who economically needed that form of organization, just as much as it does them incessant violence. Where the unification of the nation, the precondition of a self-emancipated bourgeois society, failed, in Germany, its concept became overvalued and destructive. In order to seize the gentes Latin, country, it mobilizes additional regressive recollections of the archaic tribe. As an evil ferment, they are suited to hold down the individuated, equally something late developed and fragile, where its conflict with the universality is about to recoil into its rational critique. The irrationality of the ends of bourgeois society could scarcely otherwise have been stabilized than with effectively irrational means. The specific German situation of the immediate post-Napoleonic era may have deceived Hegel about how anachronistic the doctrine of the popular spirit was compared with his own concept of the spirit, out of whose progress the progressive sublimation, the emancipation from rudimentary natural rootedness is not to be expelled. In him the doctrine of the popular spirit was already false consciousness, ideology, though provoked by the need of the administrative unity of Germany. Masked, coupled as the particularity with what is now existent, the popular spirits are proof against that reason, whose memory is nevertheless preserved in the universality of the spirit. After the tract on eternal peace, the Hegelian eulogy of war can no longer hide behind the naivete of insufficient historical experience. What he praised as substantial in the popular spirits, the mores, were even then already hopelessly depraved into those archaic customs, which were dug up in the epoch of the dictatorships, in order to officially propagate the disempowerment of the individuals by the historical trend. The mere fact that Hegel must speak of the popular spirits in the plural, already betrays the obsolescence of their alleged substantiality. It is negated, as soon as a plurality of popular spirits is spoken of, or an internationale of the nations is envisioned. After fascism it resurfaced. Popular spirit obsolete 333 to 335. Through its national particularization, the Hegelian spirit no longer includes the sort of material basis in itself, which it would like to claim all the same as the totality. In the concept of the popular spirit, an epiphenomenon, collective consciousness, a stage of social organization, is opposed to the real process of production and reproduction of the society as something essential. That the spirit of a people is to be realized, that it would be made into an extant world, says Hegel, is felt by every people. 32 Today hardly so, and where peoples are made to feel so, then for ill. The predicates of that extant world, religion, cults, morals, customs, art, constitution, political laws, the entire extent of its institutions, its occurrences and acts 33 have lost what counted for Hegel as their substantiality, along with their self-evident character. His injunction, that the individuals would have to form themselves, to make themselves according to the substantial being of their people 34 is despotic. It was already in his day incompatible with the meanwhile equally obsolete Shakespearean hypothesis, as it were, that the historical generality would realize itself through the sufferings and interests of the individuals, while it is merely drilled into them, as the healthy popular sentiment of those who are caught in its machinery. Hegel's thesis, that none could leap beyond the spirit of their people, any more than one could leap beyond the earth 33 is in the epoch of telluric conflicts and the potential of a telluric arrangement of the world utterly provincial. In few other places does Hegel pay so dear a toll to history, as where he thinks history. Nevertheless he also thought to the point, where the popular spirits he hypostasized were for their part so relativized in the philosophy of history, that he might have considered it possible for the world spirit to one day escape from the popular spirits, and clear a space for cosmopolitanism. Every single new popular spirit is a new stage in the conquest of the world spirit, towards the winning of its consciousness, its freedom. The death of a popular spirit is the transition into life, and indeed not as in nature, where the death of one calls a similar one into existence. Rather the world spirit strides forwards from the humble determination to higher principles, concepts of itself, to more developed portrayals Darstellungen of its idea. 36 Accordingly the idea of a world spirit to be conquered, realized through the downfall of the self-realizing popular spirits and transcending them, would in any case be open. Only no progress of world history by virtue of its transition from nation to nation is to be trusted any more in a phase, in which the victor no longer ends up at that higher stage, which was probably only attested to it, because it was the victor. Thereby however the consolation of the downfall of peoples comes to resemble the cyclical theories down to Spengler. The philosophical decree concerning the germination werden and extinction virgen of entire peoples or cultures drowns out the fact that what is irrational and incomprehensible in history became self-evident, because it was never any different, robbing the talk of progress of its content. In spite of the well-known definition of history, Hegel did not work out any sort of theory of progress. The Hegelian migration of the world spirit from one popular spirit to another is the migration of peoples puffed up into metaphysics. This latter indeed, something which sweeps over human beings, is the prototype of world history itself, whose Augustinian conception fell in the era of the migration of peoples. The unity of world history, which animates philosophy to trace it out as the path of the world spirit, is the unity of what rolls over, of horror, the immediate antagonism. Concretely Hegel did not go beyond nations except in the name of their unforeseeably repeated annihilation. The ring of the Schopenhauerian Wagner is more Hegelian, than Wagner ever knew. Individuality and History 335-337. What Hegel hypertrophically assigned the popular spirits, as collective individualities, is extracted from individuality, from the human individual being. Complementarily, it is placed in Hegel at once both too high and too low. Too high as the ideology of the great men, in whose favor Hegel recites the master's joke of the servant and the hero. The more impenetrable and alienated the power of the generality, which ends up prevailing, the fiercer the need for consciousness to make it commensurable. That is where the geniuses come in, the military and political ones especially. They are part of the publicity of what is large than life size, which is derived from precisely that success, which for its part is supposed to be explained out of individual qualities, which they for the most part lack. Projections of the powerless longing of all, they function as the imago of unleashed freedom, boundless productivity, as if these latter were always and everywhere to be realized. Such ideological excess contrasts in Hegel with the scarcity in the ideal. His philosophy has no interest, that individuality would actually be. Therein the doctrine of the world spirit harmonizes with its own tendency. Hegel saw through the fiction of the historical being for itself of individuality just like that of each unmediated immediacy, and cast the individuated, by means of the ruse of reason, which dates back to the Kantian philosophy of history, as the agent of the generality, something which it had served as for centuries. Therein he thought of the relationship of the world spirit and the individual along with their mediation as invariant, in keeping with a consistent thought structure, which his conception of dialectics simultaneously skeletizes and revokes. He too was enthralled to his class, which must eternalize its dynamic categories to ward off the consciousness of the limits of its continued existence. What he followed was the image of the individuated in individualistic society. It is adequate, because the principle of the exchange society realized itself only by means of the individuation of the specific contracting parties, because the principium individuationis Latin, individuating principle was thus literally its principle, its generality. It is inadequate, because in the total functional context, which requires the form of individuation, individuals are relegated to mere executive organs of the generality. The functions of the individuated, and thereby its own composition, change historically. In contrast to Hegel and his epoch, it has become irrelevant to a degree which could not have been anticipated. The appearance shine of its being for itself has dissolved for everyone, just as much as the speculation of Hegel esoterically demolished it in advance. Exemplary for this is passion, the motor of individuality for Hegel as well as Balzac. To the powerless, for whom what is achievable and not achievable is always more narrowly prescribed, it becomes anachronistic. Already Hitler, who was tailored according to the classic bourgeois model of the great man, so to speak, parroted passion in hysterical fits of tears and carpet chewing. Even in the private realm passion is becoming a rarity. The well-known transformations of the erotic modes of conduct of the young indicate the decomposition of the individuated, which no longer summons up the power for passion, ego strength, nor requires it, because the social organization which integrates it, takes care to ensure that the open resistances are removed, which once set passion alight, and thereby relocates the controls into the individuated as one of adjustment at any price. Therein it has by no means lost all functions. Now as before the social process of production conserves the principium individuationis Latin, individuating principle in the regnant process of exchange, the private disposition, and thereby all the evil instincts of what is bottled up inside its own ego. The individuated outlives itself. Solely in its remainder, however, that which is historically condemned, is what does not sacrifice itself to false identity. Its function is that which is functionless, of the spirit, which is not as one with the generality and for that reason powerlessly represents it. Only as that which is exempt from general praxis is the individuated capable of the thought, which transformative praxis requires. Hegel sensed the potential of the generality in the individualized. The actors have in their activity finite ends, particular interests, but they are also knowers, thinkers. 37 The methexis of each individuated in the generality through thinking consciousness, and it becomes the individuated only as that which thinks, already surpasses the contingency of the particular in contrast to the generality, on which the Hegelian contempt for what is individual, just like the later collectivistic one, is based. Through experience and consistency the individuated becomes capable of the truth of the generality, which this latter, as blind self-perpetuating power, conceals from itself and others. According to the prevailing consensus the generality is supposed, due to its mere form as universality, to be in the right. Itself a concept, it thereby becomes non-conceptual, hostile to reflection. The first condition of resistance is that the spirit sees through this and names it, a modest beginning of praxis. Bain 337-340. Now as before, human beings, individual subjects, stand under a bane. It is the subjective form of the world spirit, whose primacy over the externalized life process is reinforced internally. What they can do nothing about, and which negates them, is what they themselves become. They no longer need to acquire a taste for it as what is higher, which it in fact is in contrast to them, in the hierarchy of degrees of universality. On their own, a priori, as it were, they behave in accordance with what is inescapable. While the nominalistic principle simulates individualization to them, they act collectively. This much is true in the Hegelian insistence on the universality of the particular, that the particular in the inverted form of powerless individualization, sacrifice to the general, is dictated by the principle of the inverted universality. The Hegelian doctrine of the substantiality of the general in what is individual appropriates the subjective bane. What is presented here as metaphysically worthier, owes such an aura chiefly to its impenetrability, irrationality, the opposite of the spirit, which according to metaphysics it is supposed to be. The fundament of unfreedom, which in the subjects is beyond even their psychology, which prolongs it, serves the antagonistic condition, which today threatens to annihilate the potential of subjects to change this last. Expressionism, spontaneous, collective forms of reaction, jerkily indicated something of that bane. In the meantime this latter became as ubiquitous as the deity, whose place it usurped. It is no longer felt, because scarcely anything and scarcely anyone would have escaped it far enough to realize the difference. Humanity continues to drag itself along as in Barlach's sculpture and Kafka's prose, an endless train of bowed figures chained to each other, who can no longer raise their heads under the burden of what is. 38 The merely existent, the opposite of the world spirit according to the high-flown doctrine of idealism, is its incarnation, coupled to the accident, the form of freedom under the bane. 6 While it seems as if it is cast over all living beings, it is nonetheless probably not what Schopenhauer would take it for, simply and purely one with the principium individuationis Latin, individuating principle and its stubborn self-preservation. The conduct of animals differs from that of humans through something compulsory. It may have inherited it from the animal species called humanity, but becomes something qualitatively different in this latter. And indeed precisely by means of the capacity for reflection, by which the bane might be dispelled and which entered into the bane's service. By such an inversion of itself it reinforces this and makes this radically evil, devoid of the innocence of the merely being so. In human experience, the bane is the equivalent of the fetish character of the commodity. What is self-made becomes the in itself, out of which the self can no longer escape, in the dominating faith in facts as such, in their positive acceptance, the subject worships its mirror image. The reified consciousness has become total as the bane. That it is a false one, holds the promise of the possibility of its sublation, that it would not remain such, that false consciousness would inescapably move beyond itself, that it could not have the last word. The more the society is steered by the totality, which reproduces itself in the bane of subjects, the deeper too its tendency towards dissociation. This latter threatens the life of the species, as much as it denies the bane of the whole, the false identity of subject and object. The general, which compresses the particular as if by an instrument of torture, until it splinters, labors against itself, because it has its substance in the life of the particular. Without it, it sinks down into the abstract, separate, and voidable form. Franz Neumann diagnosed this in the institutional sphere in Behemoth. The disassembly into disconnected and warring power apparatuses is the secret of the total fascist state. Anthropology corresponds to this, the chemism of human beings. Unresistingly delivered over to the collective bad state of affairs, they lose identity. It is not entirely improbable that the bane is thereby tearing itself apart. What would like to provisionally gloss over the total structure of society under the name of pluralism, receives its truth from such self-announcing disintegration, simultaneously from horror and from a reality, in which the bane explodes. Freud's civilization and its discontents has a content, which was scarcely available to him. It is not solely in the psyche of the socialized that the aggressive drives accumulate to the point of openly destructive pressure, but the total socialization objectively breeds its counterforce Widerspiel, without to this day being able to say, whether it is the catastrophe or the emancipation. The philosophical systems drafted an unwitting schemata of this, which equally, with increasing unity, disqualified what is heterogeneous to them, be it named sensation, the not I or what have you, all the way to that chaos, whose name can't used for the heterogeneous. What some prefer to call angst and ennoble as an existential, is claustrophobia in the world, in the closed system. It perpetuates the bane as the coldness between human beings, without which the woe could not repeat itself. Whoever is not cold, who does not make themselves cold as per the vulgar figure of speech of the murderer who ices the victim, must feel themselves condemned. Along with angst and its grounds, the coldness, too, might pass away. Angst is the necessary form of the curse laid in the universal coldness over those, who suffer from it. Regression under the bane 340 to 343. Whatever the domination of the identity principle tolerates of the non-identical, is mediated for its part by the identity compulsion, the stale remainder, after the identification has cut out its junk. Under the bane, what is different and whose smallest admixture would indeed be incompatible with the former, is transformed into poison. As accidental, the unidentical remainder becomes on the other hand in turn so abstract, that it fits into the lawfulness of the identification. This is the sad truth of what Hegel expounded positively as the doctrine of the unity of accident and necessity. The substitution of traditional causality through statistical rules ought to confirm that convergence. What is fatally in common however between necessity and accident, which Aristoteles already ascribed to the merely existent, is fate. It has its place in the circle, which the dominating thinking draws around itself, as much as in what falls out and, bereft of reason, acquires an irrationality which converges with the necessity posited by the subject. The process of domination spews out tatters of subjugated nature undigested. That the particular would not melt away philosophically into the universality, requires that it would also not seal itself off in the contrariness of the accident. What would help the reconciliation of the general and the particular would be the reflection of difference, not its extirpation. This latter is what Hegel's pathos signs itself over to, granting the sole reality to the world spirit, echo of the laughter of hell in heaven. The mythical bane has secularized itself into what is real, seamlessly compartmentalized. The reality principle, which the clever follow, in order to survive, ensnares them like an evil magic. They are that much less capable and willing of shaking off the burden, which the magic hides from them, they consider it as life itself. Metapsychologically the talk of regression is on the mark. Everything which is nowadays called communication, without exception, is only the noise, which drowns out the silence of those under the bane. The individual human spontaneities, meanwhile to a large extent even the allegedly oppositional ones, are condemned to pseudo-activity, potentially to idiocy. The techniques of brainwashing and its related procedures practice from without an immanent anthropological tendency, which indeed for its part is motivated from without. The natural historical norm of adjustment, to which Hegel assented in the Beer Hall Wisdom, that one has to sow one's wild oats, is, entirely like his own, the schemata of the world spirit as bane. Perhaps the most recent biology projects its experience, taboo among human beings, onto animals, in order to exonerate the human beings who torture them. The ontology of animals imitates the age-old and constantly newly acquired animality vertiethete of human beings. The world spirit is to this extent to its own contradiction, contrary to what Hegel wished. The animalized self-preserving reason drives out the spirit of the species, which worships the latter. That is why the Hegelian metaphysics of the spirit is already so close, at all of its stages, to the hostility to the spirit. Just as the mythical power of what is natural reproduces itself on an expanded scale in the unconscious society, so too are the categories of consciousness, which it produces, all the way to the most enlightened, under the bane and turn into delusion. Society and the individuated harmonize therein as nowhere else. With society, ideology has advanced to the point that it no longer develops into socially necessary appearance shine and thereby to independence, however fragile, but only into an adhesive, false identity of subject and object. The individuals, the old substrate of psychology, are themselves by virtue of the principle of individuation, by the monotonous restriction of every individual to particular interests, also equal to each other and accordingly appeal to the dominating abstract universality, as if it were their own affair such. This is their formal a priori. Conversely the generality, to which they bow, without even feeling it, is tailored to them in such a manner, appeals so little to that which would not be the same as this in them, that they bind themselves freely and easily and joyfully reference to a line in Schiller. Contemporary ideology is no less a holding tank to receive the psychology of the individuals, in every case already mediated by the generality, just as it unceasingly produces the generality in the individuals anew. Bain and ideology are the same. What is fatal about the latter is that it dates back to biology. The Spinozists cc conservare Latin, to preserve oneself, self-preservation, is truly the law of nature of everything living. The tautology of identity is its content, what should be, is what already is anyway, the will turns back onto the willing, as the mere means of itself it turns into an end. This turn is already that of false consciousness. If the lion had won, then its rage at the antelope, which it wants to devour, would be ideology. The concept of the end, which is exalted into reason for the sake of consistent self-preservation, would have to emancipate itself from the idol of the mirror. The end would be, what is different from the subject as the means. This however is obscured by self-preservation, it fixes the means as ends, which do not legitimate themselves before any sort of reason. The greater the increase of the productive forces, the more the perpetuation of life as an end in itself loses its self-evident character. Enslaved by nature, it becomes dubious in itself, while the potential of something other matures in it. Life prepares itself to become its means, as indeterminate and unknown as this other would be. Its heteronymous arrangement however always again inhibits it. Because self-preservation through the eons was always difficult and precarious, the ego drives, its instrument, have an almost irresistible power, even after self-preservation became virtually easy through techniques, greater even than the object drives, whose specialist, Freud, mistook it for. The exertion which is superfluous according to the state of the productive forces becomes objectively irrational, hence the bane into really dominating metaphysics. The current stage of the fetishization of means as ends in technology indicates the victory of that tendency all the way to open absurdity. Formerly rational, yet obsolete modes of conduct are conjured up by the logic of history unchanged. It is logical no longer. Subject and the individuated individuum 343 to 344. Hegel formulated idealistically, subjectivity is itself the absolute form and the existing reality of substance, and the subject's difference from it as its object and power is only the vanished difference of the form, which is at the same time just as immediate. 39 Subjectivity, which indeed even in Hegel is the general and the total identity, is deified. Thereby however the opposite is achieved as well, the insight into the subject as a self-manifesting objectivity. The construction of the subject-object has an abyssal double character. It not only ideologically falsifies the object in the free act of the absolute subject, but cognizes also in the subject that which represents itself as objective and thereby restricts the subject anti-ideologically. Subjectivity as the existent reality of the substance does indeed lay claim to preeminence, but would be as an existing, realized in Tausard's subject just as much objectivity as appearance. This however would also affect the relationship of subjectivity to concrete individuals. If objectivity is immanent to them and at work in them, if it truly appears in them, then the sort of individuality which is related to the essence is far more substantial, than where it is merely subordinated to the essence. Hegel falls silent before such consistency. He who attempted to liquidate Kant's abstract concept of form, drags along nevertheless the Kantian and Fichtian dichotomy of the transcendental, subject and empirical, individuated. The lack of concrete determinacy of the concept of subjectivity is exploited to the advantage of the higher objectivity of a subject purified of contingency. This facilitates the identification of the subject and object at the expense of the particular. Therein Hegel follows the usage of the entirety of idealism. At the same time however he undermines his assertion of the identity of freedom and necessity. By means of its hypostasis as spirit, the substrate of freedom, the subject, is dissociated so far from living existing human beings, that the freedom in necessity does not at all bear fruit for them. Hegel's language brings this to light, in that the state, the fatherland, comprises a community of existence, in that the subjective will of human beings submits to the law, the opposition between freedom and necessity disappears. 40 Not even the most artful interpretation could argue the fact away that the word submission means the opposite of freedom. Its alleged synthesis with necessity bows to the latter and refutes itself. Dialectics and Psychology 344-347. Hegel's philosophy outlines the perspective of the loss involved in the rise of individuality in the 19th century until well into the 20th, that of Gemeintalness-Verbindlichkeit, that power towards the generality, in which individuality would first come to itself. The meanwhile evident decay of individuality is coupled to such a loss, the individuated, which develops and differentiates itself, by separating itself from the generality more and more emphatically, threatens thereby to regress to the contingency, which Hegel reckoned against it. Only the restorative Hegel had himself neglected logic and coercion in the progress of individuation, for the benefit of an ideal modeled on Greek maxims, as if foreshadowing the most dire German reaction of the 20th century, just as much as the forces, which first come to maturity in the disassembly of individuality. 41 Even therein he does an injustice to his own dialectic. That the generality is not anything merely thrown over individuality but would be its innervat substance, is not to be reduced to the platitude of the encompassing nature of valid human morality, but would need to be traced to the center of the individual mode of conduct, especially in the character, in that psychology, which Hegel, as one with popular bias, accuses of a contingency which Freud meanwhile refuted. Certainly the Hegelian anti-psychologism achieves the cognition of the empirical precedence of the social generality, which Durkheim later expressed sturdily and untouched by any dialectical reflection. 42 Psychology, seemingly opposed to the general, yields under pressure, all the way to the cells of innervation, to the general, and to this extent is a real constitutum Latin, what is constituted. 43 However, the positivistic objectivism, like the dialectical one, is as short-sighted against psychology as superior to it. Because the dominating objectivity is objectively inadequate to individuals, it realizes itself solely through the individuals, psychologically. Freudian psychoanalysis does not so much weave the appearance shine of individuality, as thoroughly destroy it as much as the philosophical and social concept. If the individuated shrinks according to the doctrine of the unconscious down into a scanty number of repetitive constants and conflicts, the former disinterests itself indeed with contempt for humanity in the concretely developed ego, but is reminded by it of the frailness of its determinations in contrast to those of the ID and thereby of its thin and ephemeral essence. The theory of the ego as a summation of defense mechanisms and rationalizations is aimed against the same hubris of the self-mastering individuated, against the individuated as ideology, demolished by more radical theories of the primacy of the objective. Whosoever paints the right condition, in order to answer the objection, that they would not know what they want, cannot disregard that primacy, even over themselves. Even if their imagination were capable of representing everything as radically different, then it would still remain chained to them and their contemporary moment as static points of reference, and everything would go wrong. Even the most critical person would in a state of freedom be totally different, just like those they wish to change. Probably every citizen of the wrong world would find the right one intolerable, they would be too damaged for it. This ought to impart a measure of tolerance to the consciousness of intellectuals who do not sympathize with the world spirit, amidst their resistance. Whoever will not allow themselves to be deflected from difference and critique is nonetheless not entitled to put themselves in the right. Such a moment of indulgence would of course be denounced as decadent throughout the whole world, under whatever sort of political system. The aporia extends even to the teleological concept of a happiness of humanity, which would be that of individuals. The fixation of one's own needs and one's own longing disfigures the idea of a happiness, which would only arise, when the category of the individual no longer sealed itself off from itself. Happiness is no invariant, solely unhappiness is what has its essence in monotony. Whatever happiness the existent totality intermittently permits or grants, bears the marks in advance of its own particularity. 44 All happiness to this day promises what never yet was, and the belief in its immediacy gets in the way of its coming to be. This lends the passages of the Hegelian philosophy of history which are hostile to happiness more truth than was intended in their time and place. One names those as happy, who find themselves in harmony with themselves. One can also have happiness as a point of view in the consideration of history, but history is not the soil for happiness. The times of happiness are empty pages in them. Very likely there is in world history also satisfaction, but this is not what is called happiness, for it is the satisfaction of such ends, which stand over particular interests. Ends, which have significance in world history, must be held fast by means of abstract willing, with energy. The world historical individuals, who have pursued such ends, have indeed satisfied themselves, but they have not wished to be happy. 45 Certainly not, but its renunciation, to which even Zarathustra confesses, expresses the insufficiency of individual happiness in contrast to utopia. Only the resurrection of the particularity as the general principle would be happiness, irreconcilable with individual human happiness here and now. What is repressive in the Hegelian position towards happiness is, however, not, after his own manner, to be treated from a presumably higher standpoint as a quantite negligible French, negligible quantity. As insistently as he corrects his own historical optimism through the sentence, history would not be the soil for happiness, so much does he transgress against it, by attempting to establish that sentence as the idea beyond happiness. Nowhere is the latent aestheticism of someone, to whom reality cannot be real enough, so striking as here. 46 If the times of happiness are supposed to be the empty pages of history, by the way a dubious assertion in view of somewhat happier periods of humanity, such as those of the European 19th century, which nevertheless did not lack for historical dynamics, then the metaphor signifies, as if in a book in which the great deeds would be recorded, an unreflective concept of world history, borrowed from conventional education, as what is grandiose. One who as an observer is intoxicated on battles, the toppling of regimes and catastrophes, is silent as to whether the emancipation, which they advocate in bourgeois fashion, ought to emancipate itself from precisely that category. Marx had this in mind. He designated the sphere of greatness which is set up as an object of consideration, that of politics, as ideology and as transient. The position of thought towards happiness would be the negation of each and every false one. It postulates, in stark contrast to the prevailing intuition, the idea of the objectivity of happiness, as it was negatively conceived in Kierkegaard's doctrine of objective despair. Natural History 347-351. The objectivity of historical life is that of natural history. Marx recognized that against Hegel, and indeed strictly in the context of the generality which realizes itself over the heads of subjects, even though society is becoming aware of the natural law of its motion, and it is the ultimate end goal of this work, to reveal the economic law of motion of modern society, it can neither leap over naturally proceeding nature-gemi developmental phases nor decree them away. I by no means show the form of capitalist and landlord in a rosy light. But it is a question here of persons only insofar as they are the personification of economic categories, carriers of determinate class relationships and interests. My standpoint, which treats the development of the economic social formation as a natural historical process, can less than any other make individuals responsible for relationships, whose creature they socially remain, however much they may subjectively rise above them. 47 What is meant is certainly not the anthropological concept of nature of Feuerbach, against which Marx aimed dialectical materialism, in the sense of a reprise of Hegel against the left Hegelians. 48 The so-called law of nature, which nevertheless would only be one of capitalist society, is therefore termed mystification by Marx. The law of capitalist accumulation, mystified into a law of nature, expresses therefore in fact only that its nature excludes every such decrease in the degree of exploitation of labor or every such increase of the price of labor, which could seriously endanger the continual reproduction of the relationships of capital and its reproduction on a constantly expanded level. It cannot be otherwise in a mode of production, wherein the laborer is there for the necessity of valorization of extant values, instead conversely of the objective wealth for the developmental needs of the laborer. 49. That law is nature-like due to the character of its inescapability under the dominating relationships of production. Ideology does not eclipse social being like a detachable layer, but is inherent in the latter. It is grounded in the abstraction, which counts as essential for the process of exchange. There would be no exchange without disregarding living human beings. This implies the necessarily social appearance shine in the real process of life to this day. Its core is value as a thing in itself, as nature. The natural rootedness of capitalist society is real and at the same time that appearance shine. That the assumption of natural laws is not to be taken à la lettre French, literally, least of all to be ontologized in the sense of a however stylized draft of so-called humanity, is confirmed by the strongest motive of Marxist theory of all, that of the potential abolition of those laws. Where the realm of freedom had begun, they would no longer apply. The Kantian distinction of a realm of freedom from one of necessity is transposed, by means of the mobilization of the Hegelian mediating philosophy of history, onto the sequence of phases. Only such an inversion of the Marxist motives as that of Diamat Eastern Bloc acronym for the state-approved version of dialectical materialism, which prolongs the realm of necessity with the assertion that it would be that of freedom, could degenerate into falsifying the polemical Marxist concept of natural lawfulness from a construction of natural history into a scientific doctrine of invariance. In the meantime, the Marxist talk of natural history loses nothing of its truth content, namely that of its critical one. Hegel still made do with a personified transcendental subject, which indeed already fell short of the subject. Marx denounces not only the Hegelian transfiguration, but the matter at hand which it experienced. Human history, progressive natural domination, continues the unconscious one of nature, of devouring and being devoured. Marx was ironically a social Darwinist. What the social Darwinists praised and wished to act according to, is for him the negativity, in which the possibility of its sublation awakens. A passage from the outline of political economy leaves no doubt as to the critical essence of his insight into natural history, now as much as the whole of this movement appears as a social process, and as much as the individual moments of this movement proceed from the conscious will and particular ends of individuals, so much does the totality of the process appear as an objective context, which originates naturally naturwuchsig, indeed proceeds out of the reciprocal effect of conscious individuals, but neither lies in their consciousness, nor is subsumed under them as a whole. 50. Such a social concept of nature has its own dialectic. The natural lawfulness of society is ideology, to the extent it is hypostasized as an immutable given fact of nature. Natural lawfulness is real, however, as a law of motion of unconscious society, as it is pursued in Capital from the analysis of the commodity form down to the theory of economic crisis in a phenomenology of the anti-spirit. The changes in each constitutive economic form took place like those of animal species, which arise and go extinct over millions of years. The theological quirks-mucken of the commodity in the fetishism chapter scorn the false consciousness, which the social relationship of exchange value reflects in itself as the characteristic of things in themselves to the contracting parties. But they are also as true, as formerly the praxis of bloody idolatry was in fact practiced. For the constitutive forms of socialization, of which that mystification is one, maintain their unconditional supremacy over human beings, as if they were divine providence. The sentence about the theories which would become a real force if they seized the masses, is already applicable to all the structures, which precede the false consciousness of all, which assure the social hegemony of its irrational nimbus, of the character of the continuing taboos, of the archaic bane, to this day. Something of this flashed in Hegel. Above all, however, it is simply essential, that the Constitution, although produced in time, is not seen as something artificially made, for it is rather the simply existent in and for itself, which for that reason is to be considered as the divine and enduring, and as beyond the sphere of that which is made. 51 Hegel thereby extends the concept of what would be the phys Greek, by nature, onto that which formerly defined the counter-concept of the these Greek, thesis. The constitution, the name of the historical world, which mediates all immediacy of nature, determines conversely the sphere of mediation, precisely the historical one, as nature. The Hegelian phrase is based on Montesquieu's polemic against the old-fashioned theories of the time, alien to history, of the social contract. The state juridical institutions were not created by any conscious act of will of the subjects. The spirit as second nature, however, is the negation of the spirit, and indeed all the more thoroughly, the more its self-consciousness deceives itself about its natural rootedness. This fulfills itself in Hegel. His world spirit is the ideology of natural history. He names it the world spirit by virtue of its power. Domination becomes absolute, projected onto being itself, which would there be the spirit. History, however, the explication of something, which it is always supposed to have been, acquires the quality of what is devoid of history. In the midst of history, Hegel takes the side of what is unchanging, of monotony, of the identity of the process, whose totality would be healthy. He is thus to be charged unmetaphorically with historical mythology. He garbs the asphyxiating mythos with the words spirit and reconciliation. What by nature is accidental, is what experiences the accidental, and just this fate is thus the necessity, just as the concept and the philosophy cause the point of view of the mere contingency to disappear and cognizes in it, as the appearance shine, its essence, necessity. It is necessary, that what is finite, the possession and life be posited as accidental, because this is the concept of the finite. This necessity has on the one hand the form of a force of nature, and everything finite is mortal and transient. 52 Nothing else has been taught to humanity by the Western myths of nature. Hegel cites nature and the force of nature as models of history, according to an automatism, which the philosophy of the spirit can do nothing about. They assert themselves, however, in philosophy, because the identity-positing spirit, by denying the bane of blind nature, is identical with the latter. Gazing into the abyss, Hegel became aware of the world historical main event and affair of the state as second nature, but glorified therein the first, in ghastly complicity with it. The soil of law is above all that which is of the spirit, and its closer location and point of departure is the will, which is free, so that freedom comprises its substance and determination, and the system of law is the realm of realized freedom, which the world of the spirit produced out of itself, as a second nature. 53 Second nature, first philosophically taken up once again in Lukács' theory of the novel. 54 Remains, however, the negative of that which could somehow be thought of as the first. What is truly these a Greek, thesis, something which, if it is not produced by individuals, then surely by their functional context, usurps the insignia of what counts to bourgeois consciousness as nature and natural. To that consciousness, nothing which would be outside appears any more. In a certain sense there is in fact nothing more outside, nothing unaffected by the total mediation. That is why what is ensnared therein turns into its own otherness, the phenomenon of idealism. The more relentlessly socialization masters all moments of human and interhuman immediacy, the more impossible it is to recall the historically become being of the web, the more irresistible the appearance shine of nature. The distancing of the history of humanity from the latter reinforces it. Nature turns into an irresistible allegory of imprisonment. The young Marx expressed the unceasingly interpenetration of both moments with a power of extremity, which must irritate the dogmatic materialists. We know only one science, the science of history. History can be considered from two sides, divided into the history of nature and the history of humanity. Both sides are meanwhile not to be separated. So long as human beings exist, the history of nature and the history of human beings condition each other reciprocally. 55 The traditional antithesis of nature and history is true and false. True, insofar as it expresses what the moment of nature experienced; false, insofar as it apologetically repeats, by virtue of its conceptual post-construction, the concealment of the natural rootedness of history by this latter itself. History and Metaphysics 351-353. The separation of nature and history unreflectively expresses at the same time that division of labor, which the inescapable one of scientific methods heedlessly projects onto the objects. The unhistorical concept of history, which the falsely resurrected metaphysics harbors in what it calls historicity, would demonstrate the understanding of ontological thinking with the naturalistic one, which the former so eagerly delimits itself from. If history turns into the ontological basic structure of the existent, or indeed into the qualitas occulta Latin, secret quality of being itself, then it is mutability as immutability, copied from inexorable natural religion. This then permits the transposition of what is historically determined at will into invariance and philosophically cloaks the vulgar insight which in modern times presents historical relationships, formerly God-given, as natural ones, one of the temptations of the essentialization of the existent. The ontological claim, to be beyond the divergence of nature and history, is smuggled back in. Historicity, abstracted from the historically existent, glides past the pain of the antithesis of nature and history, which for its part is just as little to be ontologized. Thereto modern ontology is crypto-idealistic, constraining what is unidentical over and over again to identity, removing whatever strives against the concept by means of the supposition of the concept of historicity as one which bears history in its place. Ontology is motivated to the ideological procedure, however, the reconciliation in the spirit, because the real one failed. Historical contingency and the concept of history contradict one another all the more mercilessly, the more seamlessly they are interwoven. The accident is the historical fate of the individual, meaningless, because the historical process itself remained what usurped meaning. No less deceptive is the question of nature as an absolute first, as simply and purely immediate in contrast to its mediations. It sets up what it hunts after, in the hierarchical form of the analytic judgment, whose premises command everything which follows, and thereby repeats the delusion, which it would like to escape. The distinction between these a Greek, thesis and phys a Greek, by nature, once posited, can be evaporated by the reflection, not sublated. Unreflected, to be sure, that dual division would render the essential historical process harmless as a mere addition and would even help, for its part, to enthrone what has not become as essence. Instead, it would be up to thought to see all nature, and whatever installs itself as such, as history and all history as nature, to comprehend the historical being in its uttermost historical determinacy, there, where it is most historical, as itself a nature-like being, or to comprehend nature, there, where it is apparently most profoundly rooted as nature, as a historical being. 56. The moment, however, in which history and nature become commensurable, is that of transience. Benjamin centrally cognized this in the origin of the German tragedy play. Nature hovers before the Baroque poets, runs the text, as eternal transience, in which the saturnine glance of that generation alone recognized history. 57. Not only of theirs, natural history was ever in the canon of the interpretation of the philosophy of history. When history made its entrance onto the stage in the tragedy play, it did so as script. On the countenance of nature stood history as the signifying text of transience. The allegorical physiognomy of natural history, which was introduced to the stage through the tragedy play, is truly present as ruin. 58. This is the transmutation of metaphysics into history. It secularizes metaphysics into the secular category pure and simple, that of decay. Philosophy points to that signifying text, the always numentical, in that which is smallest, the fragments struck loose by decay and which bear objective meanings. No meditation on transcendence is possible any more except by virtue of transience. Eternity appears not as such but as shot through with what is most transient. Where Hegelian metaphysics equates, by transfiguring it, the life of the absolute with the totality of the transience of everything finite, it gazes at the same time just the slightest bit beyond the mythical bane, which it captures and reinforces. Footnotes. 1 footnote pg 315 The imaginary social contract was so welcome to the early bourgeois thinkers, because it grounded bourgeois rationality, the exchange relationship, as a formal juridical a priori. It was however just as imaginary, as the bourgeois ratio was itself in the impenetrable real society. 2 footnote pg 320 Among the positivists Émile Durkheim held fast to the Hegelian decision in favor of the generality in the doctrine of the collective spirit and if possible even trumped this, insofar as his schemata did not grant any room to a dialectic of the general and particular, not even in abstracto Latin, in the abstract. In the sociology of primitive religions he had substantively cognized, that what the particular laid claim to, the characteristic, was inflicted on it by the generality. He designated the deception of the particular as mere mimesis to the generality just as much as the power, which makes the particular into one in the first place, the veil, which is used in the course of certain ceremonies, is not a natural movement of private sensibility, injured by a cruel loss, it is a duty imposed by the group. One mourns, not simply because one is sad, but because one is expected to mourn. It is a ritual attitude which one is obliged to adopt by respect for the usage, but which is, to a large extent, independent of the effective state of the individual. This obligation is moreover sanctioned by mythical punishments as well as social ones. Émile Durkheim, The Elementary Forms of Religious Life, The Totemic System in Australia, Paris 1912, Travaux de l'année sociologique, pg 568. 3 footnote pg 324. Kant already criticized the cliché only an idea. The Platonic Republic has become proverbial as a presumably striking example of a dreamt of perfection, which can have its seat only the brain of the idle thinker. Yet one would do better, to approach this thought more closely, and, where the excellent man permits us without assistance, to shed light on it by means of a new effort, rather than setting it aside as useless under the quite wretched and harmful pretext of its unfeasibility. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, WW3, Academy Edition, pg 247. 4 footnote pg 325. Time does not proceed in itself, but the existence of what is changeable proceeds in it. Time, which is itself unchangeable and lasting, therefore corresponds in the appearance to what is unchangeable in existence, i.e. the substance, and only in it can the sequence and the simultaneity of the appearances of time be determined. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, Ibid pg 137. 5 footnote pg 325. More closely now, the real I belongs itself to time, with which it, if we abstract from the concrete content of the consciousness and self-consciousness, coincides, insofar as it is nothing but this empty movement of positing itself as another and sublating this transformation, i.e. preserving itself, the I, and only the I as such therein. The I is in time, and the time is the being of the subject itself. Hegel, WW 14, Ibid, pg 151. 6 footnote pg 338. Hegel's doctrine of the identity of the accidental and the necessary, see text, pg 350, retains its truth content beyond his construction. Under the aspect of freedom, necessity remains heteronymous, however designated by the autonomous subject. The Kantian empirical world, which the subjective category of causality is supposed to underwrite, is precisely thereby outside of subjective autonomy. What is causally determined for the individual subject is at the same time absolutely accidental. Insofar as the fate of human beings proceeds in the realm of necessity, it is blind to them, over their heads, contingent. Exactly the strict deterministic character of the economic laws of motion of society condemns its members, if their own determination were truly respected as a criterion, to the accidental. The law of value and the anarchy of commodity production are as one. Contingency is thus not only the form of the non-identical, ruined by causality, it also coincides itself with the identity principle. For its part this latter hides, as the merely posited, as what is imposed on experience, which does not arise from what is non-identical, the accidental in its innermost core. Part 3. Models. Meditations on Metaphysics. After Auschwitz 354 to 358. It can no longer be asserted that the immutable would be the truth and what moves, the transient, would be appearance shine. The indifference of what is temporal and eternal ideas towards each other is no longer to be maintained, not even with the daring Hegelian explanation that temporal existence would serve the eternal, by means of the annihilation inherent in its concept, which would portray itself in the eternity of annihilation. One of the mystical impulses secularized in dialectics, was the doctrine of the relevance of the inner-worldly, the historical, to what traditional metaphysics delineated as transcendence, or at least, less gnostically and radically, for the position of consciousness to the questions which the canon of philosophy assigned to metaphysics. The feeling which after Auschwitz resists every assertion of positivity of existence as sanctimonious prattle, as injustice to the victims, which is reluctant to squeeze any meaning, be it ever so washed out of their fate, has its objective moment after events which condemn the construction of a meaning of immanence, which radiates from an affirmatively posited transcendence, to a mockery. Such a construction would affirm the absolute negativity and ideologically aid its continued existence, which really lies in any case in the principle of the existent society down to its self-destruction. The earthquake of Lisbon sufficed to cure Voltaire of the Leibnizian theodicy, and the visible catastrophe of the first nature was insignificant, compared with the second, social one, which defies the human imagination by preparing a real hell out of human evil. The capacity for metaphysics is crippled, because what occurred, smashed the basis of the compatibility of speculative metaphysical thought with experience. The dialectical motif of the recoil of quantity into quality triumphs once more, unspeakably. With the murder of millions through administration, death has become something which has never yet been so feared. No possibility any more, that it could enter into the experienced lives of individuals as something somehow concordant with its course. The individuated is expropriated of the final and most impoverished thing which remained to it. That the individual individuum no longer died in the concentration camps, but rather the exemplar, has to affect the dying of those who escaped the administrative measures. Genocide is the absolute integration, which is everywhere being prepared, where human beings are made the same, polished, as the military calls it, until they are literally cancelled out, as deviations from the concept of their complete nullity. Auschwitz confirms the philosopheme of pure identity as death. The most provocative dictum from Beckett's Endgame, that there would no longer be anything to really be afraid of, reacts to a praxis, which delivered its first test case in the camps and in whose once honorable concept already lurks teleologically the annihilation of the non-identical. Absolute negativity is in plain view, is no longer surprising. Fear was bound to the principium individuationis Latin, principle of individuation of self-preservation, which abolishes itself out of its own consistency. What the sadists in the camps told their victims, "Tomorrow you will be smoke rising from these chimneys into the sky," names the indifference of the life of every individual, which history is moving towards. Already in their formal freedom they are as fungible and replaceable as under the boots of the liquidators. Because however the individual, in the world whose law is the universal individual advantage, has nothing else except this self, which has become historically indifferent, the carrying out of the tried and true tendency is at the same time what is most horrifying. Nothing leads beyond this any more than beyond the electrified barbed wire fences around the camps. Perennial suffering has as much right to express itself as the martyr has to scream. This is why it may have been wrong to say that poetry could not be written after Auschwitz. What is not wrong, however, is the less cultural question of whether it is even permissible for someone who accidentally escaped and by all rights ought to have been murdered, to go on living after Auschwitz. Their continued existence already necessitates the coldness of the basic principle of capitalist subjectivity, without which Auschwitz would not have been possible, the drastic guilt of the spared. As if to make up for this, they are secretly haunted by dreams in which they no longer live, but were gassed in 1944, as if their entire existence after that was purely imaginary, emanation of the vagrant wish of someone who was killed 20 years ago. Reflective people, and artists, not seldom have the feeling of not quite being there, of not playing along, as if they were not at all themselves, but a sort of spectator. In many cases others find this repugnant. Kierkegaard based his polemic against what he called the aesthetic sphere on this. What in the meantime the critique of philosophical personalism speaks to, is that this position towards the immediate, which disavows all existential attitudes, arrives at its objective truth in a moment which leads beyond the delusion of the self-preserving motive. In the it isn't all that important, which for its part indeed is happy to ally itself with bourgeois coldness, the individual individuum can soonest of all, yet without fear, become conscious of the nullity of existence. That which is inhuman in this, the capacity to distance oneself and rise above things by being a spectator, is in the end precisely what is human, whose ideologues react so vehemently against. It is not entirely implausible, that that part, which conducts itself so, would be the immortal one. The scene in which Shaw on the way to the theatre showed his identification to a beggar and hurriedly said press, hides under the cynicism something of the consciousness of this. It would help to explain the matter at hand, which astonished Schopenhauer, that the emotions inside of the death not only of others but also our own, are many times over so weak. Very likely human beings are without exception under a bane, none capable of love, and for that reason each and every one feels not loved enough. But the attitude of being a spectator expresses at the same time the doubt as to whether this could be all there is, while nonetheless the subject, so relevant in its delusion, has nothing other than that poverty and ephemerality, which is animalistic in its impulses. Under the bane living beings have the alternative between involuntary ataraxy, an aesthetic of weakness, and the animality of the involved. Both are false life. Something of each however belongs to a right desinvolture offhandedness and sympathy. The guilty pressure of self-preservation has withstood, perhaps even strengthened itself on the unceasing contemporary threat. Only self-preservation must suspect, that the life in which it fortifies itself, is becoming what it shudders at, into a ghost, a piece of the world of spirits, which the waking consciousness sees through as not existent. The guilt of life, which as pure factum already robs another life of breath, according to a statistics, which complements an overwhelming number of murdered with a minimal number of rescued, as if this were foreshadowed in the calculation of probability, is no longer to be reconciled with life. That guilt reproduces itself unceasingly, because it cannot be completely present to the consciousness at any moment. This, nothing else, compels one to philosophy. This latter experiences therein the shock, that the deeper, the more powerfully it penetrates, the greater the suspicion that it would be distancing itself from how things are, that the most superficial and trivial intuitions would like, were the essence once revealed, to be in the right against those which aim at the essence. Therein a harsh ray of light falls on truth itself. Speculation feels a certain duty to concede the position of the corrective to its opponent, common sense in English. Life feeds the horror of the apprehension, that what must be cognized would resemble what is found to be down to earth in English, rather than what raises itself up. It could be, that this apprehension is confirmed even beyond the pedestrian, while nonetheless the thought has its happiness, the promise of its truth, solely in the elevation. If the pedestrian had the last word, if it were the truth, then truth would be debased. The trivial consciousness, as it is theoretically expressed in positivism and unreflective nominalism, may be nearer to the adequatio rei et cogitationis Latin, making the thing equal with what is thought than the sublime one, truer in its grotesque mockery of the truth than the august one, unless a concept of truth different from that of the adequatio is supposed to succeed. The innervation, that metaphysics would like to win solely by throwing itself away, applies to such a different truth. It is not the least of the motivations of the transition to materialism. The tendency to do this can be followed from the Hegelian Marx down to the Benjaminic rescue of the induction. The work of Kafka might form its apotheosis. If negative dialectics demands the self-reflection of thinking, then this implies in tangible terms, that thinking must, nowadays at any rate, in order to be true, also think against itself. If it does not measure itself by the extremity, which flees from the concept, then it is cast in advance in the same mold as the musical accompaniment, with which the SS was wont to drown out the cries of their victims. Metaphysics and Culture 358-361. Hitler has imposed a new categorical imperative upon humanity in the state of their unfreedom, to arrange their thinking and conduct, so that Auschwitz never repeats itself, so that nothing similar ever happen again. This imperative is as unmanageable vis-a-vis its foundation as the given fact formerly was to the Kantian one. To treat it discursively would be heinous. In it the moment of the supplementary in what is moral can be bodily felt. Bodily, because it is the abhorrence, become practical, of the unbearable physical pain inflicted on individuals, even after individuality, as an intellectual form of reflection, is on the point of disappearing. Only in the unvarnished materialistic motive does morality survive. The course of history compels metaphysics, which was traditionally the unmediated opposite of materialism, towards this last. What the spirit once boasted of determining or construing as similar to its own, moves towards what the spirit is not the same as, what escapes its domination and what nevertheless reveals the former as absolute evil. The somatic layer of living beings, distant from meaning, is the staging grounds of suffering, which burned everything assuaging of the spirit and its objectification, culture, without consolation in the camps. The process by which metaphysics is irresistibly born to what it was once conceived against, has reached its vanishing point. Philosophy since the young Hegel, to the extent it did not sell out to the approved way of thinking, has not been able to repress how very much it has slipped into the questions of material existence. Something of this is apprehended in the childhood fascination, which emanates from the zone of the nacre, of carrion, from the repulsively sweet smell of putrefaction, from the notorious expressions for that zone. The power of that realm in the unconscious may be no less than that of the infantile sexual one, both intermingle in the anal fixation, but are scarcely the same. Unconscious knowledge whispers to the child, that what is repressed by civilized education over there, is what it is all about. The impoverished physical existence sparks the greatest interest, which is scarcely less repressed, into the what is that and where does it go. Whoever could manage to recollect what once occurred to them in the words Luderbach proper name, meaning roughly Baitwater, and Schweinsteiger proper name, meaning roughly pig steps, would probably be closer to absolute knowledge than the Hegelian chapter which promises it to the reader, in order to haughtily withhold it. The integration of physical death in culture would need to be theoretically repealed, yet not for the sake of the ontological pure essence of death, but for the sake of what the stench of the cadaver expresses and what its transfiguration into the burial corpse covers over. A hotel owner, called Adam, in view of a child who was fond of him, struck the rats pouring from the holes in the courtyard dead with a club. The child created in his image that of the first human being. That this is forgotten, that one no longer understands, what one sensed once before the dog-catcher's wagon, is the triumph of culture and its failure. It cannot tolerate the memory of that zone, because it does the same as the old Adam, and exactly this is incompatible with its concept of itself. It peroresces a stench, because it stinks, because its palace, as a magnificent line from Brecht put it, is built of dogshit. Years after that line was written, Auschwitz irrefutably demonstrated the failure of culture. That it could happen in the midst of all the traditions of philosophy, art, and the enlightening sciences, says more than merely that these, the spirit, was not capable of seizing and changing human beings. In those branches themselves, in the emphatic claim of their autarky, dwells untruth. All culture after Auschwitz, including its urgent critique, is garbage. By restoring itself after what transpired in its landscape without resistance, it has turned entirely into that ideology which it potentially was, ever since it took it upon itself, in opposition to material existence, to breathe life into this latter with the light, which the separation of the spirit from manual labor withheld from such. Whoever pleads for the preservation of a radically culpable and shabby culture turns into its accomplice, while those who renounce culture altogether immediately promote the barbarism, which culture reveals itself to be. Not even silence can break out of the circle, it merely rationalizes one's own subjective incapacity with the state of objective truth and debases this once more into a lie. If the Eastern states have, in spite of their twaddle to the contrary, abolished culture and transformed it as a pure means of domination into junk, this is what that culture, which moans about this, only deserves, and to what for its part, in the name of the democratic right of human beings to what already resembles them, it zealously tends. It is only that the administrative barbarism of the functionaries over there in the East, by praising itself as culture and proclaiming its bad state of affairs as a precious and sacred legacy, convicts its reality, the infrastructure, to be as barbaric for its part as the superstructure they demolish, by taking it under control. In the West, it is at least permitted to say so. The theology of the crisis registered, what it rebelled against abstractly and for that reason in vain, that metaphysics is fused with culture. The absoluteness of the spirit, aureole of culture, was the same principle which untiringly did violence to what it pretended to express. After Auschwitz, no word intoned from on high, nor any theological one, has any right in its original form. The challenge of the words handed down by tradition, the test, as to whether God would permit this and not wrathfully intervene, once more carried out the judgment on the victims, which Nietzsche had passed long before on the ideas. Someone who withstood Auschwitz and other camps, with a power which is to be admired, remarked heatedly against Beckett, if he had been in Auschwitz, he would write differently, namely more positively, with the trench religion of a survivor. The survivor was right in a different sense than he thought, Beckett, and whoever else remained in control of themselves, would have been broken there and presumably forced to confess to that trench religion which the survivor garbs in the words, he wants to give human beings courage, as if this depended on any sort of intellectual construction, as if the intent, which turns to human beings and arranges itself according to them, would not rob them of what they are due, even if they believe the opposite. This is what metaphysics has come to. 3. Dying today 361 to 366. This lends the demand to begin at the beginning or, as they put it, to radically put in question, to scrape away at the appearance shine, with which a failed culture would paint over its guilt and the truth, its suggestive power. But as soon as that presumed demolition yields to the urge for an unspoiled fundament, it thereby conspires with the culture which it boasts of demolishing. While the fascists thundered against destructive cultural Bolshevism, Heidegger made destruction respectable as the institution of penetrating into being. Cultural critique and barbarism are not without a certain understanding. It was quickly tried out in practice. Metaphysical considerations, which seek to get rid of the elements which are mediated as culture to them, deny the relationship of their presumably pure categories to social content. Disregarding society, they encourage its continued existence in the existing forms, which for their part bar the recognition of truth along with its realization. The idol of pure experience gives as much as what is culturally prepared, the out-of-date stockpile of categories, which is these a Greek thesis. What solely could lead beyond this is what determines both in its mediatedness, culture as the lid on trash, nature, even where it turns into the capstone of being, as the projection of the bad cultural demand, that things must nevertheless stay the same throughout all changes. Not even the experience of death suffices as what is ultimate and beyond doubt, as a metaphysics similar to the one Descartes once deduced from the untenable ego cogitans Latin, cognizing ego. That the metaphysics of death degenerated either into advertising for the heroic death or into the triviality of the pure repetition of what is unmistakable, namely that everyone has to die, its entire ideological bad state of affairs, is very likely based on the enduring frailty of human consciousness to this day, which cannot stand up to the experience of death, perhaps cannot even accept it at all. No human life, which conducts itself openly and freely towards objects, suffices to complete what is extant in the spirit of every human being as potential, it and death yawn from each other. The reflections on death which give meaning are as helpless as the tautological ones. The more the consciousness escapes animality and becomes what is solidified and lasting in its forms, the more obdurately does it resist anything which makes its own eternity suspect. Coupled with the historical enthroning of the subject as spirit was the deception, that it could never be lost. If earlier forms of property meshed with magical practices, which banished death, then the ratio exorcises the latter as tenaciously as only the rites once did, the more completely all human relations are determined by property. At a final stage, in despair, it itself turns into property. Its metaphysical exaltation is unleashed from its experience. The current metaphysics of death is nothing but the powerless solace of society over the fact that through social transformations, human beings came to be deprived of what was once supposed to have made death bearable to them, the feeling of its epic unity with the rounded life. But it may have only transfigured the domination of death by the weariness of the elderly and those sated with life, who for that reason believe it right to die, because their toil-filled previous life was indeed no life at all and stole from them the power of resisting death. In the socialized society, however, in the inescapably dense web of immanence, human beings perceive death solely as something external and alien to them, without illusions as to its commensurability with their life. They cannot absorb the fact that they must die. An oblique, severed piece of hope clings to this, precisely because death does not, as in Heidegger, constitute the entirety of existence. One experiences, so long as one is not senile, death and its emissaries, illnesses, as heterogeneous, ego-alien. One may ground this, quick-wittedly, in the fact that the ego would be nothing other than the principle of self-preservation opposed to death and incapable of absorbing it with the consciousness, which is itself ego. But the experience of the consciousness yields little to support this view. It does not necessarily have, in the sight of death, the form of contrariness, which one would expect. The Hegelian doctrine, that what is, perishes by itself, is hardly confirmed by the subject. That one has to die, appears even to the elderly, who are conscious of the signs of venerability, rather like an unfortunate accident caused by one's own physique, with traces of the same contingency as the nowadays typical external accidents. This strengthens the speculation, which counterpoints the insight of the preponderance vorang of the object, as to whether the spirit would not have a moment of what is independent, of what is not mixed up together, which becomes free exactly when it is not for its part devouring everything and reproducing itself in thrall to death. In spite of the deceptive interest of self-preservation, the power of resistance of the idea of immortality, as Kant still harbored it, could scarcely be explained without this moment. Admittedly, that power of resistance appears to be sinking in the history of the species, as much as in declining individuals. After the downfall of the objective religions, secretly ratified long ago, which promised to take away the sting of death, the latter has turned into something entirely alien today through the socially determined downfall of continuous experience at large. The less subjects live anymore, the more abrupt, frightening, the death. In that the latter literally transforms the former into a thing, it makes them aware of their permanent death, of reification, of the form of their relations, which they are partly culpable of. The civilized integration of death, without power over it and ridiculous before it, which it covers up cosmetically, is the reaction formation to something social Gesellschaft-like, the awkward attempt of exchange society to plug the last holes still left open by the world of commodities. Death and history, particularly the collective one of the category of the individual individuum, form a constellation. If the individual, Hamlet, once deduced its absolute essentiality out of the dawning consciousness of the irrevocability of death, then the downfall of the individual brings down the entire construction of bourgeois existence along with it. What is annihilated in itself and perhaps also for itself is something nugatory. Hence the constant panic in the sight of death. It is no longer to be placated except through its repression. Death as such, or as a biological phenomenon, is not to be extracted out of the coils of history. The individuated individuum, which carries the experience of death, is far too much of a historical category for that. The statement, that death would always be the same, is as abstract as untrue. The form, by which the consciousness comes to grips with death, varies along with the concrete conditions of how one dies, down to the physical aspect. Death in the concentration camps has a new horror. Since Auschwitz, the fear of death means, to fear things worse than death. What death does to what is socially condemned, is anticipated biologically in beloved human beings of great age, not only their bodies but their ego, everything which determines them as human beings, crumbles without illness and violent intervention. The remnants of confidence in their transcendental duration disappear as it were into earthly life. What is it supposed to be in them, anyway, which is not dying? The comforting faith, that in such disintegration or madness the core of the human being would continue to exist, has, in its indifference towards that experience, something foolish and cynical about it. It prolongs the snotty, Philistine Spiesberger truism, that one remains always what one is, into infinity. Whoever turns away from what negated their possible fulfillment, pulls a face at the metaphysical need. Nevertheless, the thought, that death would be the simply and purely ultimate, is unthinkable. Attempts to express death in language, are in vain all the way into logic. Whoever would be the subject, of which it is predicated, that it is here, now, dead. Not only pleasure, which, according to Nietzsche's luminous word, wants eternity, recoils against transience. If death were that absolute, which philosophy positively conjured in vain, then everything is nothing at all, every thought is thought into the void, none could be somehow truly thought. For it is a moment of truth, that it would endure along with its temporal core. Without any duration, there would be none at all, even its last trace would be devoured by absolute death. Its idea defies thinking no less than that of immortality. But what is unthinkable in death does not render the thought immune against the unreliability of every metaphysical experience. The context of delusion, which encompasses all human beings, has a share in what they imagine to tear the veil with. In place of the Kantian epistemological question, as to how metaphysics would be possible, steps the one from the philosophy of history, as to whether metaphysical experience is even possible at all. This latter was never so far beyond what is temporal as in the scholastic usage of the word metaphysics. It has been observed that mysticism, whose name hopes to rescue the immediacy of metaphysical experience against its loss through institutional construction, forms a social tradition for its part and stems from tradition, across the demarcation lines of religions, which are heresies to each other. The name of the corpus of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, means tradition. Metaphysical immediacy, where it dared to venture the furthest, did not deny how very mediated it is. If it appeals however to tradition, then it must also confess its dependency on the historical condition of the spirit. In Kant, the metaphysical ideas were indeed removed from the existential judgments of an experience, which was to be fulfilled in the material, but were supposed to be located in spite of the antinomies in the consistency of pure reason. Today they would be as absurd as the ones named, by a zealously classifying defense mechanism, as what their absence expresses. The consciousness, however, which refuses to deny the fall in the philosophy of history of metaphysical ideas, and yet cannot bear this latter, if it is not supposed to also deny itself as consciousness, tends thereby in more than a merely semantic confusion to elevate the fate of metaphysical ideas straight away to something metaphysical. Despair in the world, which nevertheless has its fundament in the thing and its truth and is neither aesthetic Weltschmerz nor a false consciousness worthy of damnation, would already guarantee, so runs the false conclusion, the existence of what is hopelessly relinquished, even though existence has turned into the universal context of guilt. Of all the disgrace, which theology experienced with good reason, the worst of all is the howl of joy in which the positive religions break out, over the despair of the unbelieving. They voice their te deum at virtually every denial of God, because they at least use the name of God. Just as the means usurp the ends, in the ideology swallowed by the entire population of the earth, so too has the resurrected metaphysics of today usurped the need, for what it lacks. The truth content of what is absent becomes indifferent, they assert it, because it would be good for human beings. The solicitors of metaphysics argue as one with the pragmatism which they detest, which dissolved metaphysics a priori. Likewise, despair is the latest ideology, as historical and historically conditioned, as the course of the cognition which has gnawed at the metaphysical ideas, which is not to be stopped by means of any cui bono Latin, who benefits. Happiness and Waiting in Vain 366 to 368. What metaphysical experience would be, to those who eschew the reduction of this to presumably religious primal experiences, is closest to how Proust imagined it, in the happiness promised by the names of villages like Otterbach, Waterbach, Ruenthal, Monbrunn. You think that if you go there, you would be in what is fulfilled, as if it really existed. If you really go there, that which is promised recedes like a rainbow. Nevertheless, you aren't disappointed, rather, you feel that you are too close, and that's why you don't see it. This is presumably why the difference between landscapes and the districts, which determine the world of images of childhood, is not that great. What Proust experienced at Iliers was something many children of the same social strata shared at different places. But for this generality, what is authentic in Proust's portrayal, to form, one must be enraptured at that one spot, without squinting at the generality. To the child it is obvious that what delights it about its favorite little town is to be found there and only there, and nowhere else. It errs, but its error constitutes the model of experience, that of a concept, which ultimately would be that of the thing itself, not the poverty of that which is shorn away from things. The marriage, during which the Proustian narrator gazes as a child for the first time at the Duchess de Guermantes, may have taken place just so, and with the same power over his later life, at another time and another place. Solely in view of what is absolutely, indissolubly individualized is to be hoped, that this is how it already was and would be, only by approaching this, would the concept of the concept be fulfilled. It clings however to the promise of happiness, while the world which denies it, which is that of the dominating universality, is what Proust's reconstruction of experience opposes anti-Diet Franche, obstinately. Happiness, the only aspect of metaphysical experience which is more than powerless needing, grants the interior of objects as what is simultaneously removed from such. Whoever meanwhile naively enjoys this sort of experience, as if they held what it suggests in their hands, succumbs to the conditions of the empirical world, which they wanted to escape from, and which nevertheless grants them the only possibility thereof. The concept of metaphysical experience is still antinomic, in other ways than the transcendental dialectic of Kant taught. What is announced in what is metaphysical without recourse to the experience of the subject, without its immediate being present de Béziens, is helpless before the desire of the autonomous subject, to permit nothing to be foisted on it, which would not be comprehensible to it. What is immediately evident to it however ails from fallibility and relativity. That the category of reification which was inspired by the wishful image of unbroken subjective immediacy no longer deserves that key character to which apologetic thinking, absorbing the materialistic one early on, overzealously accords it, has a reciprocal influence on everything which goes under the concept of metaphysical experience. The objective theological categories, which philosophy attacked as reifications since the young Hegel, are by no means only remains, which dialectics would eliminate. They stand complementarily to the weakness of the idealistic dialectic, which as identity thinking lays claim to what does not fall into thinking, which nevertheless, as soon as it is contrasted to that as its mere other, loses every possible determination. What is precipitated in the objectivity of metaphysical categories is not solely, as existentialism would have it, hardened society, but just as much the preponderance vorang of the object as a moment of dialectics. The liquefaction of everything thingly without a remainder regressed to the subjectivism of the pure act, hypostasized the mediation as immediacy. Pure immediacy and fetishism are equally untrue. The insistence on the former against reification relinquishes, as Hegel's institutionalism described, the moment of the otherness in dialectics, as arbitrarily as this in turn, according to the practice of the later Hegel, is not to be detained in something solidified beyond it. The surplus over the subject, however, which the subjective metaphysical experience does not wish to be talked out of, and the truth moment in the thingly are extremes, which touch in the idea of truth. For this latter would be so little without the subject, which escapes from the appearance shine, as without that which is not the subject and in which the truth has its image. Pure metaphysical experience becomes unmistakably paler and more desultory in the course of the process of secularization, and this softens the substantiality of the older one. It conducts itself negatively in that is that all, which comes closest to being realized as waiting in vain. Art has demonstrated this. In Wozzeck Albenberg ranked those bars as highest, which express, as only music can, waiting in vain, and cited its harmony at the decisive cessuras and conclusion of Lulu. No such innervation, however, nothing of what Bloch called symbolic intention, is immune to adulteration by mere life. Waiting in vain does not vouchsafe what the expectation aims at, but reflects the condition, which has its measure in the denial. The less of life which remains, the more tempting for the consciousness, to take the wretched and abrupt remains of living beings for the phenomenal Erscheinend absolute. Nevertheless, nothing could be experienced as something truly alive, which would not also promise something transcendental to life. No exertion of the concept leads beyond this. It is and is not. The despair in that which is, overshadows the transcendental ideas, which once commanded it to halt. That the finite world of unending misery would be circumscribed by a divine world plan, turns for everyone, who is not engaged in the business of the world, into that madness, which comports itself so well with the positive normal consciousness. The unsalvageability of the theological conception of the paradox, a last, starved-out bastion, is ratified by the course of the world, which translates the Skandalen Latin, scandal, at which Kierkegaard tarried, into open profanation. 5. Nihilism 369-374. The metaphysical categories live on, secularized, in what the vulgar higher urge calls the question of the meaning of life. The ring of the word, reminiscent of a world view, condemns the question. Almost irresistibly it conjoins upon itself the answer, that the meaning of life would be the one the questioner gives it. Not even the Marxism debased into an official credo, as in the late Lukács, will answer much differently. The answer is false. The concept of meaning involves an objectivity beyond all making, as something made it is already a fiction, duplicating that subject, be it ever so collective, and swindles it out of what it seems to grant. Metaphysics deals with something objective, without however being permitted to dispense with subjective reflection. The subjects run into themselves, their constitution. It is up to metaphysics to reflect on how far they are nevertheless capable of seeing beyond themselves. Philosophemes which dispense with this, disqualify themselves as counsel. The activity of someone connected to that sphere was characterized decades earlier. He travels around and gives lectures to employees about meaning. Whoever sighs with relief, when life shows a resemblance to life for once and is not, as per the cognition of Karl Kraus, set in motion solely for the sake of production and consumption, eagerly and immediately reads the presence of something transcendental out of this. The deprivation of speculative idealism into a question of meaning retrospectively damns the one which even at its zenith proclaimed such a meaning, although with slightly different words, the spirit as the absolute, which cannot get rid of its origin in the inadequate subject and placates its need in its mirror image. This is a neurophenomenon of ideology. The total of the question itself exerts a bane, which amidst all affirmative posturing becomes nugatory before the real catastrophe. If someone in despair, who wants to kill themselves, asks someone who is trying to talk them out of it, what the meaning of life is, none could be named by the helpless helper. As soon as they try, they are refuted. The echo of a consensus omnium Latin, universal consensus, which forms the kernel of the proverb, that the Kaiser after all needs soldiers. A life which had meaning would not have to ask about such, the latter flees from the question. The opposite, however, abstract nihilism, would have to fall silent before the counter-question, why do you live yourself? To size up the whole, to calculate the net profit of life, is precisely the death which the so-called question of meaning wished to escape, even to the extent the latter, without any other exit, prefers to enthuse over the meaning of death. What would have a claim on the name of meaning without disgrace, is in what is open, not in what is closed in itself. The thesis, that life would have none, would be as a positive one just as foolish, as its opposite is false. The former is true only as a blow against the asseverating phrase. Not even Schopenhauer's inclination to identity the essence of the world, the blind will, as what is absolutely negative under the humane view, befits the state of consciousness any longer. The claim of total subsumption, all too analogous to the positive one of the contemporaries he detested, the idealists. Natural religion flickers up once more, the fear of demons, against which the Epicurean Enlightenment once painted the wretched idea of disinterested observing gods as something better. In contrast to Schopenhauerian irrationalism, the monotheism which he attacked in the spirit of the Enlightenment also has its true aspect. Schopenhauer's metaphysics regresses to a phase, in which the genius has not yet awoken amidst what is mute. He denies the motive of freedom which, for the time being, and perhaps even in the phase of complete unfreedom, humanity remembers. Schopenhauer gets to the bottom of the illusory appearance-scheinhaft of individuation, but his recipe for freedom in the fourth book, the repudiation of the will to life, is just as illusory scheinhaft, as if what is ephemerally individualized could have the least power over its negative absolute. The will as a thing in itself, could step out of its bane otherwise than in self-deception, without the entire metaphysics of the will escaping through the breach. Total determinism is no less mythical than the totals of the Hegelian logic. Schopenhauer was an idealist malgré lui-même French, in spite of himself, spokesperson of the bane. The totem Latin, the whole is the totem. The consciousness could not despair at all over what is grey, if it did not harbor the concept of a different color, whose scattered trace is not lacking in the negative whole. It always stems from the past, hope from its counter-force Widerspiel, from what must fall or is condemned. Such an interpretation would very likely accord with the last sentence of Benjamin's text on the elective affinities, only for the sake of the hopeless are we given hope. It is tempting nevertheless, to seek meaning not in life at large but in fulfilled moments. These compensate in this world's existence for the fact that it no longer tolerates anything outside it. Incomparable power emanates from the metaphysician Proust, because he gave himself over to this temptation with an unbridled demand for happiness like no other, without wishing to retain his ego. But through the progress of the novel the incorruptible one reinforced the fact that even that fullness, the moment rescued by meditation, would not be it. As close as Proust was to Bergson's circle of experience, which raised the conception of the meaningfulness of life in its concretion to a theory, so much more was Proust, inheritor of the French novel of disillusionment, at the same time the critic of Bergsonianism. The talk of the fullness of life, a lucus a non lucendo Latin, the forest is so called because there is no light even where it illuminates, is rendered idle by its immeasurable discrepancy with death. If this is irrevocable, then the assertion of a meaning which arises in the light of a fragmentary, albeit genuine experience, is ideological. Proust thus helped, in one of the central passages of his work, The Death of Bergata, the hope for the resurrection towards its groping expression, contrary to all philosophy of life, yet not under the cover of the positive religions. The idea of the fullness of life, even the one which the socialist conceptions of humanity promise, is for that reason not the utopia for which it is mistaken, because that fullness cannot be separated from the greed which the Jugend still called living to the full, of a need which has the act of violence and subjugation in itself. If there is no hope without the sating of desire, then this latter is still enmeshed in the notorious context of like for like, of what is precisely hopeless. No fullness without power jesting. Negatively, by virtue of the consciousness of nullity, theology is in the right against those who believe in life on earth. That much is true in the Jeremiads on the emptiness of existence. Only it is not to be cured from within, in the sense that human beings would have a change of heart, but solely through the abolition of the principle of renunciation. With it, the cycle of fulfillment and appropriation would in the end also disappear, so deeply are metaphysics and the arrangement of life interwoven. Nihilism is associated with the keywords of emptiness and meaninglessness. Nietzsche adopted the expression, which Jacobi first used philosophically, presumably from the newspapers, which reported on Russian atrocities. With an irony, for which the ear has meanwhile grown too dull, he employed it for the denunciation of the opposite of what the word meant in the praxis of conspirators, of Christianity as the institutionalized repudiation of the will to life. Philosophy need not do without the word any longer. Conformistically, in the opposite direction of Nietzsche, it has refunctioned it into the epitome of a condition, which is either accused of or accuses itself of nullity. For the thought habit, to which nihilism is in any case something bad, that condition awaits an injection of meaning, indifferent as to whether the critique of this, which one ascribed to nihilism, is well founded or not. In spite of its noncommittalness Unverbindlichkeit, such talk of nihilism abets demagoguery. It demolishes however a straw man, which it itself set up. The statement, that everything would be nothing, is as empty as the word being, which the Hegelian movement of the concept identified it with, not in order to hold fast to the identity of both but rather, advancing past and once again falling behind the abstract nihility, in order to place something determinate in both places, which alone by virtue of its determinacy would be more than nothing. That human beings would want nothingness, as Nietzsche occasionally suggests, would be ridiculous hubris for each determinate individual will, even if organized society should succeed in making the earth uninhabitable or blowing it up sky high. To believe in nothingness, under this is scarcely more to be thought than under that of nothingness itself, the something, which, legitimately or not, is meant by the word belief, is according to its own meaning not any nothingness. The naive belief in nothingness would be as fatuous as the naive belief in being, the palliative of the spirit, which proudly finds its satisfaction in seeing through the swindle. Since the indignation over nihilism once more being ladled out these days scarcely applies to that mysticism, which still discovers in nothingness, as the nihil privativum Latin, empty object of a concept, that something which is negated there, and which comes to pass in the dialectics unleashed by the word nothingness, then what is in all likelihood supposed to be morally defamed, by means of the mobilization of a word which is everywhere detested and incompatible with universal good cheer, are those who refuse to accept the Western inheritance of positivity and do not subscribe to any meaning of the existent. If they prattle on about the nihilism of values, that there would be nothing which one could hold on to, then this cries out for the overcoming, native to the same subaltern sphere of language. What is covered up is the perspective, as to whether the condition in which one could no longer hold on to anything might be the only one worthy of human beings, one which permitted the thought to at last behave as autonomously, as philosophy had always merely asked them to do and in the same breath prevented them from doing. Overcomings, even those of nihilism along with the Nietzschean kind, who meant it otherwise and yet delivered slogans to fascism, are at all times worse than what is overcome. The medieval nihil privativum Latin, empty object of a concept, which recognized the concept of nothingness as the negation of something instead of something autosemantic, is as far ahead of the zealous overcomings as the imago of nirvana, of nothing as a something. Those to whom despair is not a terminus may ask, as to whether it were better, that there be nothing at all rather than something. Even this admits to no general answer. For a human being in a concentration camp, if someone who had escaped in time could at all judge over this, it would be better if they had not been born. Nevertheless, the ideal of nothingness would evaporate before the momentary quiver of an eye, indeed before the feeble tail wagging of a dog, which one has just given a treat, which it promptly forgets. To the question, as to whether one is a nihilist or not, a thinking person would very likely have to answer with the truth, too little, perhaps out of coldness, because one's sympathy with that which suffers is too slight. In nothingness culminates the abstraction, and the abstract is what is reprehensible. Beckett reacted to the situation of the concentration camps, which he does not name, as if there were a ban on such like that of the graven image, in the only befitting manner. What is like the concentration camp. Once he speaks of a lifelong death sentence. The only hope, faintly dawning, is that there would be nothing any more. This too he rejects. Out of the fissure of inconsistency formed by this, the image world of nothingness appears as something which tethers his poetry. In the legacy of its treatment, of the apparently stoical carrying on, what is noiselessly screamed is that things ought to be different. Such nihilism implies the opposite of the identification with nothingness. Gnostically, it regards the world as it has been created as radically evil and its repudiation the possibility of a different, not yet existent one. So long as the world is as it is, then all images of reconciliation, peace, and quiet resemble those of death. The smallest difference between nothingness and that which has come to rest, would be the refuge of hope, the no man's land between the border posts of being and nothingness. From that zone needs to be extricated, instead of overcoming, the consciousness of what the alternative would have no power over. Nihilists are those, who oppose nihilism with their more and more washed-out positivities, conspiring by means of these with all existent malice and finally with the destructive principle. What honors thought, is defending what nihilism is castigated as. Kant's Resignation 374-377. The antinomic structure of the Kantian system expressed more than contradictions, in which the speculation on metaphysical objects would necessarily be entangled, something indeed in the history of philosophy. The powerful effect of the critique of reason, far beyond its epistemological content, is to be ascribed to the faithfulness with which the work demonstrated the state of the experience of consciousness. The historiography of philosophy regards the achievement of the text primarily in the conclusive separation of valid cognition and metaphysics. In fact, it first appears as the theory of scientific judgments, nothing more. Epistemology, logic understood in a broader sense, is concerned with the investigation of empirical world according to laws. Kant intends, however, more. Through the medium of epistemological reflection, he issues the by no means neutral answer to the so-called metaphysical questions, that these actually ought not be asked. To this extent the critique of pure reason anticipates the Hegelian doctrine that logic and metaphysics would be the same, as much as the positivistic one, which circumvents the questions, on which everything would depend, by means of their abolition, and mediately Mittelbar decides them negatively. German idealism extrapolated its metaphysics from the fundamental claim of epistemology, which makes the attempt to carry the whole thought to the end, the critique of reason, which disputes the objectively valid cognition of the absolute, exactly thereby judges itself the absolute. This is what idealism emphasized. Nevertheless, its consistency bends the motif into its opposite and into what is untrue. Kant's objectively much more modest doctrine, read, theory of science, is accorded a thesis, which the former fights against, in spite of its inescapability, with good reason. Kant is expanded, against himself, beyond the theory of science by means of conclusions which are stringently drawn from him. By means of its consistency, idealism violates Kant's metaphysical reservation, pure consistency thinking turns irresistibly into the absolute. Kant's confession, that reason would necessarily entangle itself in those antinomies, which he then dissolved through reason, was anti-positivistic one. Nevertheless, he does not disdain the positivistic solace, that one could settle into the narrow realm, which the critique of the property of reason leaves behind to this latter, satisfied with the firm soil underfoot. He joins in with the eminently bourgeois affirmation of one's own narrowness. According to Hegel's critique of Kant, the issue of whether the jurisdiction of reason has overstepped the boundaries of possibility of experience and whether it may do so, already presupposes a position beyond the realms divided on the Kantian map, a third court of appeals, as it were too as the possibility of the decision. Kant's topological zeal insinuates, without giving an account of this, exactly that transcendence in contrast to the realm of the understanding, over which he disdains to positively judge. This court of appeals became the absolute subject of German idealism, spirit, which would first produce the dichotomy subject-object and thereby the borders of finite cognition. Once however such a metaphysical view of the spirit loses its potency, then the only thing the border-setting intention still restricts is what cognizes, the subject. The critical one turns into the renouncing one. No longer trusting the infinity of the essence which animates it, it secures itself contrary to its own essence in its own finitude and in what is finite. It wishes to be undisturbed all the way into the metaphysical sublimation. The absolute turns into an idle concern for it. This is the repressive side of criticism. The idealists who followed were as far ahead of their class, as they were in rebellion against it. In the origins of what Nietzsche still praised as intellectual honesty, lurks the self-hatred of the spirit, the innervat Protestant rage at the Horizon. The rationality which eliminates the imagination, still held in high esteem by Saint Simon and the Enlighteners, which, complementarily to this, dries up by itself, is irrationalistically corrupted. Even criticism changes its function. The change of the bourgeoisie from a revolutionary class into a conservative one is repeated in it. The echo of this philosophical matter at hand is the malice of the sound human understanding, proud of its own narrow provincialism, which fills the world today. It says, e contrario Latin, to the contrary, that the borders, in whose cult virtually all are united, are not to be respected. It is positive, marked by that self-same caprice of what is subjectively instituted, for which the common sense in English embodied in Babbitt denounces speculation. Kant's allegory of the land of truth, the island in the ocean, objectively characterizes the intellectual happiness squirreled away in the corner as a Robinsonade, just as the dynamic of the productive forces quickly enough destroyed the idyll, in which the small-town citizen Kleinberger, justifiably mistrustful of dynamics, would gladly have tarried. The Kantian pathos of the infinite crassly conflicts with the home-baked nature of his doctrine. If the practical reason has primacy over the theoretical one, then this latter, itself a mode of conduct, would have to reach into what its superior is presumably capable of, unless its own concept should become untenable by means of the cut between understanding and reason. Kant is pushed however precisely in that direction by his conception of scientificity. He may not say it and yet must say it. The inconsistency, which is so easily entered into the ledger of the history of the spirit as a relic of older metaphysics, is realized by the thing. The island of cognition which Kant boasted of measuring, ends up for its part through self-righteous narrowness in that which is untrue, which he projected onto the cognition of what is unlimited. It is impossible to endow the cognition of the finite with a truth, which is for its part deduced from the absolute, in Kantian terms, from reason, in which the cognition would not reach. The ocean of Kantian metaphor threatens to swallow up the island at every moment. 7. Desire of salvation and block 377 to 382. That metaphysical philosophy, as it essentially coincided historically with the great systems, has more glamour than the empiristic and positivistic ones, is not, as the inane word conceptual poetry would have us believe, something merely aesthetic, also not any sort of psychological wish fulfillment. The immanent quality of a thought, what manifests itself therein in power, resistance, imagination, as the unity of the critical with its opposite, is, although no index very Latin, index of truth, then at least a clue. That Carnap and Mises would be truer than Kant and Hegel, could not be the truth, even if it were so. The Kant of the Critique of Reason said in the Doctrine of Ideas, that theory would not be possible without metaphysics. That it however is possible, implies that right of metaphysics, to which the same Kant, who smashed it through the effect of his work, held fast. The Kantian rescue of the intelligible sphere is not only, as everyone knows, Protestant apologetics, but would also like to intervene in the dialectic of enlightenment there, where this latter terminates in the abolition of reason. How much deeper the Kantian desire of the rescue is grounded than solely in the pious wish, to hold something of the traditional ideas in hand in the midst of and contrary to nominalism, is attested to by the construction of immortality as a postulate of practical reason. It condemns the intolerability of what exists and reinforces the spirit, which cognizes it. That no inner-worldly betterment would suffice to do justice to the dead, that none would touch upon the injustice of death, is what moves Kantian reason to hope against reason. The secret of his philosophy is the unthinkability of despair. Compelled by the convergence of all thoughts into an absolute, he does not leave it at the absolute border between the absolute and the existent, which he was no less compelled to draw. He held fast to the metaphysical ideas and forbade nevertheless the thought of the absolute, which might one day be realized just like eternal peace, from jumping to the conclusion that the absolute would for that very reason exist. His philosophy circles, probably just as every other one does, by the way, around the ontological proof of God. With magnificent ambiguity, he left his own position open. The motif of an eternal Father must dwell line from Schiller's Ode to Joy, which Beethoven's composition of the Kantian Hymn to Joy put the emphasis, in true Kantian spirit, on the must, stands in contrast to passages in which Kant, therein as close to Schopenhauer as this latter later claimed, rejected metaphysical ideas, especially that of immortality, as ensnared in the conceptions of space and time, and thus for their part delimited. He disdained the transition to affirmation. The Kantian block, the theory of the boundaries of possible positive cognition, derives, also in keeping with Hegel's critique, from the form-content dualism. The human consciousness would be, so runs the anthropological argument, condemned to eternal arrest, as it were, in the forms of cognition which it was once given. That what affects these latter would escape every determination, it would receive only from the forms of consciousness. But the forms are not that ultimate, which Kant described them as. By means of the reciprocity between them and the existent content they also develop in their own right. This however is incompatible with the conception of the indestructible block. Once the forms are moments of a dynamic, which would in truth befit the treatment of the subject as an originary apperception, then their positive form can so little be stipulated for all future cognition than any other sort of content, without which they are not and with which they transform themselves. Only if the dichotomy of form and content were absolute, could Kant maintain that the dichotomy would reject every content coming from the forms, not from the material one. If the forms appropriate this material moment themselves, then the block shows itself to be something created by precisely the subject, which it inhibits. The subject becomes as much exalted as debased, when the borders are located in it, in its transcendental logical organization. The naive consciousness, to which very likely Goethe inclined as well, that one simply does not yet know, but perhaps one could still solve the puzzle, is closer to the metaphysical truth than Kant's ignoramus. His anti-idealistic doctrine of the absolute limit and the idealistic one of absolute knowledge are not at all so hostile to each other, as they said of each other. The latter two amounts to this, that in keeping with the course of thought of the Hegelian phenomenology, the absolute knowing would be nothing but the course of thought of phenomenology itself, thus by no means would transcend. Kant, who frowned upon the precipitate rush into intelligible worlds, equates the subjective side of Newtonian science with cognition, the correspondingly objective one with truth. The question of how metaphysics would be possible as a science is thus to be taken precisely, as to whether it satisfies the criteria of a cognition oriented towards the ideal of mathematics and so-called classical physics. The Kantian posing of the problem, which bears in mind the metaphysics he assumes to be a natural predisposition, refers to the how of the generalized and necessarily supposed cognition, but really means its what, its possibility itself. He repudiates this, according to the measure of that ideal. Science, which is released from any further reservations due to its imposing results, is however the product of bourgeois society. The rigidly dualistic basic structure of Kant's rational critical model duplicates that of a relation of production, in which commodities fall out of machines like his phenomena fall out of the cognitive mechanism, where the material and its own determinacy are as indifferent in relation to their profit as in Kant, who has it stenciled in. The end product, which has exchange value, resembles the Kantian objects, which are subjectively produced and accepted as objectivity. The permanent reductio ad hominem Latin, reduction to the person of everything which appears equips cognition for the ends of internal and external domination. Its highest expression is the principle of unity, borrowed from that of compartmentalized production, divided into partial acts. What makes the Kantian theory of rationality grandiose is that it is really interested only in the realm of authority of scientific propositions. The delimitation of the Kantian posing of the question to the organized natural scientific experience, the orientation to validity and epistemological subjectivism are so interwoven that one could not be without the other. As long as the subjective inquiry is supposed to be the test of validity, so long are cognitions which are not scientifically sanctioned, namely non-necessary and non-universal, inferior. That is why all efforts to emancipate the Kantian epistemology from the natural scientific realm had to fail. Inside the identifying approach, one cannot completely make up for what the former eliminates according to its own essence. At most, the approach is to be transformed out of the cognition of its inadequacy. That it however does so little justice to the living experience, which is cognition, indicates its falsehood, the incapacity to achieve what it sets before itself, namely to ground experience. For such a foundation in something fixed and invariant contradicts what experience knows about itself, which indeed, the more open it is and the more it realizes itself, is always changing its own forms. The incapacity of doing this is the incapacity of experience itself. One can add no cognitive theorems to Kant, which are not explicated by him, because their exclusion is central to his epistemology. The systematic claim of the doctrine of pure reason is registered in the exclusion unmistakably enough. Kant's system is one of stop signals. The subjectively arranged constitutional analysis does not transform the world, as it is given to the naive bourgeois consciousness, but is proud of its empirical realism. To it, however, the height of its claim to validity is as one with the level of abstraction. It tendentially stamps out, obsessed with the a priority of its synthetic judgments, everything in cognition which does not fit into its ground rules. The social division of labor is respected without reflection, along with the defect, which became flagrant in the 200 years since then, that the sciences, organized by the division of labor, illegitimately seized a monopoly of truth in themselves. The paralogisms of the Kantian epistemology are, put in bourgeois and very Kantian terms, the uncovered bills of exchange, which went to protest with the development of science into one of a mechanical bustle. The authority of the Kantian concept of truth became terroristic with the ban on thinking the absolute. Irresistibly it drives towards the ban on thinking pure and simple. The Kantian block projects the self-mutilation of reason on truth, which it inflicts on itself as the right of initiation of its scientificity. That is why what happens in Kant as cognition is so scanty, compared with the experience of living beings, to which the idealistic systems, be it ever so invertedly, wish to do justice. Kant would scarcely have disputed the fact that the idea of truth mocks the scientific ideal. But the discrepancy is revealed by no means only in view of the mundus intelligibilis Latin, intelligible world, but in every cognition achieved by the unconstrained consciousness. To this extent the Kantian block is an appearance shine, which blasphemes in the spirit, what in the hymns of the late Hölderlin is philosophically ahead of philosophy. This was not foreign to the idealists, but what was open to them ended up under the same bane, which forced Kant to contaminate experience and science. While many an impulse of idealism wanted to aim at what is open, it would pursue it by the extension of the Kantian principle, and the contents became even less free in it than in Kant. This in turn is what lends his block its moment of truth. It prevented the mythology of the concept. The social suspicion is well founded that that block, the limit before the absolute, would be one with the privation of labor, which really does hold human beings in the same bane, which Kant transfigured into philosophy. The imprisonment in immanence to which he, as honestly as brutally, damns the spirit, is that in self-preservation, as it is imposed upon human beings in a society, which conserves nothing but the denial which it would no longer need. If the beetle-like natural historical cares arga were once broken through, then the position of consciousness towards the truth would be transformed. Its current one is dictated by the objectivity, which constrains them in their condition. If the Kantian doctrine of the block was a piece of social appearance shines, then it is nevertheless just as firmly grounded, as the factual rule of the appearance shine over human beings. The separation of sensibility and understanding, the nerve of the argument for the block, is for its part a social product. Sensibility is designated by means of the chorismos as the victim of understanding, because the arrangement of the world, in spite of all institutions to the contrary, does not satisfy it. With its social condition, the division would in all likelihood be allowed to disappear one day, while the idealists are ideologues, because they glorify the reconciliation in the midst of what is unreconciled as achieved or ascribe it to the totality of what is unreconciled. Their efforts to explicate the spirit as the unity of itself with what is non-identical to it, were as consistent as in vain. Such self-reflection overtakes the thesis of the primacy of practical reason, which reaches from Kant via the idealists straight away to Marx. The dialectic of praxis would also demand the abolition of praxis, of production for production's sake, of the universal cover of a false one. That is the materialistic basis for the traits, which rebel in negative dialectics against the official doctrinal concept of materialism. The moment of independence, of irreducibility in the spirit may very likely concord with the preponderance vorrang of the object. Where the spirit becomes autonomous here and now, as soon as it names the fetters in which it ends up, by putting others into fetters, it, and not the entangled praxis, anticipates freedom. The idealists made a heaven of the spirit, but woe betide whoever had one. Mundus Intelligibilis 382-386. The construction of the block faces opposite in Kant to the positive one of metaphysics in the practical reason. He was by no means silent about what is despairing in it, unless meanwhile a transcendental property of freedom is added in order to begin transformations of the world, then this property would nonetheless have to be at the very least only outside of the world, though it always remains a bold presumption, to assume an object outside of the summation of all possible intuitions, which cannot be given to any possible perception. Point 2. The parenthesis of the bold presumption registers Kant's skepticism about his own mundus intelligibilis Latin, intelligible world. That formulation from the footnote to the antithesis of the third antinomy comes quite close to atheism. What was later zealously demanded, is called here theoretical presumption. Kant's desperate fear of imagining that the postulate would be an existential judgment, is strenuously evaded. According to the passage, what ought to be able to be thought as an object of possible intuition, at the very least, is what must simultaneously be thought as something removed from every such intuition. Reason would have to capitulate to the contradiction, be it only for prescribing itself borders through hubris, irrationalistically delimiting its own realm of validity, without being objectively tied, as reason, to those borders. But if intuition too was incorporated into infinite reason, as in the idealists and also the neo-Kantians, then transcendence would be virtually cashiered by the immanence of the spirit. What Kant briefly hints at with respect to freedom, would apply first and foremost to God and immortality. For these words do not relate to any pure possibility of conduct, but are, according to their own concept, postulates of an existent, however stylized. This latter requires a matter and would depend in Kant completely on that intuition, whose possibility he excludes from the transcendental ideas. The pathos of what is intelligible to Kant is the complement of the difficulty of assuring itself of anything, even if it were only in the medium of the self-sufficient thought, which the word intelligible designates. It may not name anything real. The movement of the critique of practical reason meanwhile proceeds towards a positivity of the mundus intelligibilis Latin, intelligible world, which was not envisioned in Kant's intention. As soon as the ought to be sane solent, emphatically separated from the existent, is exemplified as the realm of its own essence and endowed with absolute authority, it takes on through the procedure, be it ever so involuntarily, the character of a second existence. The thought that does not think any something, is none at all. Ideas, the content of metaphysics, may no more be graphically clear than mirages, otherwise they would be robbed of every objectivity. What is intelligible would be swallowed up by exactly that subject, which the intelligible sphere is supposed to transcend. A century after Kant, the flattening of the intelligible into the imaginary became the cardinal sin of neo-romanticism and the Jugendstil, and of their tailor-made philosophy, the phenomenological one. The concept of the intelligible is neither one of something real nor one of something imaginary. Rather aporetic. Nothing on earth and nothing in the empty heavens is to be saved, by defending it. The yes but retort to the critical argument, which does not wish something to be torn away from it, already has the form of the stubbornly insistent existent, of the clinging, irreconcilable with the idea of salvation, in which the cramp of such prolonged self-preservation would relax. Nothing can be saved untransformed, nothing, which has not made its way through the door of its death. If salvation is the innermost impulse of every spirit, then is there no hope except that of unreserved abandonment, of what is to be rescued as well as of the spirit, which hopes. The gestus of hope is that which holds onto nothing of what the subject itself wishes to hold onto, by which the latter promises itself, that it would endure. The intelligible, in the spirit of Kant's setting of boundaries no less than that of the Hegelian method, would be to go beyond these, to think solely negatively. Paradoxically, the intelligible sphere envisaged by Kant would be once more Appearance-Erscheinung, what returns to that which is hidden from the finite spirit, what it is compelled to think and by virtue of its own finitude deforms. The concept of the intelligible is the self-negation of the finite spirit. What merely is becomes, in the spirit, aware of its defect, the farewell from the existence obdurate in itself is the origin of that in the spirit, which separates it from the principle in it, which exploits nature. This turn of phrase wishes, that not even it itself would turn into the existent, otherwise the monotony would repeat itself endlessly. What is hostile to life in the spirit would be nothing but heinous, if it did not culminate in its self-reflection. The asceticism which it demands from others is false, good its own, in its self-negation it goes beyond itself. This was not so alien to the later Kantian metaphysics of morals, as one might expect. In order to be the spirit, it must know that it does not exhaust itself in what it reaches, nor in the finitude, which it resembles. That is why it thinks what would be beyond it. Such metaphysical experience inspired Kant's philosophy, once it is broken out of the mythical armor-panzer of the method. The consideration, as to whether metaphysics would be at all still possible, must reflect the negation of what is finite, which the finite demands. Its enigma animates the word intelligible. Its conception is not entirely unmotivated thanks to that moment of independence, which the spirit lost through its absolutization and which this latter obtains for its part as what is not identical with the existent, as soon as the non-identical is insisted upon, that not everything existent is evaporated in the spirit. The spirit participates, in all its mediations, in existence, which substituted for its alleged transcendental purity. It is in the moment of transcendental objectivity in it, which can be no more split off than ontologized, that the possibility of metaphysics has its inconspicuous locale. The concept of the intelligible realm would be that of something which is not and yet is not only not. In keeping with the rules of the sphere, which negate themselves in the intelligible one, these would have to be unresistingly rejected as imaginary. Nowhere else is truth so fragile as here. It can degenerate into a hypostasis of something thought up for no reason at all, in which the thought imagines to possess what is lost. The effort, to comprehend it, is easily confused in turn with the existent. The thought is nugatory which confuses what is thought with what is real, in the false conclusion, demolished by Kant, of the ontological proof of God. The mistaken conclusion is a result however of the immediate elevation of negativity, of the critique of the merely existent, into something positive, as if the insufficiency of that which is, would guarantee, that what is, would be rid of that insufficiency. Even in extremity the negation of the negation is no positivity. Kant called the transcendental dialectic a logic of appearance-shine, the doctrine of the contradictions, in which every treatment of the transcendental as something positively cognizable would inevitably entangle itself. His verdict is not rendered obsolete by Hegel's effort to vindicate the logic of the Appearance-Schein as that of the truth. But the reflection does not break off with the verdict on Appearance-Schein. Become conscious of itself, it is no longer the old one. What is said by finite beings about transcendence, is the latter's Appearance-Schein, however, as Kant well knew, a necessary one. That is why the salvation of Appearance-Schein, the object of aesthetics, has its incomparable metaphysical relevance. Neutralization 386-391. In Anglo-Saxon countries Kant is often euphemistically called an agnostic. As little of the wealth of his philosophy this leaves, the horrid simplification is not completely nonsensical. The antinomic structure of the Kantian doctrine, which survives the dissolution of the antinomies, can be crudely translated into the injunction upon thinking, to refrain from idle questions. It excessively increases the vulgar form of bourgeois skepticism, whose solidity takes seriously only that which is held safely in hand. Kant was not entirely free of such a mentality. That in the categorical imperative and already in the ideas of the Critique of Pure Reason, he adds in that denigrated sublimity with raised forefinger, a bonus, which the bourgeoisie is as loath to dispense with as its Sunday, the parody of freedom from labor. This surely reinforced Kant's authority in Germany, far beyond the effect of the thoughts themselves. The moment of non-committal unverbindlicher conciliation in rigorism fits well with the tendency towards the neutralization of everything intellectual in decor, which after the victory of the Revolution or, where this did not occur, through the imperceptible bourgeoisification which ended up prevailing, conquered the entire scenery of the spirit and also the theorems which bourgeois emancipation previously employed as a weapon. Since the interests of the victorious class no longer needed them, they became, as Spengler astutely enough noted in Rousseau, uninteresting in a double sense. The function of the spirit is subordinated in society, although the latter ideologically praises the former. The Kantian non-licet Latin, not proven, contributed to the transformation of critique of the religions allied to feudalism into that indifference, which donned a veil of humanity under the name of tolerance. The spirit, as metaphysics no less than as art, neutralizes itself the more that what society is proud of as its culture, loses any relation to possible praxis. In the Kantian metaphysical ideas this latter was still unmistakable. With them bourgeois society wanted to escape its own restricted principle, to sublate itself, as it were. Such a spirit becomes unacceptable and culture into a compromise between its bourgeois utilizable form and, after modern German nomenclature, what is insupportable in it, which it projects into the unattainable distance. The material circumstances render an additional service. Under the compulsion to expanded investment, capital becomes master of the spirit, whose objectifications are by virtue of their own and unavoidable hypostatization spurred to turn the latter into property, into commodities. The satisfaction of aesthetics, devoid of interest, transfigures the spirit and debases it, in that it is satisfied to consider, to admire, in the end to blindly and disconnectedly revere everything which was once created and thought there, regardless of its truth content. With objective mockery, the increasing commodity character aestheticizes culture for the sake of utility. Philosophy turns into the manifestation of the spirit as a showpiece. What Bernard Grothusson traced back in religion to the 18th and 17th centuries, that the devil is no longer to be feared and God is no longer to be hoped for, expands beyond metaphysics, in which the recollection of God and the devil lives on, even where it critically reflects on that fear and hope. What disappears, is what ought to be most urgent to human beings in a highly unideological sense. Objectively it has become problematic, subjectively the social web and the permanent overtaxing through the pressure to conform grants them neither the time nor the power any longer to think about it. The questions are not solved, not even their insolubility is referred to. They are forgotten, and where they are talked about, they are lulled only that much deeper into their bad sleep. Goethe's fatal dictum, that Eckermann need not read Kant, because his philosophy has had its effect, has crossed over into the general consciousness, has triumphed in the socialization of metaphysical indifference. The indifference of the consciousness towards metaphysical questions, which are by no means resolved through satisfaction in this world, is by no means a matter of indifference to metaphysics itself. Hidden therein is a horror, which, if human beings did not repress it, would take their breath away. One could be led to anthropological speculations, as to whether the developmental historical recoil, which endowed the human species with the open consciousness and thereby that of death, contradicts a nevertheless ongoing animal constitution, which does not permit it to bear that consciousness. The possibility of the continuation of life would entail the price of a restriction of consciousness, which protects it from what it nevertheless is itself, the consciousness of death. Inconsolable the perspective, that the narrow provincialism of all ideologies could be traced back biologically, as it were, to a necessity of self-preservation and would by no means disappear with the right arrangement of society, though indeed it is only in the right society that the possibility of the right life would arise. The present one still spreads lies about how death is not to be feared, and sabotages the reflection on this. Schopenhauer's pessimism took notice, of how little human beings media in vita Latin, in the midst of life are wont to concern themselves with death. 3. He read this indifference, just like Heidegger 100 years later, as the essence of human beings, instead of reading human beings as products of history. The lack of metaphysical meaning turns into a metaphysicum Latin, something metaphysical for both. By this at any rate the depths are to be measured, which neutralization, an existential in bourgeois consciousness, plumbs. This depth awakens the doubt as to whether things, as a romantic tradition which survived all romanticism has drilled into the spirit, were all that different in the times allegedly overflowing with metaphysics, which the young Lukács called the ones of plenitude sine fuelten. The tradition drags along a paralogism. The enclosure of cultures, the collective Committalness-Verbindlichkeit of metaphysical intuitions, their power over life, does not guarantee their truth. Rather the possibility of metaphysical experience is the sibling of that of freedom, and only the developed subject, which has torn the bonds praised as holy, is capable of it. The socially sanctioned, dull-wit intuition of allegedly blissful times is by contrast related to the naive positivistic belief in facts. The ego must be historically strengthened, in order to conceive of the immediacy of the reality principle beyond the idea of what is more than the existent. The social order, which shrinks itself down into its own meaning, also seals itself off against the possibility beyond the social order. Metaphysics is in contrast to theology not merely, as per positivistic doctrine, a historically later stage, not only the secularization of theology into the concept. It preserves theology in its critique of it, by uncovering to human beings the possibility of what theology imposed on them and thereby violated. The forces exploded the cosmos of the spirit, which bound them, the latter received its just deserts. The autonomous Beethoven is more metaphysical than Bach's Ordo Latin, social order, therefore truer. Subjectively emancipated and metaphysical experience converge in humanity. Every expression of hope, which emanates from great works of art more powerfully than the theological texts handed down by tradition even in the era when the former are falling silent, is configured with that of human beings, nowhere more unambiguously than in the moment of Beethoven. What signifies that not everything is in vain, is the self-reflection of nature in subjects, through the sympathy with that which is human, solely in the experience of its own natural base Naterhaftigkeit does the genius escape from nature. It is to Kant's lasting honor that he, like no other philosopher, registered the constellation of the human and the transcendental in the doctrine of the intelligible. Before humanity opened its eyes, human beings exhausted themselves under the objective pressure of life and death necessity in the disgrace of their neighbors, and the life immanence of meaning is the cover of their prejudice. Ever since something like organized society arose at large, as a solidly buttressed, autarkic context, the pressure to leave it was only weak. The child which was not already prepared, could not help but be struck by how impoverished and thin the section in its Protestant songbook is, which bears the title The Last Things, compared with all the practice drills of what the believers are to believe and how they are to behave. The long-standing suspicion that magic and superstition continue to flourish in religion, has as its flip side, that the core of the positive religions, the hope of the beyond, was scarcely ever so important as its concept demanded. Metaphysical speculation unites with the one of the philosophy of history. It has faith in the possibility of a right consciousness even of those last things solely in a future without life and death necessity. The curse of the latter is, that they do not drive beyond mere existence so much as disguise it, solidifying it as a metaphysical authority. The all is vanity, with which the great theologists since Solomon bethought immanence, is too abstract to lead beyond immanence. Where human beings are assured of the indifference of their existence, they raise no objections. As long as they do not change their position towards existence, any other one is idle for them. Whoever accuses the existent of nullity without distinction and without a perspective of what is possible, furnishes assistance to the dull bustle. The animality towards which such total praxis tends is worse than the first. It becomes itself a principle. The Capucin sermon of the vanity of immanence secretly liquidates the transcendence as well, which was once fed from experiences in immanence. Neutralization, however, deeply complicit with that indifference, has still survived the catastrophes, which according to the fanfares of the apologists are supposed to have thrown back human beings onto what radically concerns them. For the fundamental constitution of society has not changed. It damns the theology and metaphysics resurrected out of necessity, in spite of many brave Protestant attempts to resist, to the passport of the mindset of conformity. No rebellion of mere consciousness leads beyond this. Even in the consciousness of subjects, bourgeois society would rather choose total destruction, its objective potential, rather than bringing itself to reflections which might threaten its foundations. The metaphysical interests of human beings require the undiminished perception of their material ones. As long as they are veiled from them, they live under the veil of Maya. Only when, what is changed, is that, which is, not everything. 10. Only an allegory 391-394. In a commentary published decades after his composition of George's Rapture, Arnold Schoenberg praised the poem as the prophetic anticipation of the feelings of astronauts. By naively reducing one of his most significant works to the level of science fiction in English, he involuntarily acted out of the privation of metaphysics. Doubtless the material content is in the neo-romantic poem, the face of someone who steps on other planets, the allegory of something internalized, of ecstasy and elevation reminiscent of Maximinus. The ecstasy is not any in space, were it even in the cosmic experience, although it must borrow its images from this latter. But exactly this betrays the objective ground of the far too earthly exegesis. To take the promise of theology literally would be as barbaric as this latter. Only historically accumulated respect inhibits the consciousness of that. And the poetic elevation is purloined from the theological realm like the symbolic language of that cycle generally. Religion à la lettre French, literally would indeed resemble science fiction in English. Space travel would lead into the real promised heaven. The theologists could not refrain from childish reflections on the consequences of rocket travel for their Christology, while conversely the infantilism of the interest in rocket travel brings the latent one of tidings of salvation to light. If these were however purified of all material content, utterly sublimated, then they would encounter the most excruciating embarrassment at having to say what they stand for. If every symbol only symbolizes another one, something once more conceptual, then its core remains empty and thereby the religion. This is the antinomy of theological consciousness today. The Tolstoyan, anachronistic, or Christianity would get along with it the easiest, the successor Christi here and now without any reflection, with closed eyes. Something of the antinomy is already hidden in the construction of Faust. With the verse, I hear the tidings indeed, but I lack the faith, he interprets his own depth of emotions, which preserves him from suicide, as the return of deceptive consoling traditions from childhood. Nevertheless he ascends into the Marianist heaven. The poem does not decide, as to whether its progressive course would refute the skepticism of the mature thinker or whether its last word would be once more a symbol, only an allegory, and transcendence secularized, in well-nigh Hegelian fashion, into the image of the whole of fulfilled immanence. Whoever makes transcendence thingly solid ding fest, can be justifiably charged, as by Karl Kraus, with lack of imagination, hostility to the intellect, and in these the betrayal of transcendence. If by contrast the possibility of redemption in the existent, be it ever so distant and weak, is totally cut off, then the spirit would turn into an illusion, ultimately deifying the finite, conditioned, merely existent subject as the carrier of the spirit. This paradox of what is transcendent had an answer in Rimbaud's vision of a humanity emancipated from oppression as the true deity. Later the old Kantian Meinona undisguisedly mythologized the subject and rendered idealism manifest as hubris. With these sorts of speculative consequences, science fiction and rocketry easily came to an understanding. If in fact the earth was the only heavenly body inhabited by rational beings, then that would be a metaphysicum Latin, something metaphysical, whose idiocy would denounce metaphysics. In the end human beings would really be the gods, only under the bane, which prevents them from know it, and what gods? Indeed without domination over the cosmos, whereby such speculations are fortunately once again rendered void. All metaphysical ones however are pushed fatally into the apocryphal. The ideological untruth in the conception of transcendence is the separation of body and soul, reflex of the division of labor. It leads to the idolization of the residential cogitans Latin, thinking substance as the principle which exploits nature, and to the material denial, which would dissolve in the concept of a transcendence beyond the context of guilt. Hope however clings, as in Mignon's song, to the transfigured body. Metaphysics does not want to hear anything of this, does not want to demean itself with what is material. That is why it crosses the line to the inferior belief in spirits. There is no difference between the hypostasis of a non-corporeal and nevertheless individualized spirit, for what indeed would theology have left in its hands without it, and the fraudulent assertion of existing purely spiritual beings through spiritism, than the historical dignity, which garbs the concept of the spirit. Social success, social power turns through such dignity into the criterion of metaphysical truth. Spiritualism, in German the doctrine of the spirit as the individual substantial principle, is, without its final letters, the English word for spiritism. The equivocation rests upon the epistemological privation, which once motivated the idealists to go beyond the analysis of the individual consciousness towards the construction of a transcendental or absolute one. Individual consciousness is a piece of the spatio-temporal world, without any prerogative over this and not to be conceived of as detached from the world of bodies according to a human faculty. The idealistic construction however, which intends to eliminate the earthly remains, becomes devoid of essence, as soon as it totally stamps out that egoity, which was the model for the concept of the spirit. Hence the assumption of an insensible egoity, which is nevertheless supposed to manifest itself as existence, contrary to its own determination in space and time. According to the current state of cosmology, heaven and hell as existence in space are simple archaism. This would relegate immortality to that of the spirits, lending it something ghostly and unreal, which mocks its own concept. The Christian dogmatics, which thought of the awakening of souls as coinciding with the resurrection of the flesh, was metaphysically more consistent, more enlightened, if you will, than speculative metaphysics, just as hope means corporeal resurrection and knows through its intellectualization that it has been robbed of what is best. With that meanwhile the unreasonable demands of metaphysical speculation increase unbearably. Cognition weighs heavily on the side of absolute mortality, which is intolerable to it, before which it turns into something absolutely indifferent. This is what the idea of truth drives towards, the highest among the metaphysical ones. Whoever believes in God, can therefore not believe in him. The possibility, for which the divine name stands, is held fast by those who do not believe. If the ban on the graven image was at one time extended to the naming of the name, then it has itself become suspected of superstition in this form. It has exacerbated itself. To even think of hope, violates it and works against it. So deeply is history sunk into the metaphysical truth, which denies history, progressing demythologization, in vain. This last, however, devours itself like the mythical gods were wont to do with their children. By leaving nothing left over except the merely existent, they recoil into mythos. For it is nothing less than the closed context of immanence, of what is. Today metaphysics has contracted into this contradiction. The thinking which attempts to remove it, is threatened with untruth here and there. 11. Appearance shine of the other 394 to 397. The ontological proof of God is, in spite of the Kantian critique and, as it were, absorbing this latter into itself, resurrected in the Hegelian dialectic. However in vain. In that Hegel consistently dissolves the non-identical into pure identity, the concept becomes the guarantor of what is not conceptual. Transcendence is captured by the immanence of the spirit and is so much as abolished into its totality. The more transcendence is subsequently disassembled through enlightenment in the world and in the spirit, the more it turns into something hidden, as if it had concentrated itself into an extreme point beyond all mediations. To this extent the anti-historical theology of the utterly divergent has its historical index. The question of metaphysics sharpens itself, as to whether this wholly thin, abstract, indeterminate thing would be its ultimate and already lost defensive position, or whether metaphysics survives alone in what is slightest and shabbiest, in the state of complete inconspicuousness unscheinbarkeit, which brings the high-handed reason, which takes care of business without resistance and without reflection, to reason. The thesis of positivism is that of the nullity of metaphysics, even that which fled into profanity. Even the idea of truth is sacrificed, for whose sake positivism was initiated. To have established this, is Wittgenstein's achievement. However well, incidentally, his vow of silence fits with the falsely resurrected, dogmatic metaphysics, no longer to be distinguished from the wordlessly ecstatic naive faith in being. What would not be affected by demythologization, without apologetically making itself available, would be no argument, whose sphere is the antinomical pure and simple, but the experience, that the thought, which does not cut off its own head, culminates in transcendence, down to the idea of a constitution of the world in which not only existent suffering would be abolished, but would revoke even the sort which is irrevocably past. The convergence of all thoughts in the concept of something, which would be different from the unspeakable existent, the world, is not the same as the infinitesimal principle with which Leibniz and Kant had thought to render the idea of transcendence commensurable to a science, whose own fallibility, the confusion of the exploitation of nature and being in itself, motivates the correcting experience of convergence. The world is worse than hell and better. Worse, because not even the nihility of that absolute would be, as which it ultimately still appears in Schopenhauerian nirvana, as reconcilable. The inescapably closed context of immanence denies even that meaning, which the Indian philosopheme of the world as the dream of an evil demon glimpses in such. Schopenhauer thinks mistakenly, because he declares the law, which preserves immanence in its own bane, unmediated to that which is essential, which is barred from immanence and could not at all be conceived other than as transcendent. The world is better, because the absolute conclusiveness which Schopenhauer credits to the course of the world is borrowed for its part from the idealistic system, pure identity principle, and as deceptive as any. The disturbed and damaged course of the world is, as in Kafka, also incommensurable with the sense of its own sheer senselessness and blindness, not to be stringently construed according to their principle. It conflicts with the attempt of the despairing consciousness, to posit despair as an absolute. The course of the world is not completely conclusive, also not absolute despair. This latter is on the contrary its conclusiveness. As untenable as the traces of the other are in it, as much as all happiness is distorted by its revocability, the existent is nevertheless shot through, in the gaps which stamp identity as a lie, with the promises, constantly broken again, of that other. Every happiness is a fragment of the total happiness, which human beings are denied and which they deny themselves. Convergence, the humanly promised other of history, points unswervingly to what ontology illegitimately resettles before history or exempts from it. The concept is not real, as the ontological proof would have it, but it could not be thought, if something in the thing did not press towards it. Krauss, who, armored against every tangible, imaginatively unimaginative assertion of transcendence, preferred to read this latter longingly rather than cancel it out, was no romantic liberal metaphorist. Though metaphysics is not to be resurrected, the concept of resurrection belongs to creatures, to not something created, and is in intellectual forms the index of its untruth, but perhaps it only originates with the realization of what is thought in its sign. Art anticipates something of this. Nietzsche's work overflows with invective against metaphysics. But no formulation describes the latter more faithfully than that of Zarathustra, pure fool, pure poet. The thinking artist understood the unthought art. The thought, which does not capitulate before the miserably ontic, turns by the latter's criteria into nothing, truth into untruth, philosophy into folly. Nevertheless it cannot abdicate, lest stupidity triumph in realized unreason. Auxiliary sots je préfère les fous French, to pigs, I prefer fools. Folly is truth in the form, with which human beings are stricken, as soon as they do not, in the midst of the untrue, let go of truth. Even in its highest achievements art is appearance shine, the appearance shine, however, what is irresistible in it, it receives from what does not appear shine lozen. By refraining from judgment, it says, especially the ones scorned as nihilistic, that everything would not be just nothing. Otherwise, what always is, would be pale, colorless, indifferent. There is no light on human beings and things, in which transcendence is not reflected. Inextinguishable, the resistance against the fungible world of exchange in that of the eye, which does not want the colors of the world to be destroyed. In appearance shine is the promise of what does not appear shine lose. 12. Self-reflection of Dialectics 397-400. At question is, whether metaphysics, as the knowledge of the absolute, would at all be possible without the construction of absolute knowledge, without that idealism, which lends its title to the last chapter of the Hegelian phenomenology. Doesn't it say, that whoever deals with the absolute, would necessarily be the thinking organ, capable of doing this, precisely there by itself the absolute, would not dialectics, on the other hand, in the transition to a metaphysics, which is not simply the same as dialectics, violate its own strict concept of negativity? Dialectics, the epitome of negative knowledge, would like none other beside it, even as the negative kind, it drags along with itself the commandment of exclusivity from the positive kind, from the system. It would have to negate, according to such reasoning, non-dialectical consciousness as finite and fallible. In all its historical forms it has refused to step out of it. It mediated conceptually, whether willed or no, between the unconditional and the finite spirit. This made theology intermittently time and again into its enemy. Although it thinks the absolute, the latter remains, as something mediated by the former, in thrall to conditioned thought. If the Hegelian absolute was the secularization of the deity, then nevertheless precisely that of its secularization, as the totality of the spirit that absolute remained enchained to its finite human model. If thought however in the undiminished consciousness of this reaches, gropingly, beyond anything of this sort, in that it names the other as something utterly incommensurable to it, which it nevertheless thinks, then it will find shelter nowhere else than in the dogmatic tradition. Thinking is in such thoughts alien to its content, unreconciled, and newly condemned to two sorts of truth, which would be incompatible with the idea of the true. Metaphysics depends upon whether one can get out of this aporia without underhanded trickery. To do this, dialectics, at once the imprint of the universal context of mystification and its critique, must turn in one last movement against itself. The critique of everything particular, which posits itself absolutely, is that of the shadow of absoluteness over the critique itself, of the fact that it, too, against its tendency, must remain in the medium of the concept. It destroys the identity claim, by honoring it in its testing. That is why it only reaches so far as this latter. The latter stamps the former as the magic circle with the appearance shine of absolute knowledge. It is up to its self-reflection to cancel it out, exactly therein the negation of the negation, which does not cross over into a position. Dialectics is the self-consciousness of the objective context of delusion, not something already escaped from this latter. To break out of the latter from inside, is objectively its goal. The power to break out grows in it from the context of immanence. What would apply to it, once more, is Hegel's dictum, that dialectics would absorb the power of the opponent, turning it against the latter, not only in what is dialectically individual but in the end in the whole. It grasps, with the means of logic, this latter's character of compulsion, hoping that it would yield. The absolute, however, as it hovers before metaphysics, would be the non-identical, which would only emerge until after the identity compulsion dissolved. Without the identity thesis, dialectics is not the whole, but therefore also no cardinal sin, to leave it in a dialectical step. It lies in the determination of negative dialectics, that it does not come to rest within itself, as if it were total, that is its form of hope. Kant indicated something of this in the doctrine of the transcendental thing in itself beyond the mechanism of identification. However stringent the critique of that doctrine by his successors, they regressively reinforced the bane that much more, just like the post-revolutionary bourgeoisie as a whole, they hypostasized the compulsion itself as the absolute. To be sure, Kant, for his part, in the determination of the thing in itself as that of an intelligible essence, conceived of transcendence as the non-identical, but equated it with the absolute subject, bowing nonetheless to the identity principle. The process of cognition, which is supposed to approach the transcendental thing asymptotically, slides it ahead of itself, as it were, and removes it from consciousness. The identifications of the absolute transpose it onto the human beings, from whom the identity principle derives. They are, as they at times confess and as the Enlightenment can strikingly demonstrate to them every time, anthropomorphisms. That is why the absolute, which the spirit approaches, melts away before it. Its approach is a mirage. However, the successful elimination of every anthropomorphism, with which the context of delusion would be removed, very likely coincides in the end with this latter, with absolute identity. To deny the secret by identification, by constantly tearing more chunks out of it, does not solve it. Rather, as though in play, it stamps the control of nature as a lie, by means of the memento of the powerlessness of its power. Enlightenment leaves as good as nothing left of metaphysical truth content, press green French, almost nothing after a modern musical term. What shrinks back becomes ever smaller, just as Goethe portrayed in the parable of the little box of the new Melusine, which names an extremity, ever more inconspicuous on Scheinberger. This is the reason that, in the critique of cognition as much as in the philosophy of history, metaphysics migrates into micrology. This latter is the place of metaphysics as the refuge from what is total. Nothing absolute is to be expressed otherwise than in the subject matter and categories of immanence, while nevertheless this latter is not to be deified either in its conditionality or as its total summation. Metaphysics is, according to its own concept, not possible as a deductive context of judgments over the existent. Just as little can it be thought according to the model of that which is absolutely divergent, which fearsomely mocks thinking. Consequently, it would be possible solely as the legible constellation of the existent. From this latter it would receive its material, without which it would not however transfigure the existence of its elements, but would bring them instead into a configuration, in which the elements assemble into a script. To that end it must be good at wishing. That the wish would be a bad father to the thought, has been since Xenophanes one of the general theses of the European Enlightenment, and still applies undiminished against the ontological attempts at restoration. But thinking, itself a conduct, contains the need, at first the life and death necessity, in itself. One thinks out of need, even where wishful thinking in English is dismissed. The motor of the need is that of the effort, which thinking involves as activity. The object of critique is therefore not the need in thinking but the relationship between both. The need in thinking wishes, however, that there would be thinking. It demands its negation through thinking, it must disappear into thinking, if it is really supposed to be satisfied, and in this negation it lives on, representing in the innermost cells of thought, what is not the same as the latter. The smallest inner worldly markings would be relevant to the absolute, for the micrological glance demolishes the shells of that which is helplessly compartmentalized according to the measure of its subsuming master concept and explodes its identity, the deception, that it would be merely an exemplar. Such thinking is solidaristic with metaphysics in the moment of the latter's fall.